for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another slower day in the markets. You already got war headlines leading in. You got oil moving a little bit. We're going to hear all about that all day. We get a little bit of the bond auction. You did get earnings. Some were surprising. I had nothing else to name the title except Disney, and Disney ain't even do good. You know what I'm saying? And take a look at it. But we have that to deal with. You got a couple of things overseas now that China, Japan opening back up, but we are barely moving, holding a little, and if you did not know, this is the biggest 3-day rally of the year. I know, it doesn't feel like it, but it does. The last 3 days in a row is the biggest cumulative rally here so far. So, you got Fed Kashgari right now. He's saying housing market is proving way more resilient to tight monetary policy. So, that's the only other thing we're going to be waiting for. We get Kashgari. I think you're going to hear from him again, but generally, all about earnings. We're riding it out. Not anything too crazy, but we'll see how that changes as we start getting into an Aapl event too. But Chad, I hope you're locked and loaded. I hope you're ready for all of it. But good morning. How are you? How are you, baby? Good morning. What's going on? What up, Anza? Tim, Gary, Mark, Battleboy, baby, Dirty Bar, Candy, Nazi Wolf, baby. Good morning. What up, Chloe? Andros, El Trapato, baby, Snay, baby, NRG, Sino, B Dizzle, Winning Loser, Joey Cacamo. Good morning, baby. What up, Mark? How you living, Gary? What up, Chloe, CG, Watch It, John, Michael, baby, Open Face, Troy Lemon, Mark J, Evan Katzor, Cambellini, Humble Business. Good morning, baby. What's going on? What up, Millheads? What up, Trey? How you doing, Faux Papers? Mr. Mickey. Good morning, Jerry. Whoa, y'all. Oh, that's stuff for Mayor. Keldrick, Void, Rotary, Killer Toast, Full Cycle. Yay! Good morning, baby. What up, Lucky Soldier? Oh, my goodness. Johnny B. Good. Gerardo, Void, Krista, Wookie, Ben Stone, JC, Miguel, Toy. Good morning, baby. What about the Twitch? Eddie G, Lucky J, Feed Me Seymour, Mother Liquor, Sidonian, Blowing Dough, Swinging Bear. Oh, Blowing Dough again. Man, that chat is updated. Nikki on Smash, baby. KJ Lemur, Preforms, Mother Liquor, Most Dope Andy, 8012, BDA Cookie Monster, Hailstone, Robo Hand Tech, and El Coyote and Blazing Bob, baby. Good morning. Oh, what up, Joe? What up, Eduardo? What's up, baby? Good morning, baby. Good morning. So, Chatadonia, I hope you guys are ready, but let me get into I don't know, Kashgari, I only got one quote. I thought you were going to get it. I was like, maybe we should just listen to him in the morning. That'd be the only other event that you had. So other than that, let me get you Josh AI. You're going to get a little bit more. We'll go from there, and I mean, it may be as calm as it was yesterday. We will see, but here it is. Stocks gain on bank earnings, rate cut optimism, U.S. equity futures pointed to a pause for Wall Street's rally, fueled by optimism that the Federal Reserve will start cutting interest rates this year. Contracts on the S&P 500 were little changed after the gauge climbed 1% above its average price of the past 50 days. 10-year Treasuries extended their advance, with the yield dipping 2 basis points to 4.47%. Some investors may be tempted to cash out as stretched valuations jar with a U.S. economy that's showing signs of cooling, according to Arnaud Giraud, head of economics and cross-asset strategy at Kepler Chevreux in Paris. It remains to be seen whether the April data hinting at a slowdown gets further confirmation in the coming weeks, Giraud said. If so, we will see earnings estimates get trimmed down, and that will weigh on stocks. We may test recent highs, but markets will unlikely break new records. When Walt Disney Company reported fiscal second quarter profit that beat estimates thanks to sharply narrower losses in its streaming TV business and higher higher ticket prices at theme parks. Still, revenue fell short of projections, pushing shares 6% lower in early U.S. trading. Meanwhile, German semiconductor maker Infineon Technologies AG cut its revenue forecast, signaling demand from the automotive industry remains weak. One part of the European equities that we are not so bullish about, we are indeed underweight, is the auto sector. Badamanthi, head of European equity strategy at Citigroup Inc., said in an interview with Bloomberg TV, trade tensions is something that we worry about a lot. In a week light on data but heavy on Fed speak, Minneapolis Fed President Neel Kashkari is set to appear Tuesday. Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond President Thomas Barkin said Monday he expects high interest rates to eventually cool U.S. inflation to the central bank's 2% target. Swaps traders are betting on about 45 basis points of Fed rate cuts by December. U.S. central bankers left their benchmark rate unchanged last week at a more than two-decade high of 5.5%. Where it's been since July of last year. Futures mixed. U.S. stock futures are mixed after the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 closed about 1% higher apiece on Monday, helped by more optimism among investors about the timing and depth of potential rate cuts by the Federal Reserve. European stocks are higher, while indexes in Japan and the UK are catching up after being closed for holidays yesterday. Shares in Swiss bank UBS jumped after it returned to profit and showed more progress in its integration of Credit Suisse. Oil volatility. Oil prices are edging higher for a second day following the worst weekly drop for crude since February, helped by a broader risk-on mood in markets and amid ongoing tensions in the Middle East. Israel rejected a ceasefire proposal that Palestinian militant group Hamas said it agreed to. Results from UK oil major BP, which missed estimates but kept its buyback pace up, and from Saudi giant Aramco, which is maintaining a $31 billion payout to investors, are also being digested by the market. Hike impact. The Fed's Thomas Barkin said that the full impact of rate hikes by the central bank is yet to come through, and he anticipates that restrictive policy will slow the economy and cool inflation toward the 2% target. Ken Griffin, founder of Citadel, said the Fed is likely to cut in December if it doesn't in September, saying that the decision by the bank to keep rates higher for longer was the right one. Neel Kashkari is set to speak today in a lighter slate for Fed officials. Bond markets return as the debate on when or whether the Fed will cut rates this year goes on. The U.S. bond market is reverting back to its traditional role in the economy, providing a source of reliable income that investors can lock in for years to come following nearly 2 decades of zero-rate monetary policy. Last year, investors pocketed nearly $900 billion in annual interest from treasuries, double the average of the previous decade, and thanks to this, investors are better shielded against any jump in yields. Contrarian calls. Fund managers are increasingly saying that the U.S. stock exceptionalism, which has driven indexes to records, may have run its course. Among U.S. stocks today, AI software firm Palantir is falling in pre-market trading as its sales forecast failed to impress. Amazon is spending $9 billion on its cloud business in Singapore, and Apple is said to be developing its own AI chip. Entertainment behemoth Walt Disney is set to report after the close its top overnight news. RBA leaves rates unchanged as expected and suggests there won't buy any additional hikes, but also doesn't seem in a rush to ease. New forecasts show no rate cuts until 2025. RTRS in Taiwan's CPI for APR comes in below expectations with a headline number at +1, 95% versus the street +2, 2% and down from +2, 15% in MAR. BBG, China tightened rules for hedge funds, raising the minimum asset threshold of the 5.5 trillion yuan, $762 billion industry, while imposing restrictions on the use of derivatives and leverage. BBG, Israel sent ground troops into Rafah on Monday night, seizing the main border crossing between Gaza and Egypt as international mediators struggled to continue talks aimed at ending the conflict. FT Dars, BP ended a mixed set of big oil results by maintaining share buybacks even as profit and cash flow fell more than expected. Aramco will pay $31 billion in dividends to the Saudi government and other investors despite lower profit. BBG UBS returned to profit with wealth management and the investment bank driving the beat. The firm targets another $1.5 billion in cost savings by year end, but sees integration expenses of $1.3 billion this quarter and caution that the Swiss central bank's recent rate cut will hurt NII. The stock climbed. BBG, Social Security, and Medicare will exhaust their funds in a little more than 10 years unless action is taken to address the shortfalls, although the new exhaustion dates for Social Security and Medicare are 1 and 5 years later than the prior forecasts. CNN. Citigroup CEO Jane Fraser said Monday that consumer behavior has diverged as inflation for goods and services makes life harder for many Americans. Fraser, who leads one of the largest U.S. credit card issuers, said she is seeing a K-shaped consumer. That means the affluent continue to spend, while lower-income Americans have become more cautious with their consumption. CNBC. Aapl has been working on its own chip designed to run artificial intelligence software in data center servers, a move that has the potential to give the company an advantage in the AI arms race. WSJ. Donald Trump's prized Manhattan office tower at 40 Wall Street is getting swept up by the worst storm to hit the office market since the global financial crisis. Like thousands of other U.S. office buildings, 40 Wall is now under duress because of weakening office demand. WSJ. All right, there's still a little more. And is it Nazari and Mickey, baby. What's up? And then Rivian, they got a partnership with Apple. I think Mr. AI has just said that there. So that's the only news they got with it, baby. But good morning. So there's still a little bit more. S&P futures marginally positive on Tuesday pre-market trading off of the best levels comes after U.S. equities rallied in a quiet Monday session that saw the S&P, NASDAQ, and Russell all gain over 1%, extending Friday's post-non-farm strength. Treasuries unchanged and firmer to a long end of the curve, 10 and 30-year down for a fifth consecutive session. Dollar is up by 0.2, gold is down by 0.4, Bitcoin up by 0.7, and WTI is down by 0.3. Lots of talk about catalyst vacuum in the CPI next week. Lower rate backdrop and decline in bond volatility flagged as a key driver of recent strength in stocks. A recent batch of softer economic data spun as positive. Bad news is good news amid thoughts that it will help drive some renewed disinflation traction while macro backdrop is still firm. Also some focus on less stretched positioning indicators and resume corporate buyback momentum. In addition, corporate one earnings surprising metrics remain solid and 24 S&P earnings growth exceptional have actually ticked up a bit. AI once again the big secular growth theme coming out of earnings. Nothing on the U.S. economic calendar today, and calendar remains quiet through the rest of the week with the market waiting on CPI on May 15th. Fed speak limited to Kashkari at 11:30 Eastern. He said in early April that he penciled in 2 rate cuts for this year at March, meaning but would question any easing if it needed inflation continue to move sideways. Treasuries auctioning $58 billion of 3-year notes today, followed by $42 billion of 10 years on Wednesday and 25 at 30 years on Thursday. Quiet in terms of overseas headlines. Israel recently launched operation in Rafah. RBA left policy unchanged. German factory orders unexpectedly declined. Still a lot of earnings beats. Disney beat and raised on EPS, but bar high in some scrutiny on January quarter outlook. That's a very favorable report. They said no growth for quarter 3. I didn't like the earnings, but they said that very favorably. Race EBITDA a bit better, but lagged higher buy-side expectations. Palantir beat and raised, but high bar. MCHP guided below for June quarter, but street positive on green shoot commentary. Datadog down on underwhelming beat and raise. Rock lowered full-year guidance on excessive inventory. IFF beat and guided towards high end. Celsius revenue missed with focus on inventory movements outside of earnings. Apple reportedly working on its own AI data center chips. Tesla sales of China-made vehicles down 18% year over year in April. UPS CFO stepping down, and Peloton reportedly has attracted PE interest. Wow. There's more, my brother. There's more. So RBA leaves cash rate unchanged at 4.35 as expected, but expresses concern over price risk. Bank of England expected to keep rates on hold for ninth month running amid splits on MPC. Yen weakens as U.S. calls for caution on intervention, adding to expectations currency will face continued pressure. Japan's top FX diplomat says country may have to take action against any disorderly speculative-driven FX moves. South Korea forex reserves dip on won intervention after currency logs biggest monthly drop in 19 months. Damn, so you got the won going crazy. They have two currencies? Interesting. German factory orders unexpectedly dropped in the sign of enduring weakness. Exports rebound. DIHK said German exports expected to stagnate this year following a 1.8% decline in 2023. Japan April service growth at 8-month high on solid demand. Surveys show UK retail sales hit by bad weather and timing of Easter and softening demand. Global trade growth set to more than double in 24 after last year's slump. Global policymakers imposing new taxes on EV as $110 billion fuel duty shortfall looms. Apple said to be working on AI chips for data centers. Amazon spending $9 billion to expand cloud computing infrastructure in Singapore. Intel to partner with Japanese firms for chip making automation. Microsoft slapped with Spanish startup complaint about cloud practices to regulators. UBS returns to profit in Q1 driven by wealth investments and bank outperformance. Boeing subject to new FAA probe over falsified inspection test on Dreamliners. Sabdell rejects BBVA merger terms, says it could deliver more value on existing strategy. BP to keep its share of buybacks even as Q1 earnings fell. Israel takes control of Rafah border crossing after saying Hamas-backed ceasefire plan fell short. U.S. and Israel rift widens over Rafah assault. Israelis frustrated with U.S. handling over hostage talks. French and EU president push China's Xi on more balanced trade measures. Wow. Not bad. Not bad. A lot of headlines. A lot of headlines for no data, but again, your economic data is lacking. But good timing. We got some pre-market movers. So UBS, they're up by 8.9 off earnings. Rivian, that's what I was saying earlier. They're up 6.9 reportedly in talks with Aapl for partnership. GFS is up by 3.8 off of earnings. NWSA is up 3.4. Kenvue up 3.0 off earnings. Target up 1.8. City upgrades to buy. Oscar Health up 17 off earnings. Zeta 17.6 off earnings. MWA 14 earnings. New CEO. SYM 13.5. HIMS 13. COHR up 8. GoGo up 5. Light up 4.3 off earnings. IBRX 3.5 completes GMP drug substance manufacturing sufficient for 175,000 doses of Anktiva. GPS up 2.9, City upgraded to buy. Cart up 2.7, partnership with Uber. STRL up 2.5 off earnings. ST 2.4 nothing. KOS 2.0 earnings. KLG 1.5 earnings. AIRE up 45 completes the acquisition of Namche. BAVS up 28 earnings. FGen 19, Dave 19.7, TWKS up 13, Jumia 13, SMHI up 11, ESPR up 10 off earnings, MTC up 9, Band up 8.8, Vimeo up 8.7, DSGN up 8.5, Piper Sandler upgrades to overweight, DRTS 7.7 nothing, HRTX 7.4 earnings, FGF 6.9 acquisition of strong MDI. EHTH 6.3, ADTH 5.9 notes that the go shop period has expired. Board has not made an adverse recommendation change. CTN, Very, CRDL, Talk, and BLDP all up 2-1. Palantir trading down 11 off earnings. Datadog down 10. Snowflake, MDB trading lower in sympathy. FMS down 7.5 off earnings. Disney down 5 off earnings. Celsius down 4 off earnings. Belander down 4.7. GFI down 4. Dash down 3.8 in reaction to Uber Cart partnership. Ferrari down 3.4 off earnings. Rock down 3.0 off earnings. MCHP down 1.7. Owl down 1.6. Tesla down 1.5. Axon down 1.1. TDC down 12 off earnings. ATKR down 8.7. Beyond down 8, Lucid down 8, SPR down 4, Enovix down 4.2, may lay off a third of their staff. Geo down 3.8, RKLB down 3.2, GameStop down 2.9, Bull down 2.8, Crocs down 1.8 off earnings, and FMC. GP trading down 37%, 1.5 million share common offering at $1.55. Nuvo down 17, Lyra down 14.5, HC Rainwhite, and Jeffries downgrade to neutral. And then all these got no headlines. CRNT down 9, PTLO, and then Chinese ADRs all trading lower. So good timing. Good timing, I think. I think we got a little bit, actually. Yeah, we got 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes till the bell. The news and everything's out the way. All right, I don't know. If there's a commercial, I'll take it. If not, we just going to run right into it, baby. Good morning.
But also
Happy Tuesday.
Moderation in demand.
All right, I'll be right back. Follow me on
when you
Instagram
see
at the Trading
moderation
Fraternity.
In demand, then that really kind of worries investors, because then there are questions about pricing power and whether the business can really kind of sustain momentum going forward.
Yeah, and therein lies the point, isn't it? It's about how expensive. Our last guest was talking about the cost of actually going to a park in America relative to perhaps some of the others. The stock is down 8% pre-market. Geetha, thank you very much. Another stock that we're keeping an eye on this morning is Boeing. Now, the plane maker is facing yet another investigation from the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration. This time it involves the flagship 787 Dreamliner model. Sid Phillip is with me now. So, Sid, this is to do with, again, attention to detail in the checking process on the plane between the wing and the body. Talk me through what is exactly challenging them again today.
Morning, Manus. So yes, Boeing is in the throes of yet another investigation, this time over their 787 wide-body model, which is their advanced model and their flagship, essentially. And what a whistleblower at Boeing alleged was that shortcuts were taken and crucial tests that were meant to check the attachment of the wing to the body of the aircraft, they weren't conducted, and essentially they alleged that they were essentially overlooked, and they fraudulently signed off documentation, said those tests were completed. And that's really added another sort of layer of complexity to Boeing's already growing sort of regulatory scrutiny, and that's just going to add more pressure to the company at the moment.
We also caught up with Sheikh Ahmed bin Zayed Al Maktoum. He is the chairman of Emirates. He said, the delay that we see, I don't think that we're happy. So again, you've got Michael O'Leary being supportive to Boeing. You've got Sheikh Ahmed, again, trying to be supportive to Boeing. Is there some kind of an inflection point here? The fact that Boeing came forward with this information, is that what the market is taking?
Boeing, man. I heard a lot of Boeing this morning. And Disney, man. I don't know, Disney. They took the catfish out the tank. Bro. I did. UBS, didn't they do good? But I know there was one headline that got read there. Visa and Citi moving up now, but Chattadonia. Couple more minutes till the bell. You heard the TV. You've gotten every headline from all around the world. So tell me, my friends, what is the first play of the day? What do you got? Post it in the chat, baby. Let's go. Spy calls. Netflix calls. Galatians, SPXU, Silver, Tesla squeeze, sell Tesla 180, put Rivian, coin call, snow calls, calls on Amazon, sell NASDAQ, spy call, spy call, spy call, Tesla, NVIDIA attendees, Rivian, GME, sell Disney, zero cash, eQuix put, Amazon calls, Tesla, MPW calls, Palantir, gold, UAL, Tesla put, sell Disney 100 put, sell Palantir short, Datadog calls like Boeing and Disney, gold, God did, Rivian put, sells Qualcomm, sell Palantir, GME, spy call, Palantir recovery, Apple calls, Apple call, what was in 4, Disney calls, Tesla 192.5, spy, Pfizer calls, short ES, oil scab, Max short Palantir, watching TLT 90, selling Palantir puts, calls on BBG, Amazon 190, Rivian 15, earnings, watching Lotto, buy Disney, Palantir, NQ, Intel, Disney puts, Palantir, hold hood, RAR, making hood calls free, Nvidian, Peloton shares, Rivian 15 for earnings, Lotto, AMD long, Chad calls on the like button, and the final place. Celsius calls, Baba calls, Top Tick the Spy Putt, and AMD Iron Condor. Ooh, that's a good one. Iron Condor. I didn't even heard of Iron Condor call out in the morning, baby. Oh my goodness. Good morning. So not bad. We got a little bit of time here. I have just enough time to tell you I'll be watching Uber. Again, they had that deal, and their earnings is right around the corner. Even Card is moving too. I'm going to watch out for the Celsius and Palantir. I want to see where they trade in the morning, but not going to force it. Then Disney, I don't know, man. Some people like the Disney here. Like I said, that headline read very well, but I don't think it was the best one there. But I don't know how that one's going to play in terms of continuation, because it's right there in the middle. Then Target, keeping in mind there, they got to upgrade. I want to see how any of those big box retailers play. Then Amgen, not forgetting about that one. And then DoorDash as part of the Uber deal. Wow. So Chattadonia, it's game time, baby. And here at the Colt, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for your service and dedication. It often goes overlooked, but y'all have committed your lives to it, and they call it service for a reason, and the least we could do is acknowledge it. So veterans and Chads, I hope you keep this tradition alive always and forever. Veterans, families, thank you, thank you, thank you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, anybody making their community run, baby. That's where it happens. So I appreciate y'all, but now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Send it to Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or not. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness, baby. Let's go. Amen, amen, amen. I like it. All right, Chad. So how much time we got? I got 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes. I'm not going to ask you for anything, so don't ask me for anything. You know how I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's how I like it. It's a peacefulness. You know, we will be in our own lanes here, and that's how we will do it. But good morning. I hope you're ready. If you have any questions, you let me know what you need, and we'll go from there. That's it. We got 2 minutes, though. Again, I think it should be pretty straightforward, and I'll give it 30 minutes, bro. I give it 30 minutes, man. And that's the thing. Oh, we didn't reach it. Oh, no, we're going to reach it yet. Oh, no, I got you, baby. No, we going to reach it. Amen, man. Amen. And tell her we love her too, man. You know what I'm saying? That's been a prayer every single day, man. It's crazy. Why do you do 2,000? What do you mean? Why do 2,000? What do you mean? I don't know. It's all love, bro. Don't worry. We'll be good. I don't want to bother you guys. We'll keep it very simple. But this day, like I'm saying, give it 30 minutes. Everyone's going to say today is going to be boring. So I hope Kashkari could wake things up. Other than that, there'll be a couple of those post-earnings plays, and then we will be good to go. Orania, rise and shine. Best in the biz, baby. Let's get it. Let's get it, baby. So we already went over the plays. Yeah, like the video. Feel free to. That's your own prerogative. And we'll be good. But thank you, George. I appreciate you. The watch list saw it. Y'all were like, it changed. I remember the days of the old one. I'm like, the day before had the old one. I didn't think, but I don't know. I thought I would mix it up a little bit. Yeah, it is Mother's Day coming up here. So we will see. Yeah, dude, Disney, I don't know. It's like right at the cusp. It might go lower, but we got 1 minute until the bell, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute until the bell. So get ready. Good luck. And then again, I don't think there's any. Disney's already having their earnings call right now. So we'll see, and then we'll find out where energy is going to go. That was up. Yeah, now it's back. Damn, energy oil's lower than where I sold out, man. My goodness. And they invaded. All right. 30 seconds. Call out any plays. Where's the wire? See, y'all don't have the likes, but I'll still get you the wire. That's called, you know what I'm saying? There it is. All right, we good to go. All right, 6 seconds. Locked and loaded, Chatadonia. Oh, your birthday's Friday, though, Paul. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right, FRPT. Yeah, Peloton had, I don't know why I had Peloton up there. Disney down 8, SPY barely moving 0.17, NASDAQ 0.04, and Russell 0.1. Not bad. A couple option chains have not opened up yet. Disney's opened up. Both Disneys are clapped. Actually, the puts are gaining value. That one will actually be very interesting. And then Celsius came up last time too. If you guys remember, actually no, that one it's still red. I remember last time it was down like 9% and then it went green. That was the crazy part. What price was that? Boeing Big Red. Remember, I saw those free plays, but I don't think there was any additional like negative news on that, but it is going down. Exclusive Brazil. Suzano has approached U.S.-based International Paper with an offer of $42 a share. Our IP, it's popping on that. I mean, it's kind of near there. You got a couple of dollars left. So I don't know. That first candle, dude, it was just at 36. Yeah. So that is moving IP. That is the one. I don't know if does HIMS even have options? I will check on that. HIMS. No, I don't know. HIMS, I don't see any volume. HIMS might not be open. I'm not seeing any volume. Yeah. No, HIMS options are still closed, believe it or not. I think Celsius, Palantir, Disney, those all opened up. Those are the ones that kind of had moves here. But yeah, HIMS is up 15. That option chain is not green lighted yet. Meta ripping, MO pop. Again, IP, they just got that news. Again, HIMS guided up too. Yeah, Disney did not do good. Let's see. Young Celsius is down 4. NVO going buyback news. Tesla is selling off. Interesting. Tesla dumping. Micron still going up. Remember, they were going off of that upgrade the other day. That's still holding. AMD, I think some of the other chips except Intel. No, even Intel's up. TFC new high. Coin. Again, Tesla's down too. I think that one's interesting. And then, where's Cart and Uber? Cart's breaking out there. Uber's still up. DoorDash was down a little bit more off the news. And then Palantir came back up, but they're still down 10. Oh, where's Uranium? Remember, Uranium CCJ still in the green. We cannot listen to the Aapl event, though, unfortunately. I could do my voiceover if you guys would like that, but unfortunately, they do not let us listen. Yeah, Airbnb, I forgot about that. So again, Airbnb, are the earnings today or are they Wednesday? Let me double check. Oh no, we got a little bit of time. All right, you got one more day of the Airbnbs. Rivian plunge. Again, Rivian, it was news about a potential Apple partnership. Micron and Google are starting to go there. Rivian is down. Airbnb is a little bit up. Well, we'll see. I'll give you a voiceover as long as I can. We can't push it too much, though. I'm telling you, they will ban the shit out of you if you play the Aapl event. That was one of my first mistakes I learned when starting to stream. Pfizer did get a pop. Did Pfizer, where was it yesterday? I know it was up, but yeah, this is even higher than those prices. So that's still going. I mean, the Dow is barely up. Remember, Dow did struggle, but Dow is higher than the NASDAQ. And then Russell, still the best on the day once again. It's kind of the same setup of it. But Apple streams it on YouTube. Yeah, but like Apple, they put out like a copyright thing. They don't want people to play it. I've been banned for it. That's why I didn't know. But now that I know better, I'm not yet, that's it. Gutierrez urges Israel to stop any escalation and engage constructively in ongoing diplomatic talks. AAIO Meta contract circulating. AAOI. Ken Mason. Applied Optoelectrics. It hasn't moved yet. If Troy's right on that and that gets some traction, that might be able to move. The Boeing puts. Yesterday they moved, and then that was it. They're still like holding a little bit above what I paid for them, but yeah, I mean, it's not. There wasn't even a follow-up on the news. AAOI contract with Meta. Fiber Reality has become aware of preliminary evidence that indicates Applied Opto has one second hyperscaler account with Meta. So that's what Troy's saying now. AAOI. Stock's barely moving. $12 stock. Again, I'd keep an eye on that. I do not have a play on that. Disney. Yeah, Disney. Bro, I'm telling you, we took the catfish out of the tank. That's it. No more Nelson Peltz, and they're like, oh, no more growth for the quarter. It'll come back in Q4. Oh, one more month for our password sharing now. Oh, why? Because Nelson Peltz is no longer calling you every day, about to kick you off the board. See, now they're chilling, bro. Now they're chilling. No long-term ads, no. Not yet. I still have my deposit. I mean, I think, sadly, so far this year, the longest I've held it is like, I think 7 to 9 days. So I'm at day number 7 of the month, but I think we started on the 3rd. I don't know. But no, I don't have any ideas. And then a lot of the plays I want have already came back up. So, a couple more. If they come down, I could be interested. Disney selling off a little bit lower now. Again, AAOI. Let me put that one up on another one. AAOI. Thank you for the eye peek. If you got that early, that was great. There's only a little bit of like meat left on that, but if you were fast enough. Applied Opto has won a second hyperscaler from Mark Lukowitz from Fiber Realty, who broke the Microsoft news months ago. It's trading. I have it on another screen. Watch it. I think that news is interesting. The stock is not moving. I think it might wake up randomly. Adding Starbucks to long-term. Hated the CEO's response. But that dividend, the name Starbucks is tempting. I like Starbucks. I think they definitely just went through something that makes you, stop and smell the coffee. No? That's not even a colloquial. But I like it. I just think it's going to be a matter of how much of a discount you're going to be able to get it at. So generally, if you want to start scaling into it, I mean, this is a decent price. It's the lows of 2020, and you could kind of see from there. But there is some more downside, and then, like you mentioned, there is a level of stability. I would like it at a 4% yield. That's kind of my sweet spot. But then again, I'm not I'm not demanding it too much yet, and I'm also not like very bearish and think it has to go to 50. Like, again, the low 70s right now, this is a good entry, 70s to 69-ish. It's kind of like this reminds me of Disney at the what was it? I think it was like Disney at like the 90s to go leading into 80s. Because remember, we bought Disney in the 90s. We made some lower average downs. You know what I'm saying? But even when we started buying Disney in like some of the higher 90s, mid 90s, that's like a higher price when you see how much lower it could go. But it just depends on their performance. But I do like Starbucks. I mean, I'm not. I did say from the last earnings, I think there's some people who are blinded by the brand and they didn't really want to acknowledge what just happened. But then at the same time, I don't think what just happened is going to eliminate a 20-year-old giant that could be its own bank. You know what I'm saying? Hitting the Termi now. Suzano approaches international paper, 42 a share. So that was it. Already had it way early. Yeah, so like I said, there's a little meat on the bone, but really, it was if you grabbed it here in that first can, you got the extra $1 or $2. How often? I got it a lot this year. I don't even drink caffeine anymore, but like I've been, sometimes I turn up on Friday and I'd order it, but low key, I don't go to Starbucks as much as I used to. Back in the day, if you guys were on the stream, I would have a Starbucks every day because I would just walk downstairs and go get one. But what about a peach I still get the peach. Oh, every day, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Peach Nation, Bradley Frizzle has arrived. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no. Wow. Every day the Peach. Every day. That's no wavering, honestly. I've never even thought I might have just set myself up for Peach withdrawals. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's that, but yeah, amen, baby. Amen. God bless you, Bradley. Oh, yeah, Bradley Frizzle, now that you're here, can I ask you an important question? I don't know if it's like a democracy or not, but we have elected you the Peach of the House, or Speaker of the Peach. So, pretty much, you have been given the negotiating ability for the Chad and Pump It Up, right? I don't know if you recall, we've been trying to negotiate Pump It Up levels, and like we tried votes, we couldn't get it past the House, we needed an elected official, and well, the people chose you. So my offer is 5,500 Pump It Up. Do you accept, or do you want to renegotiate, or do you decline? It's up to you, man. 5,500 is the offer I'm giving to the Chad. We pump it up at 5,500. Do you? So please, as you are going to represent the Chad here in your decision, sir. I'm a Peach-rocrat. I'm a Republic Peach. And then Spy just holding up there. 5,500's fair. They want low stuff. I'm like, 55 is a solid number. It gives you something to be excited about. There's a lot of reasons for 55. And then Aapl, again, the event's going to start here in a little bit. They're still moving. I don't know, Disney might wake up, but I didn't like the report. It wasn't a good one. Especially after everything that's gone on. But it wasn't bad enough to kill it. And then AAOI, the meta one, that's moving. Starbucks, a little bit off the bottom here. When was the last time Starbucks even had a big gap down? MO, Aapl on the high. The Peach Fire. Good morning. What's up, Mark? How you living, baby? Happy Tuesday. $5,500 seems a little high. Oh, the man of the people. They couldn't force him into anything. Oh. He said, all right, well, I'll see you. I will have an offer for you at the next Peach. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I guess that's it. I guess we'll have to go to a brief recess here. But I guess if 5,500 is not, again, I've said every time I need to go back to the drawing board, then I will have a new offer for you tomorrow then. I will have a new offer for you tomorrow. All right, that's good to know, though. But 5,500 has been rejected. 5,500 has been rejected officially. That deal is not passed. 5,500 Pump It Up he wants lower, so we'll see what we could come up with tomorrow. Wow. He did it, bro. That's amazing. I thought, man, this deal hasn't been agreed on in months. I thought everybody was getting tired out and was just going to agree to a deal. But no, yeah, we're still negotiating. Wow. This Pump It Up is going to be amazing, though, when it does happen. We worked really hard for this. Yeah, CCJ is moving up. They were up off the morning. Remember, all of the uranium plays are going crazy. That AAOI, whatever, came back down. Airbnb, see if that wakes up. But literally has not moved more than 0.5% for the pre-earnings plays. MT is up 80? I feel like I've seen that one before. Oh, yeah. It's actually literally up 80. Yeah, this one will get paused. That one's still going. And then where's the long term? Yeah, Disney. I think Disney is the one that hurt us today. Boo. But, yeah, man. Starbies. I don't know. I like Starbucks. My worry is just death. But it's there, bro. This is the low of what? You have like $3 more. So $3 more of flush. This will hit that low. But these were those 2020 levels. That's actually insane. That Boeing, back to break even. A little bit lower than what I paid. Boeing puts got clapped. Those were really far out the money, though. But then again, the stock, it just didn't move. And these Boeing puts, they really be like that. Oh, I mean, I like the company a lot. I like O, and I don't know if you, like, going over the preview, man, and their earnings, like, dude, they get, 98% occupancy. It's a company. They've been in the REIT game from the 70s. If they have loans, they're lower rates. I like O a lot. The only problem is that you have the exposure to real estate, and it's pretty much bond play to a degree. So you got to figure that out. Hey, OI, trying to get a candle. So I like it, but I don't want too much financial exposure. Unfortunately, O just ties into so many plays, right? It ties into your financials. It's like a fixed income play. It's a yield play. And then it's just like a REIT, and I already have some other REITs. I have my financials. So I like the company, but I don't know if it's like the first one I'd want to buy right now. And I'd rather buy a couple of other things, to be honest. Celsius, I don't know. I think Celsius has impressed me. Even last year, 2 years ago, when things were kind of struggling and Celsius would have like 50% growth. Honestly, I was very impressed by that. Egypt's Al Qaeda News TV citing high-ranking sources. Cairo hosts delegations from Qatar, Hamas in order to reach comprehensive truce. What sector am I not strong in? Honestly, it's a awesome, great question, bro. Way to listen, and that's a fucking beautiful question. Excuse me, but energy, I would say I'm pretty weak in the portfolio. International, I don't have that much exposure. I have BABA finally, but energy, chips, semiconductors, I do not have. I have big box. I have staples. I have discretionary materials, energy. I say those are where I'm really lacking. Yeah, but all fossil finance, you know what I'm saying? MNRG and COP are my LT plays. It sucks because, like, if you got them even a couple years ago, like, they were good long-term pickups. That would have been my my moment to grab an energy name. But I've, my whole life, I've never really been an energy guy. I know about it, but I've never really, I wasn't like, yeah, I'm going to become a millionaire off of 5 PE and a commodity, But very great question. Yeah, no chips. I was going to buy NVIDIA, but we went with Meta and a couple of others, and then by that time, everything started bouncing. Rivian gave it back up. So did AAOI. Honestly, a couple things. We're not really moving too much. Even Palantir, they had a move, came back down. Aapl, again, that event is right around the corner. I think the Aapl Rivian rumors are true, but they were just talking about it this morning. Beyond down 27? Wow. Google. Snap, I really want to sell covered calls on Snap. Man. But I don't know. We could get $1,800, sell a 1.5-year play, and it'll guarantee you still like 30-something%. I've been looking at these, but then I'm like, if we just wait, I like the unencumberedness. And then SPY getting a little baby Raul here. They're going into the low. I mean, everything is still green. Again, NASDAQ is actually about to go red. NASDAQ's only green by 0.02. You need more growth. Try not to FOMO. I feel you. There's a couple of names out there, and even then, there's some names like my portfolio, like BABA is a dividend stock, but that's a growth name. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's some that are like in that awkward middle, but don't get too much FOMO. You know what I'm saying? You may be lacking behind growth right now, but you know, you could always find one of the good growth names to like average into and dollar cost average, but just keep in mind, you know, you have time to let that balance work into place. All I know, at one point, our portfolio, the same portfolio that you see today for the long term, you know, it was primarily growth at one point, and now, you know, it's 50-50 dividends and growth. Cairo host delegation. Thanks for picking my question on the dark side. Never thought about CBO 10Q. Yeah, bro. Even the 10K. The 10K is the yearly, but you know, I do really think like the sad part. Like you think it's all like this and that, but you could like the insider trading and all that. But when it comes down to, you know, like making money off of the data and what these companies are doing, I mean, they have earnings related to it. And so you read those filings, you could definitely learn a lot, or it could give you a little idea. But I love the question, man. Thank you. Procter Gamble on the high, 0.9. And then Zillow, that's another value play moving up. Is it possible you could add your question? Yeah, which one was your question? I have a couple, so I just didn't have time, you know. Yesterday's video, by the time I was done with 3 questions, it was like 25 minutes long. So I didn't want to, I don't know. I could put together a feature film. I'm kind of down. No. But yeah, let me know. Thank you for what you do. Ode to the long term, man. Thank you for getting a long term. It is the beacon. Indeed. MS, that's another bank I see moving up. Citi was moving all over the place this morning. Politico's Secret Service of Ukraine announced today that 2 unnamed colonels in the state army have been arrested in part of a covert plot by the Russian FSB to assassinate several key members of government, including Zelensky. What? It's a wild headline. And Tesla down. I mean, that Mara news the other day was good. Other than that, I think Mara, I don't know what I think guidance will be important because they just had the halving. So remember, Bitcoin halving means miners make less, or they get bigger amount, but they're, you know, you're competing a lot more in that you have to do the same work all over again. $3M, staying pin. Starbeast. My take on real estate? What do you mean? I think it's great. But honestly, a lot of my real estate ideas, they've not changed over the years, even lately. I'm just waiting for unemployment to affect stuff there. But it's wild, though. You know, I will tell you this. There's a lot of people that are like, it's just the whole idea of rate cuts coming up. I do see people like, oh, real estate is going to go up when the rate cuts. And that I think that's going to be our next big question in real estate. I think that will be the question of the decade, is that when the Fed cuts rates for the first time, maybe the second time this cycle, what happens to real estate prices? It seems like you should know what happens, but this is a point of contention that I think that'll be the question of the decade as we enter that moment. Uranium's been on fire all day, even yesterday. 1 Israeli hostage dead after succumbing to wounds due to Israeli shelling. What? That's what Hamas says. They go up. Well, there's a lot of people who think house prices will go up when we get the first rate cut, but there's still, I would say, not a majority, not a minority, but like a decent amount that also believe that rate cuts will bring prices down due to what that would insinuate. Is the Fed in a precarious situation where they can't wait for things to break out? With things breaking, honestly, I mean, I think you've seen it already. So exactly what you said, we were a lot worried about that, but it's been a year now almost, and they're still holding up. So I would say that they probably got a little bit more cushion than we were worried about. All right, SPY, Lil Chicle, Starbucks going lower. MP. And then bonds catching a little bit of bid. APO. Apollo. And then gold is down, but still holding up. There's McDonald's. Mickey D's. And then Chad said yesterday he bought McDonald's, and we started looking at it. Kashkari already spoke this morning. We're going to hear him again, but he did say, I think he said he's 2.5 is where his target is instead of 2 on the last one, but he was a little bit more hawkish last time. People are expecting it, but remember, it was like hawkish Kashkari, and then I think Bostic came on or something, and then the next day we did our thing, but as long as I do think all that matters is the bond rates in that scenario. So, let me put it this way and tell me if you agree or not. But I feel like the Fed comments, they hit the market. Like when a Fed speaker says something, I feel like they hit harder when we're above 4.5. So with this little no landing BS thing that we've been on for 6 months now, I feel like any of these Fed speakers, unless it's something really, really new. Otherwise, if the rates aren't high and you're actually going down and below that 4 or 5, I don't think these comments are moving us too much. But if there is a big shift, it can. And I would tell you to watch out for, what's it called? What is it? Not Kashkari. Watch for all of them. If they give, if they kind of tell you where they are on the dot plot. That would be the other one. You just pack shorts and swag for Vegas? Let's go, baby. Have a good time, man. Be safe. Be safe, baby. It's windy, I think. So I don't know. I think last weekend it was super windy. So I hope it's not windy when you go. And then SPY going a little lower. Is the Aapl event? It might be on right now. I'm not I could if you've never been here, I could show you something. I don't know. We have our own version of the Aapl event. I don't know how to. It's not for the faint of heart, though. I will tell you. Tim Cook, yeah, he doesn't like streamers. And then SPY going lower. There's Mickey D's. G-Sun on the high. Boyle. Yeah, whatever. Golden Sun Health. And then Canada PMI 63 versus 58.1. Would you agree we're already in a recession? Oh, F no. We're far from it. That's it. That's why it's funny, because like we got so worried at so many times, and I mean that's why your boy uncle has given you the answer. Until the curve uninverted, then I don't talk recession. Because quite frankly, this economic now, and I would argue a lot was fueled by liquidity and other things, but generally, I mean, there is no evidence that the economy has fell back like that. Other times we were a little bit, but nah. Comcast now offering 3 times the speed at no additional cost. Yeah, bonds are, again, you have Canada data coming out right now. SPY going lower while bonds catching a bid, but everything is still green. And then actually except the NASDAQ, that one's flipped. No, we didn't go over Palantir. We talked about it yesterday, but they had a good earnings. I don't know what it was that dropped them. Celsius earnings call live. I think this is when they started bouncing last time. But last time when we made the Celsius play, that shit was down 9%. Remember, we hit 1,000%er on Celsius, and it was after the earnings. But you did get a little bit more. Oh, I think the Aapl event's starting.
Now that it's...
Okay. Hey guys, now that we're here with Aapl, I'm excited and now to show you the headset. We got a lot of cool things going on here at Aapl. Not only can you wear this on your head and hurt your neck, but you could wear this at work. We partnered up with Porsche to make sure that your workers who don't want to go to the office never really have to come to the office. So Dr. Tommy Korn here at Sharp Healthcare, he's going to show you how he uses Apple Vision Pro to actually not do anything at work. Through simulation, analysis, optimization, we've been able to change the world for the low price of $5,000. You could do everything from edit videos all the way down to operate on yourself. Yeah, we're not allowed to say that, but it's good. And these are just a few examples of the incredible ways that Apple Vision Pro is already making an impact on a customer's life. Because it's crazy. But now, let me tell you about the MacBook Air. Everybody needs air when they breathe, but you need your MacBook, and now you get 3 performance times on the M. I know. It's thinner, lighter. It's just when you thought we couldn't do anything else new or thinner, we did exactly that. We are the world's best leading 13-inch and 15-inch laptop in the world. I know. So let's look at the iPad now. I know you guys have iPhones, and you're like, what would be better than an iPhone if I made it a bigger iPhone? And now it's so versatile in what you could do. And even though kids don't go to school anymore, you can use it in a classroom. And the iPad is bringing teachers and students together. So whether you're a student or an architect, or you build houses, or you do nothing, it's entirely new ways, and we're going to get you there. From artists to designers to a musician who wants to make music on a big iPhone. You could take your ideas and creativity further than before. So with that incredible performance, and Apple is leading the way, I just want to show you guys a lot of cool things here today. All right. That's a lot, man. It takes a lot of energy. It's hard to do. If you are listening, I think I am in line, though. I'm trying not to alter the script too much. We care about the environment. Boom chicka boom chicka boom chicka boom chicka. Green, 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 green. Recycle. Travel across cities as we track you. We say it's privacy and we own it all. Hey guys, let's king off things with the iPad Air. We know you need oxygen, and now the Air is designed to be affordable. And even more affordable. And if it's not affordable, you can finance it. There's a wide range of customers. Are you in college and you're not protesting? Get an iPad. Are you in college and you can't get out your dorm? Get an iPad. Entrepreneurs, don't listen to Elon. Get an iPad. Creators around the world are making big strides while driving on the train because they have iPads. Maybe you want to play games. iPad. We know it's the same thing, but the combination of silicon and Apple silicon and colors makes it the best in the world. Hold on. I'm sorry. I don't know, man. Because you don't know how this works. Half of y'all hate this until it just gets funny. And then we just start going overboard. Mm-hmm. iPad Air. Breathe. Get an iPad. How did I show up here? iPad. Teleportation. And now we have 13 inches, 15 inches. And now let Melody tell you some other cool shit. Hey guys, I'm trying to tell you about the new iPad. Let's talk about the liquid retina display. You know, users love 11-inch form factor, but now with the portability, it's perfect for taking down notes while working on a project. Some Air users want a bigger display, so we gave you a bigger display every single year, every single time. So we were inspired. And you know, half of the users did choose a larger screen. Believe it or not, they did. That's why we keep making it bigger. So now we have a 13 and 15-inch AirPad Air, and it's 30% faster than the other one that was 30% faster. The new large display gives you more freedom. Yes, democracy in a large screen. It provides more space so you can view everything and vote. Vote this year, okay? They have advanced features, and both displays let you look absolutely gorgeous while you edit your photos because you're insecure. We also redesigned the iPad, so now you have camera on front. We did it before, we did it again. It has new things so everybody in the family can see each other. It's perfect for connecting, FaceTime, family, maybe a video conference. Maybe you need a keyboard. We'll sell it to you for $200. The new feature is landscape. You have better speakers. It sounds great, and you can do whatever you like every single day on 13 inches or 15 inches. So have fun and buy our $500 earphones. Thank you. New color, space gray, starlight, gold. Durable. And we also use recycled aluminum because we care about the environment. Thank you. Okay, I think they're gonna sue me. You know, because honestly, I think I'm giving you. I think I'm on the script. I'm adding a little bit of my own, but yeah, man. That's it. She's still going. I can't do that one for too long, man. I need to breathe 3 times faster. Josh makes himself laugh. I mean, you make yourself cry. What's the difference? I just chose the positive one. You know what I'm saying? Amen? Amen. Oh, okay. That sounds about right. I scared your household? Oh, that's why. No one's here to judge me. I'm sweating. This is a lot of work. It's a lot of... Did Apple even move? It sucks because, like, I think there's a new iPad. I think that's the headline, the new iPad 13-inch and 15-inch, you know what I'm saying? So, let's see. But yeah, we can't have real audio. They'll clap us. But on that note, what time is it? 39 minutes. I'm going to use this to go get me a water and a bathroom break. I think we could use it. Does that sound good, guys? That sounds good. Put on a Drake disc. All right. I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Boop. Okay. See you soon.
and some movement happening really based on the expectation of rate cuts in the future. So I think that's going to bode well for the general volume. And as we've seen from the regional banking crisis, a lot of these are quite pockets of weakness, but are not becoming widespread and contaminating the financial sector overall. If anything, the growth of the private credit environment, the problems in the crypto space, that is all, I think, leading to banks being somewhat overlooked and presenting decent value.
All right, Ethan, always great to talk to you. Really appreciate your time. Our big thanks, of course, to Ethan Devitt of Moneta. And meanwhile, we are getting some headlines from Apple's Let Loose event happening right now. Looking through the headlines, Apple announcing a new iPad Air, including its first larger version. It says that the new iPad Air is 50% faster and has an M2 chip. This is the device's first update since 2022. You take a look at Apple shares at the moment, not too much movement, currently higher by about 1% or so, so pretty quiet. But we're going to continue to track this event and bring you more headlines as we have them. But let's take a look at what's moving underneath the markets now. We're going to do that with Bloomberg's Emily Grafeo. And let's start with Peloton. What a day.
What a day for Peloton. That stock is up about 12% right now after we had a report from CNBC that a number of PE firms are considering a buyout of the fitness company as Peloton works to refinance debt and cut costs. Now, the report cited people familiar with the matter, so we don't know yet which PE firms these would be, but we do know that a buyout would potentially take Peloton private after it's been on a wild ride as a public company over the last few years. I think about that Sex and the City episode that caused the stock to plummet a day after it aired. We also saw the market cap
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Remember, the guy died on a Peloton in a show, and the stock dropped. It wasn't even a real-life accident. The homie died in the show, and they were like, yeah, that's a bad look. Yeah, this was a couple years ago. You're like, nah, that's dangerous. That's not safe. We don't like that. Yeah, Palantir came down. Apple's even going lower, but I don't know, man. I don't think this new iPad, it's faster. Like in the show, no. Like in the show, they killed off the character in the show, and it was with the Peloton. And then the next day, people are like, yeah, that's not good. We don't like that. So the fact that a fictional character had a fictional death on a fictional Peloton had a real life stock drop the next day. Yeah. This was a couple years ago. Yeah, so this one, you already missed this one. Damn, CCJ, 52-week high. Everybody in the iPad Air starting at $799 and goes on sale next week. 11 inches at $599. Apple says new iPro is thinner, faster, and has new screen. Damn, it's groundbreaking. All new things. Yeah, Peloton. I mean, Peloton, it's crazy, though, because, like, even when I saw Peloton's last earnings, I still get shocked. Bro, they make, like, $1 billion a quarter. That blows my mind. Like, somehow this stationary bike company is bringing in $1 billion. That's $300 million a month. So, you know, I don't know. It's weird. I know, man. It's weird. Is it all financed? Well, yeah, I think they do have debt and stuff, but even then, to bring in that, like, they're selling. It's not what it was. I mean, at one point, bro, the Peloton was, we take it over one pedal at a time. You wouldn't buy the shares for the buyout. It just depends. So in that case, you got to look at the debt and all that and see, I mean, what type of meat on the bone is there, but it could be there. I think if we get more information, you can make a more informed decision on that. But at this point, it's just a matter of you can speculate on it, but all we know is somebody is just interested. And it makes sense. I mean, it's one of these companies trading at a substantial discount than where it was a couple years ago. Oh, VKTX? Yo, they're popping. That's Ozempic related, and they got clapped off earnings the other day, so they're kind of coming back up. I think they're trading below the earnings price still, no? Oh, no. They've already been running up. But yeah, VKTX just woke up. IWM was leading yesterday, too. It is leading. It's up 0.42 right now. And then NASDAQ just barely went green. Again, bonds are doing very good. If you really think about it, bonds are the ones outpacing today. So that one's a little bit weird. Vanny Sympathy, I mean, Vanny's the one that just benefits off all of them. And the Vanny stuff, we got about, 10 days? 5 to 10 days, I believe. So it's right around the corner there. Beyond, no. That one in the long, we only made one purchase on that in 2021 or something. But unless you like the company, but I think you could get something better. You could go for a higher quality name, I would say. Off market. Hope you're interested. Hope all is, of course, baby. Thank you. And good morning. Good morning. You got long term too, Marco? A lot. IKT. MSGM. What's this? 51% Motorsport Games. And then again, CCJ is killing it, actually. Even then, that's another 3.5 today. That's huge. I think Palantir may have just been holding some of the run-up, but I don't think Palantir had anything bad. But let me double-check for you guys since everyone keeps asking. A sluggish sales forecast disappoints investors. So EPS was in line. Revenue was 3%, driven by growth. Margin killed it. Management guided Q2 revenue and operating income ahead, while full-year revenue and operating income were raised. And fully free cash flow reaffirmed. Honestly, everybody raised their target on it. Goldman raised their target. RBC and D.A. Davidson. I don't think Palantir was bad. Honestly, I think some people might get a little bit negative, but I think it's just blowing off some of the negative stuff. But yeah, I don't think it was. I don't think it's bad. I just think it's kind of more. It was already up a lot. Like, this thing is trading at a crazy price considering, and then that run up, bro. You just went up, what, 10% almost, a little bit more, just leading into that. So then you're like right back here, and then you're holding another 30-40% gain. So we'll see. My girl hold Palantir or Peloton. I think my girlfriend still has Peloton. Bro, she had a lot of Peloton. When I met her, she had a lot of Peloton. But yeah, I don't think she sells it. She just bag holds. So she's there. Which is good and bad though, because she did that with other stuff, and then it worked long term. But yeah, Peloton, she is not. I don't think she's touched it. It might have something to do with the 256 PE. Yeah. Intel fouled it. Be nice again. Palantir right there at the bottom. Intel is kind of waking up here. I don't know if any of the other chip makers are going too. NVIDIA is actually going down. Yeah, kind of in their own little world for now. They're snapping with these chips. What is it? Apple says new iPad Pro uses M4 chip. Peloton PE says -2. And someone said more like 470. What is it? So I just got 3 different PE numbers. Mine says 237. Once you go private on the market, can you go back public? Yeah, if you want to. So you could go private and buy up all your shares, and then if you wanted to IPO again, you could. That's what, Elon said he's going to do that. I think Elon's going to do that with Twitter. Or they're going to try to go private with it, then sell it to someone. But, yeah, I mean, who did it? I think Keurig, Dr. Pepper, or Keurig, Dell did it. Yeah, Dell went private, then came back up. There's one, Krispy Kreme. I think they were public, then they went private, then they went public again. There's one more. Dump. I mean, SPY is getting 2 candles. Justice Department says it has charged Russian national Dmitry Yurovich for alleged role as creator, developer, and administrator of Lockbit ransomware. Whoa. The Department of Justice says they got the guy who created the Lockbit ransomware. Oh, we didn't even hit 5,200 today? And then you still got gaps, man. You have a gap here today. You still have, there's multiple gaps that have not been felt. And again, this last 3 days, this has been the biggest rally of the year, believe it or not, in terms of size. On Section 8 rental properties, I mean, they're good. You just got to know what it is. But I've talked about this with, man, Jordan. You do me dirty, bro. You do me dirty a lot. But maybe we'll put it on the watch list or something. But I don't want to get into the whole discussion. Just be careful. There's a lot of stuff on the internet that has gotten people clapped. WRK. ARM, they're up. I mean, they're holding from yesterday. Intel was the only one that kind of just woke up there. And then Airbnb, no pre-run up. I'll go back to Starbucks. UNH on the high. I mean, Starbucks is holding that 72. Yeah, WRK, we had that on the high there. Westrock up 1-1, still going. And then SPY, that red candle is still picking up. Healthcare is moving up there too. But you are getting towards the low of the day. But it's just like yesterday. You got this little gap. Today's gap is a lot smaller. But once again, bro, this is 5 points. 6 points. The Apple event's still going on, but I think they're just announcing the iPad. It's stock. I guess it kind of moved a little bit. And then market coming down. Yeah, UNH, I don't know. Like big, it was just running up there. That's why I looked at XLV. Yeah, dollar candle pop on UNH. Humana. Where's Big Joe and Donnie? I don't know. We got to get ready. The election's coming up. I got to prepare. And then there's an Apple event. Yeah, I love apples. They're good. I like a Granny Smith apple. And the sugar plum. Good morning. Good. Boeing on the high now. So again, Boeing gap down like 1%. Pretty small comparatively to the news yesterday, but that thing might go green here. I don't know, are industrials? Yeah, XLI's in the green. What time is it? We're just under 1 hour. Let's get a breakdown. So S&P 500, 392 names in the green, 107 in the red. So that's not bad at all. Dow Jones, 24 in the green, 6 in the red. And then NASDAQ 100, 68 to 33. 33 red. Genocide Joe. I can't believe they said that yesterday. She was so mad the lady said it. Snap popping up. Oh, but no. I want to show you guys something. I want to show you this one. This was mind-blowing, dude. This was the scariest thing I've seen. Do you guys want to see the scariest thing I've seen this year? I don't know. I don't know if you guys want to see this, bro. I don't know. Is it your ex-wife? No, that's crazy. But that'd be wild if it was, because it's economic related. But then, like, I'd be like, if this is your ex-wife who I'm about to show, I'd be tripping out. Are you guys ready? This one blew my. This one, I don't even. I don't even want to show you it because, dude, this was terrifying. This was one of the only things that scared me. So, we've heard this guy before. But what would you say if I told you that the chair of your Council of Economic Advisors in the United States has no idea how your money operates? What if I told you that if half of you 90% of you in here, I would say 75%, understand more about money and debt, then how is that possible? Should be your answer. Yes. You saw it, bro. Some of you, I'm giving it away now. Bro, no, this was terrifying. It was terrifying. This is stuff y'all ask this as a question and I'll answer it on the watch list. And like, y'all, we have had lessons on this stuff. Bro, this is insane. So here, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the guy you have seen on Bloomberg, the guy you have seen after non-farm payrolls, the guy you have seen after CPI. This is Jared Bernstein, literally the chair of the Council of Economic Advisors. Okay, let me get this up for you. Here it is.
Can print our own money. The U.S. government can't go bankrupt because we can print our own money.
It's crazy. It's terrifying.
It obviously begs the question, why exactly are we borrowing in a currency that we print ourselves? I'm waiting for someone to stand up and say,
I don't care what
why
she
do we
says,
borrow
bro.
our own currency in the first place?
I don't care. I care what he says.
Like you said, they print
Look at
the
this.
dollar. So why does the government even borrow?
Well, again, some of this stuff gets, some of the language some of the language and concepts are just confusing. I mean, the government definitely prints money, and it definitely lends that money, which is why the government definitely prints money, and then it lends that money by selling bonds. Is that what they do? They sell bonds. Yeah, they sell bonds, right? Because they sell bonds and people buy the bonds and lend them the money. Yeah.
So he has no idea what MMT is.
A lot of times,
he has no idea. And he's the head.
At least to my ear, with MMT, the
chair
language
of an
and the
economic
concepts
board.
can be kind of unnecessarily confusing. But there is no question that the government prints money, and then it uses that money to So, yeah, I guess I can't really talk. I don't get it. I don't know what they're talking about. Like, because it's like the government clearly prints money. It does it all the time, and it clearly borrows. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this debt and deficit conversation. So, I don't think there's anything confusing there.
No, there's another one. I think there's a dude. He has no idea what modern dude. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. I'm telling you, half of y'all could explain that with your eyes. Like, you could in another language. I think I would have a better chance explaining MMT in Spanish, and it would sound better than him trying to explain it right there. And my man is the chair of the Council of Economic Affairs. That was the scariest thing I saw this year. Nah, bro. Retail, bro. Half of the WSB know more than that man. 90% of the WSB knows more than that man. That is scary. That's terrifying. That's terrifying. Ask any person on Reddit what MMT is. You will get 1,000 smart-ass answers. He said, well, we definitely print money and we borrow money. And, like, it's confusing. And, like, they make... No, I have to show you the other one where he's like, no, he's like, it's just confusing. It's not like... It's awful, dude. I need to find the other clip.
Because we can print our own money.
There's another one. So some people have already edited. That other one was like the straight one from the documentary. Well, there's some edited ones, but it's disgusting. The IWM right now, I think, is just benefiting off of a little bit of that short squeeze from the last couple of days. I mean, and rates have eased dramatically. And I do believe the thing here in the last couple of days, bro, we went from knocking on the door of 4.75 to we're at like 4.45 right now. Oh, man. Well, I borrow money when we could devaluate your currency and also keep the poor poor. I mean, again, was it Henry Ford who said, if you knew the monetary system, he's like, wow. This is why the Fed should stay privately controlled. Can you imagine the damage that can be caused by these imbeciles? I mean, sadly, I don't think... Sadly, right now, the separation of the Fed and the government, I don't think it prevents Jared Bernstein from causing damage. Unfortunately. That's the whole point, is that, you know, they could print the money, as he will tell you, but at the end of the day, they are the ones who are determining how to spend it. And amongst other things, I mean, that guy, I have showed you that guy on the mornings of non-farm payrolls and CPI. Like, these are the people telling you inflation is this and that, the economy. And then, again, they're part of spending decisions. So the Fed just there to support, man. Price stability. Mandate. Full of maximum employment. It's messed up. I don't know, man. That one blew my mind. I can never look at him the same. That's all. Anytime the next CPI and I see that mother effer, man, I'm be like, tell me what a loan is. Explain, what does APR stand for? What is interest rate? He's like, well, interest rate is how much you care about something, how much the rate in which you're interested in it, is what I think. Right? It's confusing unnecessarily. But that's insanity. Have him explain EBITDA. He'd be like, well, the Ibadah people are good people. They're great people. The people of Ibadah, I respect their culture tremendously. The Ibadanese, they're great people, and I don't. And what they do is, we have to support them. And we should support their freedom and sovereignty of Ibadah. Ibadah is their own people. That's why you don't believe anything on X. Well, like I said, there is that same clip. People have edited it to make it look even worse. But I'm like, dude, you should just play the original. You don't even need to but there is some. They have some notes under it too. But that was just the interview, though. Unfortunately, I do think, sadly, it does kind of. I think that's what he believes. I don't even know what he believes. Oh, car indexes? Wait, doesn't that come out today? I thought it came out later. I was born in Ibadonia. The Ibadanese. The great people. The great people of Ibadah. Thoughts on the Kendrick Drake? I don't want to bother too many people. But I did hear somebody say this the other day, and I liked it. They were like, listen, if anybody gets mad that you are talking about, the rap beef, and they're like, why do you care? They're not real hip-hop fans. That's it. Someone said that, and it made a lot of sense to me. The ones who really care and the ones who don't, this event this is the fork in the road that separates the people who truly are they love hip hop and are just casual. So that's why I don't want it to be a wedge issue. We got an election coming up, so, but there's some people care about it more than others. That's it, man. Because we haven't had this is the best modern rap beef. This ain't last time was Jay-Z, Ice Cube, there's Nas, but you didn't have the internet. It's literally rap history. It is. They don't exactly. I'm just a historian, man. $51.88. All right, man. Bonds you guys know bonds are outpacing heavy today, and then oil's coming down. That's crazy. I really thought I was going to regret selling out of my oil for that loss, but, dude, they straight up made a move on Rafa and did all of that stuff last night, and then oil was still trading down almost 1%. The Aapl event's done? Why does that seem fast? Wow. All right. TLT91 is going in the money. How mad are you? You bought 0-day TLTs? Said they sucks at their weekly. Could have been worse, but the idea worked. But I had another play that made me some money on it. Made me my money back, so I don't know. But content. I did. Y'all didn't. I told the LT. Y'all were telling him, did he read you the text message I sent? I don't know. I was in court. I couldn't listen. But y'all on Friday were telling him to buy a daily put, and I was listening, and I texted him. I'm like, bro, I don't listen to these guys. I'm like, buy a TLT call. I say even Jerome Powell don't even like TLT puts. Yeah, bro. I was telling him. I was like, man, what's yours is yours, baby. Yeah, people did want those 410s. Mm-hmm. Wait, it was 410? We're at 517. Disney short, new low. Yeah, low key. Down 9. Let me check. I don't know if those are waking up on the puts. Short on shares, I think, would have been good. Yeah, Disney's up 130. You could have grabbed the Disney's at 40 in the morning. They went to 90. Still not that juiced. So, because like right here is like the cusp. If it starts going a little lower than there, that's where I was expecting it, but like to actually move. TLT still has a long way to go. Get back to level 1 and then here, but just look at the 10-year. We are back below 4 or 5. The Apple event's already over. So it came and went 3 iPads, iPad Air, new screen sizes, 11, 13, and 15, and then M3 chip, and then M4 in the Pro. And then it's like $500 to $900. That's about it. Yeah, it was just iPads. That's why it was such a quick event. To be fair and honest, I did say SPY puts. Did not tell him a time frame, I confess. Oh, it's cool. I wasn't giving y'all shit for telling him what to do there. It was just more, I was like, get a T. I'd rather go with a TLT. I'd rather, like on Friday, I was not thinking buy a put. I was thinking buy a damn bond. Like, what? Y'all tripping. So, it was that. Nah, y'all were good with him. There was only a couple of y'all who were just being hella weird with LT. One guy was just like harassing him. It was the one guy, and he was just getting really angry. And I was like, he does that with me. I think it was with Predu. So I told him to clap him. And then Ian is great for stocks. But then he was just like, it just came every message. He's like, spend his money. Spend his, it was a weird attitude with him. I was like, I don't think he knows you the same way, bro. It just, yeah. But other than that, it was chill. Uber sympathy played a lift. Yeah. And Uber's running off of the cart deal. And there's one more thing. Hardcore. It was good, man. It was good. You know? Just had to pay $50 instead of like $1,900 or $1,700. So that was good. Did you bring donuts? No. You guys said I wasn't allowed to. I don't think LT ended up making a play. We should be able to watch Kashkari. He comes on in like 45 minutes. You know, and he did have comments in the morning too. Is Disney, remember 107 is a pretty big level. Yeah. Honestly, 100 is in play now. I didn't even think about that after breaking the 107. On Costco? No, I don't think so. Costco. Remember, Costco does give earning, like they give their sales update before their earnings. So if anything, I wouldn't even look for an earnings date on Costco. And then those Disney puts just went up another 100%. Damn, those just skyrocketed. Some of them did. ADUS. Apple's still lower after the event. Bro, bonds are up almost 1%. That stands out huge today. Just look at everything else. It was an old, it was a traffic fix-it ticket. And then I forgot to go. And then I didn't get the lawyer on it. And then I ran out of time. So I just said, I'll go do it. But it was good. to see the bonds. But I really hope you guys keep this in mind. I've been putting it up on the watch list, and then we've talked about it just forever. But it has been deceptive. And this is where I'm saying here, man, like even with the Russell, we were right at 4.7. And now, like, I don't know if you realize, you're back to below 4.5. So even then, when we did finally break below 4.5, do you guys realize that's what started your rally? So if we keep getting bond catalysts, that'll be very good. But I also think whenever this stops, then we might have a little shift gears. And then for the most part, why I'm saying this, because today now bonds are the standout. The bonds are literally making this move all across the curve, whereas you're kind of in this earnings mode, not going the craziest. Then the yield curve inverted a little more today. I don't know. Where'd it go? Still, I guess. Yeah, so beginning of the year, bro, it's the same. Even then, the yields were around this. It makes a lot of sense, actually. And then just see if the yield curve inverts back to 50. But still chilling. Disney down 10. The contracts are starting to wake up. So you had the chance to get them lower, but now this is the point where this is 2 standard deviations where it's starting to wake up. You actually need 2% more, but this is where they're actually starting to go up a little. Actually, yeah, 3-year actually, because sometimes you should be at 1 o'clock, but the lower duration sometimes come in earlier. Let me double check. Okay, yeah, 1 o'clock for the 3-year. Disney earnings were kind of bad. I mean, like I said, I read it in the morning. Some people said it was favorable. Like, they had good metrics. Is it, like, bad? Like, if you remember when Disney was falling, there was real things that was making it bad, you know? It's not that bad, but it wasn't part of the story. Like, they just pretty much said no growth in quarter 3, which is weird. And then they said they're going to get back to growth in quarter 4. So that was and then, I mean, and they were talking growth in parks too. And parks was the thing that was getting everything back up there again. So I think just after that run up, like we've had, you know, it's been like 4 quarters in a row of good news, but that one, it was still good news, but it was also a little bit watered down. And then again, there was a big disappointment in the parks. And remember, that was the thing. So yeah, the streaming could have been worse, and that was the problem we had. But then again, they need to get that into growth. But then if those parks slow down, remember, when we were buying Disney, the parks saved our ass. When they were losing on everything else, it was the other thing. That's why you timed me out. Yeah, I said it on Friday, bro. I told you. I said it out loud. So if you don't recall, I gave you a warning on it, and when I saw you on Monday, because you didn't get timed out, but nah, I didn't appreciate how you were talking. So I'll let you know, but I expect a lot from you on that sense. I don't know. It came out very awful. So I'm sorry you got your time out, but at the same time, I'm not the one. You know, you're an adult. You control how you speak to others. But like I was saying, the Disney, when we were buying it without the parks, dude, it was looking precarious. So that's why people are worried about it. But then again, yeah, just experiences and parks were the only disappointing. Rivian pop. Remember, there was Aapl partnership news. Rivian was up a lot more, actually. And then this is pretty much back to the price of the, what day was that? What if you want to be put on timeout? You got 24 hours to see how it's like? I got you. Yeah, but Rivian, this was the price when they did the R3 release. I don't know. The Rivian, let me get you that headline. Where is it? Apple Car may still be a thing. Reports suggest this Apple is discussing partnership with Rivian. So I guess it's not confirmed. So it is actually all rumor. Nothing has been confirmed. All Rivian and Apple is just pure rumor. We'll do a Rivian. Their earnings are today, right? Today or tomorrow, but we will go over the preview later. Newsy halted up 93. News, N-U-Z-E. I don't have any Rivian shares, no. I think Rivian, I only like their work trucks. I'm very surprised that they lose as much money that they do. I think fundamentally it's insane. But I like that they're already getting to a cheap EV. And the one thing I do see Rivian accomplishing on a consumer level is that they have some of that cult-like following with their people who are buying them, kind of like Tesla did in the beginning. But like straight up, people really like their Rivians. If you buy them, like pretty much like it's simple, and I mean this respectfully, but like if you buy a Rivian, you're a radical. And I'm not saying like for politics, but you are definitely like, you have to be radical. Like, I love this company, and that's it, because that's what they polled them too. And it's like people who are buying them, they love them, and that's like it's only going to be the only car they're going to buy in the future. So it is very like it's but that's very powerful in terms of like consumer. That's what I'm saying. I'm noticing they are doing it very well. Yeah, like Jeep people, exactly. It's a cult following. It's just like Tesla, but it's starting out. So that in the cheaper one, I like it, but I still think fundamentally and other things, it's kind of, I don't know. If I were to buy the Rivian, which one would I buy? I would get the SUV. I don't, like, why would I get a truck, bro? I don't even, shit, like, I don't even, I want a truck, though. I want an F-350. Kashkari, I mean, I think he's at 1130. And then Bond's still holding up. Spy now to the high. High ticker's pretty active. TTD, Yelp, GE, a couple of others there. I did not buy Reddit, no. Rivian loses a lot of money. No, they really do. That's what I'm saying fundamentally, but that's how Tesla was. I don't know. I'm starting to have flashbacks. I'm like, I don't know. It's like the company fundamentally is awful, but then like you're just slowly watching consumers get into it, and it's slowly finding its way. But I do like the work truck. That's the only. But then y'all told me, the guys here who work with like Amazon and FedEx and stuff, you guys said the work truck is uncomfortable, but I like how it looks. I think it's a good idea. Yeah, but how many trucks did they sell? Isn't it like 12,000? Because, like, just compare it to Lucid, though. At the end of the day, they, like, actually did something. I think Tesla skyrocketed because Elon himself, people wanted to invest in Elon a little bit, but that was also people wanted the company down because of him too, even before the politics stuff. But I truly believe part of Tesla and what made Tesla go crazy, it was a really good car. Like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, the people who are buying Rivians, I think they're liking them. And if you make a good car, like, it goes a long way. We cannot underestimate a quality product. And that's what I think happened to Tesla. Like, it was the story, the investor was part of it, but like that car was it was a cool car. I'm telling you, the first time I drove a Tesla, I was like, damn, like, this is dope. And like, and the fact it was EV, you had the environmental people and you got all that, but like, it was a good car. And I think that is what drove it along, no pun intended. That gave it a lot of runway there just by having a good product. Market, I mean, we were really going off nothing. There's a couple of war headlines. We barely moved. If anything, NASDAQ was red earlier, and then the bond just started going up, but there wasn't much. Like if Starbucks actually make a coffee. Yeah, I don't. Some drinks at Starbucks are good, you know. It's just, I don't know. Starbucks falling. Yeah, SPY's really ripping there, though. And then China plays a little bit, might come back. They were down 51.96, baby. Oh, my gosh. We're about to hit a solid level. Bro, last time you were at, this is huge, actually. I didn't realize it. Hold up. Did this just click for y'all? Bro, if you hit 5,200, you're 1 or 2 days away from an all-time high again. I never realized that. Because, again, that little gulag had you feeling that you gave up half the gain. But, yeah, dude, last time you were above 5,200, that's it. We're going to go a couple of levels, but 5,260, man. 52, that's crazy. So you're right there. Starbucks is fire. I have my drinks. I like my certain drinks there. Any recommendations for the long term? So I don't know. I have crazy ideas. I like my Pfizers and my dividends, but I've been grabbing a lot of dividends, and I still have a goal for that. I don't know, man. I don't know. I have ideas. I mean, even then, I'm kind of thinking about it. What if I bought all these dividends and I'm going to buy more dividends the rest of the year? All my other growth plays are up. Maybe I grab 100 shares of Rivian. And then that way I missed out on Tesla. But you know what happens in 10 years? Or maybe I grab my Starbucks. Maybe Nike. I did gold. The war headlines didn't move it, though. But I feel you. It did slip my mind. Why is that dropping right now? Gold is flushing out of nowhere. Back to 23.21. The spicy refreshers? No, I have not. Yeah, 31 minutes for Neil. Mr. Piazza, baby. 4 years to 4 more. Is that it's like Mike Piazza, right? Y'all know Mike Piazza? That was one of my favorite players, bro. Legend. And you know what? We got another one here too, baby. What's up, baby? Happy Tuesday. Yeah, Mike Piazza. I loved him. I was a good guy. Good guy. Back when I had favorite baseball players. He played catcher, right? Yeah, like he was like the best catcher ever, I think. Like, I looked up to a catcher at one point. Like, bro, he would pick you off, too. No, like, Mike, and then batting, bro, like, Mike Piazza was ill. And then he had an ill-ass name, Mike Piazza. Like, nah, yeah, bro, he was great. I would use him all the time. I'd get him in my career, too, you know? I know Molina. Molina was a good catcher, too. I don't know, though. Mike Piazza, he got it like that. I've never been to Dutch Bros in my life. And I told you guys, the one time I drove by it, I wasn't even, like, drinking coffee. So I was like, oh, too late. I have no idea why we're pumping. I think it's just pretty much a follow-up from things not getting worse. You do have now, and then Japan opened up. They were able to rally, and a couple of the other places. But I just think no bad earnings, and the easy answer is rates are dropping. Rates are falling through right now. You know, so the difference, you know, it is like 100, 200-point difference on the SPY, but, like, rates have almost pulled back a full quarter by now. If rates go down anymore, this will be rates down 0.5% in 2 weeks. Well, it's catalyst vacuum. No news is low-key kind of good news. Kashkari is at Milken. So he already talked today, but I don't know. He's going to be with Gianna Smilik, Federal Reserve, New York Times. She's going to be interviewing him. Artez taking L's but showing love. Man, God bless you, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Show love. Well, God bless you, bro. You got long term? I know you got the long term. What's better than Starbucks and Bros Forge? Is that the mushrooms? Actually, do you guys... Can I talk to you guys about something? I don't know. Maybe I should tell you guys at PHILO or something. If you guys want to hear something. I don't know if you guys are mature enough for it. Oh, you meant Folgers? Oh, this is awkward then. But Chad... you know, I have to tell my brother. So, I don't know if you've noticed a change in my behavior, but I actually did some mushrooms. Yeah, I think like a week ago, I started doing shrooms. Yeah. But I feel like the world nowadays doesn't, you know, that's why there's so many options, right? I did not do hallucinogenic shrooms. No. I've been taking a mushroom vitamin supplement. Yeah, lion's mane. It's cool. I like it. You know, I love my vitamins. Yeah. But I've incorporated a mushroom into my daily vitamin. And it's good. I'm like, you know what? I do see some of the benefits people talk about. I don't think you need to have a full-on trip, but, you know, yeah, I have some mushrooms that I've been incorporating. Yeah, I read a lot about it. People were saying about it. You guys all tell me mushrooms and this and that, so I did look into it, but I did find a good one, and it was nice. The lion's mane. There's a ton of them you could get. There's so many. There's another one. There's like the other cordyceps. I've had those before. But yeah, there's some good ones. Heard that was beneficial. Yeah. Cordyceps from Resident Evil. Where do you get it? Amazon? I buy all my vitamins on Amazon. Or Costco. I think Costco has some too. There's just like a pill, and I don't think it's lion's mane, though. It's like a different mushroom one. It could give you anhedonia. What is that, like chatadonia? What is that? Please hold while I Google. A lack of interest or enjoyment from pleasure of life's experiences. What? It's common of many mental health conditions. When you're what? I've never heard of this. Anhedonia is the lack of interest and enjoyment or pleasure from life's experiences. I think I already had this, but then at the same time, like, the Lord has set me free. You know what I'm saying? The Spirit is crazy. Well, yeah, I think that's the jadedness I have already. And then, dude, SPY's still holding up. Watch if the bonds give back up. Because now, depending on how we move, I don't know. If it'll be weird if the bonds end up going down and we still hold up. Then it'll be harder to explain. But there's not really any driver here. U.S. Energy Department seeks 3 million barrels for strategic oil reserve. How many earnings does Redfin have? It should have one. But wait, didn't they report the other day, or was that Zillow? Need oil to come up another $1. Dude, that oil's a trip. It was up in the morning again, and then it did the exact same thing yesterday too. Yeah, Redfin tomorrow. I think we already had Zillow. Is that it? MSGM, and then Netflix still on the high. Yeah, May 7th after the close. So yeah, I guess they didn't report. You're still getting wrecked on the... Wait, you short... Huh? Did you... I thought you went long on it. If you short, you up, Habibi. It go down. Kashkari speaking in a little bit. I'll have it here. Don't worry. Oh. Where is it? No, 22 minutes. Honestly, I have the... Let me mute the audio because it might scare you. But yeah, I have it ready to go. But he's just not live yet. I'm in CL long and then MCL shorts to mitigate. Well, how many MCL shorts? Again, remember, one is just 1/10 of it, but I feel. I like that. I think it is going to bounce, man. I just didn't like those headlines. Yesterday, I would have held if there was only one headline. The thing I didn't like was that we had 4 headlines in a row, and then we just started responding to the last one. That was like contradictory, and then even then, I think it's in its own world, but that's the only thing. But I like it. It has been the biggest drop in months. What effects have you noticed? I want to hear now. I mean, I think a little less brain fog. That's about it. You know? Like, people say, I don't think it's made my sleep better. Low key, I've been waking up like a little bit more tired. I don't know how to just the last week. Like, I feel more rested when I wake up, but it's like the first 5 minutes of waking up is a little harder. But other than that, I don't know. I feel like concentration, like brain fog. I'm just easy. Like, I don't know. I could recall things a lot quicker. And I was already pretty good at it, but it was good. It's like, yeah, the Honda runs rougher, but then once it gets going, it's a smoother ride. I don't know how to describe it. It's really weird. But then I have slept a little later. Like, I think I went to bed yesterday, even at like 10:30. Data dog on the high, data kalb. And then bonds still holding. Then there's this SPY. Again, a couple of tech names running. NASDAQ at 0.2 now, and then Russell 0.7. That's the leader. And then, again, bonds are just under 1% on the long end. You have uninterrupted. I sleep usually straight through. Sometimes I have to go pee, but yeah, but that's the only things I've noticed. Lin on the high. Lind. Datadog moves a lot. It's crazy he's down 8, but I think all of the options cucked. I think even Disney, you might have got lucky on an earnings play, but other than that, there wasn't that many of them. Once again, added to Disney. Oh, no, I'd wait. We're still up like 15% on Disney. I mean, it's down 10. No, I think 20%. We were up 30 ahead of the earnings. So we got a really good gain on Disney still, but I'm not ready to add to it. But like I said, I don't know, man. I kind of like a little bit of growth in Starbucks, or just keep holding. I don't know. I'm getting weird ideas. I still want to sell covered calls. I still want to buy NVO with the covered call, but I don't know. I'm telling you, Rivian, but I don't really like Rivian, but it's cheap. And then Starbucks is right at the top end of the range. So I don't know. I have a lot of options, and then I don't have a lot of cash, and that's where, even in a weird way, maybe I got to sit a little and let some things kind of take shape. I would buy Pfizer if it just didn't rocket up. That would have been easy for me. But literally, Pfizer is now, it's up like 6% since my last purchase. And when I made that purchase, I went down on it. I was down on it for most of the month. And then, yeah, so that's why I'm kind of like, that sucks. So I could wait for that. Waiting for that easy pitch. Yeah, I mean, and it was getting, like, again, just if it meets the goals, it's trading lower. It's still like, that's why Pfizer, I was saying, it's just easy. Again, even there, were you waiting for Pfizer? I've been buying Pfizer. Like, if you guys have been following, I bought MO the month before because, like, and like I'm saying, I'm making it easy. MO plummets. You see that wick? I bought it. I'm buying it if it's going lower and it has, that value. And then last quarter or last month, Pfizer was like down here. I think it was at like 26.40. I grabbed it, and then it went lower. I went up, and then I went down again. And then now I'm up like 6% from there. So I would have bought it, but I'm like, I don't want to buy it at one of the higher points here. So just waiting to get something at a good discount, add to it. But then again, there's names that have felt like what's it called? Starbucks, Nike, and even UPS, but Starbucks, Nike recently, those have caught my attention. I don't want to add a new name. I'd prefer building on something that I already own. So, and then I only have $3,000 in cash or $300 on the small account. It's there. I could average on Walgreens, but I think I'd rather either hold cash or add to something else. Walgreens cut dividend. They're not doing as well. We did make an average, and then they cut dividends. So is it good? No. I don't like how it looks, but I don't think I'd buy into it. I think I could put my money to some better work, or at the very least sit there, get the yield, and not have to, if Walgreens goes lower, at least we don't have to risk anymore. Kev Dog, baby. Shout out my fellow Submariners. Seattle? Let's go, baby. Amen. Or not. Let's go. Amen. What has helped me read 10Ks or interpret them? Well, interpretation is, I don't know. Sometimes that's just that holds in the eyes of yourself and you drawing connections and understanding things. But I will say Investopedia plus an imagination will help you tremendously in the 10Q. And like what I really mean is like read it. Actually read the 10Q. They are very entertaining. And that's what I'm saying. Like when I read a 10Q, I read it because like it's a story. It's a gigantic story. And you'll be able to go through. Yeah, Command F will help you out a lot too. And then that's what I'm saying. If there's stuff you don't understand, Investopedia, give it a good read, make it a company you really like. I mean, you may not have the best interpretation your first time, but, you know, once you could start to understand and comprehend, that'll naturally lead itself into interpretation. Thoughts on ALCC? Who's going to vote? They're betting. I have no idea what ALCC is. I'm sorry. Netanyahu says seizing crossing in Rafah a very significant step towards destruction of remaining military capabilities of Hamas. Is this Sam Altman SPAC? Oh, no way. Homie. He's trying to... Dude, he's full Sam Bankman. He's raising money on every corner. No comments from Cash just yet. I will have it up here, though. 13 minutes, my brother. SPAC Altman. PayPal. I don't know, man. These Rivian and Starbucks. It's interesting. No weeklies, only Mays are down. That's for the ALCC? But I don't know. I'd be careful with that. I don't know anything about it. And then it's a SPAC, so, I mean, best of luck. I think Beyond had bad earnings. I work on Amazon's fleet, third party, and all I hear about Rivian is their terrible customer service and constant breakdowns. I said it the other day, like, low-key, people were, like, the people driving the work trucks. I was like, I like them, but, like, people have, I've gotten bad reviews on them. But, like I'm saying, I think I like the cheap car and then just the cult-like following, if that could keep growing. Reddit, we'll probably go over I have their earnings preview, but other than that, it's gonna be a wild earnings, their first earnings ever, and then not to mention they just IPO'd and everybody debating if it could hold up this value or not. Not sure the private sector. Yeah, well that's the thing, because the work trucks were the real thing in the beginning. That's what got them the Amazon money and all of that, but. Surprisingly, I have heard what you've said recently, but then the flip scale is that everyone all of a sudden, like they're doing like polls, and then I'm sure you're seeing a lot more Rivians, but like I think if you buy a Rivian, you're like 90% not gonna buy another car brand. Like pretty much, if you fall into the Rivian trap, it's just like the people who bought Teslas. So it's kind of cool, but. I'm not too crazy on it. But then I'm looking at I'm like, dude, $1,000, 100 shares, call it a day, treat it like Redfin. Neil, he comes on in 10 minutes. But then I do like Starbucks. But then I do like waiting. Let me just wait till a Pfizer or something comes down. Tesla to shut down German plant for 4 days. Because you're so upside down on the equity, you'd never qualify for another. I mean, maybe. Dude, I think they like their cars. Like, it's a cult. It really is. Rivian is a cult, and I see it a little bit more. But then again, they lose a lot of money. Again, haven't they lost like what, $4 to $9 billion this year? Just lost, just straight lost. Kashkari should be on in a couple minutes, 9 minutes, so 8:30. Yeah, it's same time we've said from the morning. No, the Rivian is all a rumor. So that's just a rumor today. Nothing's been confirmed, and then they do have earnings. Again, Intel's up. Lucid. No, well, Lucid is just... Well, that's the thing. Not only does Lucid not sell cars or, like, not make money, but they're not selling that volume. That's the only thing Rivian has. Like, it's a pretty big deal to sell 12,000 cars. You know what I'm saying? If you're selling, like, 12,000 vehicles, 20,000 vehicles, that's a lot. Like, what is the number on Lucid? How many? I feel like they delivered less than 1,000 cars. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is it Rivian? Yeah, 1,700. Yeah, that's nothing. And then Rivian's is like 20. Is it 12,000 or 20,000? But that's a big difference. So it's one thing if you're losing money on the vehicle, but then it's another of how much volume are you getting out there. Because then if you're just losing a lot of money on each car, and then you're not even selling that many, like you're not getting that car in the ecosystem and embedded. Is there? I don't think there will be. Tesla to shut down that German plant. I'm getting a headline on that as well. This is going to be at the Milken conference. I don't know if there will be a headline, but we will have it. $12,000 gaming PCs with light-up keyboards. Oh, man. I told you the first time, like one of my car guys back in the day, when I told him I wanted to get a Tesla, he was like, why would you want an iPad on wheels? Yeah, I guess all EVs, they're pretty much just computers on wheels. The Meta's run. I have Netflix here. Netflix on 135, back above 600. Someone was just asking about that. The BYD video of China wheel axles fall off while turning 180 degrees. No, I've only seen good things out of BYD, but then don't they like blow up? So there's something like that in the UK. Oh, all right, Kashkari, they're starting some things up. So watch your speakers, you guys. I have the audio unmuted, so Homeboy is going to come out whenever he's ready. Good morning, baby. How you living? Happy Tuesday. Chill day in the market. I mean, we got a little bit more of a rally. Bonds at least picked up. Still going to be a lot of earnings today, but overall, good Tuesday. We still got a bond auction, and now we're getting our first Fed speaker of the day in a couple minutes. I don't know. That's the music. All right, let's get ready. We're getting ready. Wait. Okay, Rivian has $4.4 billion in debt. I don't know. I've never used the Rivian, though. That's the only thing. I've used the Redfin. I've never used the Rivian in my life. Yeah, they got good cash. It's not that bad. This Fed talk isn't that, I don't know. I feel like we just have no events and we want to like kind of hype it up, but this event isn't supposed to be that crazy, if that makes any sense. So like he can't say something, but like I've told you guys from just a couple of minutes ago, as long as the yields are low, it doesn't really matter what the Fed says. And the yields aren't low, but they've been coming down. But if this, if the yields keep climbing below 4.5 and just keep dropping, even if he's a little bit more hawkish, I don't think it's gonna shake people off of a broader point that they've been holding on to. Remember, like I'm saying here, we're right below 5,200. That you hit that, you're 60 points away from all-time highs, and now in 3 days, you have made the biggest rally of the year. This 3-day move has been the biggest 3-day move we've had. So it's actually kind of wild, and part of that is with the bonds. So even if he's hawkish, unless he is extremely hawkish to the point of telling you he's going to tell Powell to raise rates, I doubt it should have too much juice. If anything, you're more likely to get a bullish catalyst off of Kashkari. So, in the sense that all I'm trying to say here is that it's not that intense. It's just the only thing we have. We're just starving. That's all. We have no catalyst. We have no events. All we have is earnings, and you have to wait till the bell. You're just hungry. But there is literally nothing to eat right now. And that's why you're like, yeah, Kashkari. Is that Kashkari's coming up? Is he ready to go? Like, it's not what you think it is, sir. It's not going to be as fun as you think it will be. That homie has been playing those same keys that whole time. All right. Should be beginning. It sounds so inspiring. PHILO, it's early, man. Early for 8:30, man. Is Euro close? That's crazy too. So right now, Euro close, and we're about to get our boy Kashkari.
Welcome to the session on U.S. Economic Overview. For Part 1, please welcome to the stage President and CEO of the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis, Neel Kashkari, moderated by Federal Reserve and economics reporter for the New York Times, Gina Smilik.
This is a good one. So much music.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
So you have an essay out this morning on the possibility that the neutral rate, so the dividing line between monetary policy that stokes the economy and monetary policy that slows it down, might have risen. And I wonder if you could kind of briefly summarize for us your takeaways, what your conclusions are here, and then we can go from there.
Sure. Well, we're facing a puzzling economic environment where the good news is we had rapid disinflation in the second half of last year, much faster than we had expected. So that's really good news, to around a 3% inflation level. And we had much stronger economic growth than we had anticipated. Those two things are a little bit puzzling. You would think if monetary policy is bringing inflation down, it would also be restraining economic growth, but we didn't see that. Now, in the first quarter of this year, conditions have changed a little bit. Inflation seems to have gone sideways while economic growth has remained resilient. So it's led me to question, is monetary policy having as much downward pressure on demand as I would have otherwise expected? And one place I look at is I look at the housing market. The housing market has seen some evidence of slowdown. Mortgage rates have gone up a lot, but overall the housing market has also remained remarkably resilient, far more resilient than I would have guessed, having pushed mortgage rates, 30-year mortgage rates, up to around 7.5%. So when I look at this constellation of data, it makes me wonder, are there some dynamics of the reopening U.S. economy that has led the neutral interest rate to go up, at least in the short run, so that instead of putting 2 feet down on the brakes, perhaps monetary policy is only putting 1 foot down on the brakes, or maybe it's not putting very much downward pressure at all. And so I was raising questions and laying out some of the evidence that I'm looking at.
Obviously, as a policymaker, you have to come up with answers. I wonder what you think this means for the trajectory for interest rates. Is it possible we're going to have another rate hike? What do you think is warranted at this stage?
Yeah, I think right now, I would say a few different scenarios that I'll lay out. I think the most likely scenario is where we are right now, which is just we stay put for an extended period of time until we get clarity on, is disinflation in fact continuing, or has it in fact stalled out? I don't think we know the answer to that, so I would say the most likely scenario is we sit here for an extended period of time. If disinflation starts to come again and inflation starts to tick back down, or we saw some weakening, marked weakening in the labor market, then that might lead us to cut back on interest rates. Or if we got convinced eventually that inflation is embedded or entrenched now at 3% and that we need to go higher, we would do that if we needed to. I think that's not my most likely scenario, but I also can't rule it out.
Okay, interesting.
You put both on the table,
and I guess
little of this, little of that.
What kind of signals are you looking for as you try and figure out if that third scenario is actually the case? What would make you concerned that inflation was embedded?
Well, one is, of course, just looking at the actual inflation data. I think one thing that's I think the committee is doing really well right now is we're all, I think, appropriately data dependent. We have different outlooks for where the economy may be going, but we're all very focused on what the actual inflation data is telling us. So first and foremost, what's happening to inflation? We have a dual mandate, of course, what's happening to the labor market. The jobs report on Friday was a little bit softer than expected, but not a soft not a soft job report. So continue to look at the labor side of the economy. One of the things I'm looking at is the housing market. I'm looking at new leases. Like, we know there's a mathematical relationship between new lease rates and then over the course of the next year or two, those roll over into actual inflation data, housing inflation data. Curiously, the new lease rates seem to have ticked up in the last month or two. That's a little bit concerning to me. I wonder why that is. If we're putting so much downward pressure on real estate, why are new lease rates ticking up right now? That's also a place that I'm focused on.
Okay, interesting. And then on the flip side, what kind of evidence do you need to see to make you feel confident that inflation's actually under control and you can go ahead and cut rates? Like, what is the bar there?
I think on the inflation side, we saw rapid disinflation in the second half of last year. Then, as I said, it went up in January and it kind of moved sideways in February and March. If we started to see some more inflation prints headed in the right direction, back down to our 3% target, we've had 3 bad inflation readings in a row. We shouldn't get faked out by one good inflation reading. I think for me, I would need to see multiple positive inflation readings suggesting that the disinflationary process is on track.
Multiple meaning 3, or?
So
it'll be the constellation
even
of
if
data.
CPI bounces, you ain't out of the woods.
More than one,
AKA
2,
they have
3
enough
inflation
time
prints,
to...
looking at the labor market, looking at housing as well.
Yeah, I got to try. I wonder, obviously as of the last summary of economic projections,
he might have a higher
released,
target. Yeah, some
the
of them do.
committee median was still expecting to make 3 interest rate cuts this year. Most Wall Street economists have sort of downplayed that at this stage. It seems unlikely that you'll have time. I wonder what your forecast is at this
Remember,
stage.
go look at the dot plot,
How many would you expect?
And you'll see their
point?
longer
I'll say
run
in
targets.
March, I
they all have their
jotted
own
down
median.
2 cuts for this year back in March. I'm not sure where I'm going to end up in June. There's still some more data to come in between now and then. It's possible I would stay at 2. It's possible I'd go to 1 or even 0. We need to look at the constellation of data. I know this is not a satisfactory answer, but it's the honest answer that it's very hard for me. I know it wouldn't be more than the 2 I jotted down in March.
No more than 2 cuts.
It'd either be that or less.
We've obviously got a presidential election in November.
You already know that, though. That is hawkish,
in
but
September,
we know
or
he
just
is
on
the
the
hawk.
cusp of that election. It seems likely that you will be in the headlines right around the time of the vote. Is that something that would in any way sort of factor into your decision making? Like, is that a consideration as you think about what comes next with rates?
If we allow that to affect our decision making, then in a sense we're allowing politics to drive what we're doing. And we're all absolutely committed to not let that happen. And one of the things that, you all pay close attention, most of you, to what the Fed is saying. We are being incredibly transparent about the data that we're looking at. So when you see the data, you ought to be able to figure out, hey, this either means they're going to be a little more dovish or a little bit more hawkish. So I think the data is going to guide us, and I think the data is also going to give everybody comfort that, hey, we see why they're making the decisions that they're making.
Are low-key
It's not, I can tell you, it's
call.
not going to be based on politics or the election.
Yeah, interesting. I'm a reporter at the New York Times. I get a lot of reader email. And it's always interesting to see the trends that sort of evolve in my reader emails. And recently, a question I'm getting a lot from our readers is why, if inflation has come down below 3%, is the Fed so bent on getting it all the way to 2? Why do you need to hit that extra mile? Why not just say, this is fine, we've basically won. It was 9%, now it's 3%. This is a big improvement. And I always wonder how you would answer that question.
Sure. I mean, it is back to, and I know you're not going to be surprised by this, it is about our credibility of saying we committed to 2%, we met it, we can achieve that through our policy tools, and we are going to achieve it. And the thing is, if we stop short and we say 3% is good enough, then that undermines our credibility. And the next time that there's any type of an inflation spike, maybe you all and the markets and the public will think, well, maybe they're going to stop short again, and maybe it'll be 3.5, or maybe it'll be 4. And so we said 2%. We are committed to hitting 2%. We will hit 2%. And that's the best thing that we can do for the long-term competitiveness of the U.S. economy.
I want to circle back to your inflation
economic
forecast,
thing.
because you kind of laid out a couple of different scenarios,
that's what
but you
they're trying
didn't
to
tell us
reiterate.
exactly what your most base case inflation forecast is at this stage. What are you expecting is most likely at this point?
Right now, it looks like the economy's in a very good place. Economic momentum is maintaining. There's a lot of resilience. It seems like things are kind of at steady state. So if I had to pick a scenario today, it seems like we're going to kind of go sideways for a while. And under that scenario, that would lead me as a policymaker to say we ought to just sit with interest rates for longer than expected and allow them to bite. One of the things that we hear is that maybe because so many Americans refinanced their mortgages when mortgage rates dropped during the pandemic, that there's a factor that monetary policy is not passing through to housing as quickly as it otherwise would because people are not feeling the bite of higher mortgage rates yet. If that's true, and I think there's some truth to that, then it may take longer for monetary policy to be fully felt by the housing market and by the economy more broadly. So that may guide us towards being more patient and seeing the effects of our policy actions.
That's interesting, because if we're in some sort of steady state, and if it's the case that the transmission to the real economy is just a lot less potent than it used to be. Mortgage terms are 30 years. That seems like potentially a really long. Like, what changes just by leaving rates high or at this level for an extended period of time that makes you confident that would actually be enough to get inflation down?
Well, I think the last part is, that would be where I'm not sure how confident I would be at that point. But we would have to try. I mean, I think the bar for us raising is quite high, but it's not infinite. I mean, there's a limit when we'd say, okay, we need to do more. I think much more likely we would just sit here for longer than we expect or the public expects right now until we see what effect our monetary policies is having. If you look back at the Volcker era of raising interest rates quite dramatically, very quickly, it took a few years for mortgage rates to really start bending up in terms of the average rates that homeowners were paying on their mortgages. So even in the Volcker era, it took some time for the pass-through to be felt to the housing market. So I would want to look at what are people actually paying. I mean, we do know, for example, credit card rates, if you have a balance, those are variable. So you're seeing some delinquencies rise in credit cards for subprime borrowers. You're seeing delinquencies rise in autos, also generally for subprime borrowers. So it's not as though monetary policy is not having an effect on the economy. It is. It's just not having as much an effect as quickly as I would have guessed.
Yeah, that's interesting. Do you think that weighing on sort of the very interest rate sensitive portion of the economy, which tends to be sort of the lower half of the income scale, the people who use credit card debt, the people who use auto debt, is that enough to get inflation down, or do you have to have a broader effect than that?
Ultimately, we believe, and I believe, monetary policy essentially affects the whole economy. Some sectors more quickly, some sectors longer. We can do what we need to do to get inflation down using monetary policy. I'm confident of that. The art is we want to do that while preserving a strong labor market. So far, we've made a lot of progress. We've had some help from the supply side, but we need to finish the job.
I actually wanted to ask about the supply side, because one thing that some economists will raise is monetary policy obviously affects demand. In this cycle, it's kind of a weird cycle. We are very housing supply constrained, and obviously monetary policy also affects housing supply. We've seen less building. It's ticked back up recently, but in general, in multifamily and single family, home construction's way down, which means less supply in the future. And one of the arguments is this could lead to higher rents and higher inflation down the road. And I wonder how you think about that argument. Is it a concern? Are the side effects of monetary policy something you need to worry about at this point?
I think it's a timing issue. I think monetary policy and the monetary policy cycle that we're focused on is really the next 2 or 3 years to get the soft landing, get to our goals. I mean, it'll be hopefully be faster than that, but it's over an arc of 2 or 3 years. The supply side effects that you're referencing, I think, are much longer term effects. I mean, I think I'm in no way suggesting this, but if we had a high interest rate environment for an extended period of time, then that would have an effect. You would have capital being allocated to other sectors of the economy rather than to housing, and so that would lead to less housing supply. But I don't think that that's the same thing as the monetary policy timing and cycle that we're operating under.
Okay, interesting. When it comes to financial conditions, they are obviously a lot tighter than they were at the start of the hiking cycle, but they are considerably looser than they were last fall. And I wonder if that is something that worries you. Is it something you think is appropriate? How do you think about where financial conditions sit today?
No, it's a good question. One of the transmission mechanisms for monetary policy is, of course, through financial markets. And financial markets are so wired for exuberance. I look at this. You had 3 negative inflation prints in a row, and markets started to take that on board and get a little bit concerned. And then you had one somewhat positive jobs report, and then there's back to the races again. Exuberance has returned. I mean, it's like that's a pretty strong disposition to exuberance in financial markets. So that does give me concern. And again, what are the financial markets telling us about the stance of monetary policy? If
I think he's the first Fed person since like Powell 2 years ago
are they behaving in a manner consistent
that has said
with monetary policy that is tamping down demand in the economy?
That's interesting.
That's a little bit of a head scratcher. And looking at financial markets is also a challenge for us, because financial markets are obviously paying attention to what we say and what we do. So in the essay that you referenced,
talking about the crackheads,
I speculated that could it be that we and markets are misperceiving the neutral rate? That we and markets think the neutral rate is lower, and that's what's resulting in this inverted yield curve, but actually the neutral rate may be higher. Well, could the financial markets be paying attention to what we're saying about the neutral rate, and then we're influencing the market's judgment? So, for example, there's this thing called the Blue Chip Survey of Financial Forecasters, one of many indicators that we look at. I'm always skeptical of the Blue Chip Survey because it's basically a bunch of former Fed economists who are out working on Wall Street. And so we're basically talking to ourselves. And it's like, great, we look in the mirror and we like what we see. I mean, that shouldn't be that comforting. And so where are the independent pieces of data that can give us some guidance? And it's complicated.
Mm. I wonder, going back to the rates trajectory, Chair Powell last week during his press conference after your FOMC meeting mentioned that one scenario in which you all could cut rates is if the labor market starts to just go to pieces unexpectedly. And it sounded as though that was sort of independent of what happened with inflation. He didn't specify, but he didn't, have an inflation trajectory during that scenario. I wonder, A, do you think that's true? If inflation stays stable but the labor market falls apart, would that be a reasonable reason to cut? And B, how much of a sort of falling apart in the labor market would you need to see? Like, what would the standard be there?
It's a good question, and I don't have a good answer for you. This, we've talked about at the FOMC that we, of course, have our dual mandate, stable prices and maximum employment, and that if these two goals were in tension, that we would take a balanced approach. Now, we have not exactly defined what that means. I think each of the 19 participants would have their own interpretation of what balanced means. Let me give you a very simple example for the sake of math. I'm not advocating this view, but it'll be clear.
I'm not advocating
so we have a 2%
math.
inflation target. If inflation right now is running at about 3%, so we're missing our inflation target by 50%. If we think the maximum rate of unemployment in steady state is around 4%, a 50% miss would be 6%. So one model could be 3% inflation and 6% unemployment. Those two things are now equally missing. I'm not saying that's the right comparison, but we have not articulated to each other exactly how we would trade off. And I think that would really come down to the judgment of the various policymakers around the table. Again, looking at the constellation of data.
Yeah, absolutely. Up to this point in this conversation, we've mostly focused on sort of the median outlook, what's the most likely outcome. I wonder, what do you see as the tail risks right now? It seems like there's a lot of uncertainty out in the world with commercial real estate, with geopolitics. Like, what is keeping you up at night?
A lot of things. One, first and foremost, is underlying inflation. Is underlying inflation actually, are we landing softly at 3% inflation? Okay, that's not good enough. That keeps me up at night. The other risk, by the way, is there all this pent-up impact of monetary policy that has yet to be felt by the economy, and this is going to hit, and would it hit quickly? That also keeps me up at night. Those are in conflict with each other, those two. And then it's these, the signals that we're getting. Are we misreading something in the economy? For example, productivity. U.S. productivity growth looks quite strong right now. That's great. Why is it so strong? Productivity tends to be a residual of all of the other economic calculations that are made. A lot of times the residuals can be wrong, they can be revised. Is that going to be maintained? I mean, there are big fundamental questions in the economy right now, setting aside all the geopolitical risks that you just mentioned as well. So there's a lot of uncertainty that we're trying to navigate.
If the accumulated rate hikes are just sort of like hanging in the wings, waiting to clobber the economy, what is the mechanism by which that would happen?
The clobbering?
Yeah, boy, that's a great one. I mean, I'm not seeing it. I talk to a lot of businesses, large and small, and I actually asked this question of some big businesses. Quite confident. They don't have as much pricing power as they had a year or two ago, but underlying demand seems strong, and it's easier to find workers, but they're still having to compete to find workers. So I'm not seeing the evidence of that, but I also know, I can't rule it out. Or it could be some shock. It could be that, one of the things I learned in 2008, having been running the TARP during the financial crisis, a lot of the risks, you don't exactly know where they are. So there's a lot of attention on commercial real estate risks. My guess is we don't actually appreciate where all the risks are buried. And my guess is that there are a lot of financial market participants who don't even realize they have some of these risks. And it's not just going to be US firms, it's going to be global firms as well. So there may be some surprises to come there when some of those risks materialize. And could that be a spark that catalyzes some broader response? I'm not sure.
I think with that, we are about out of time. Neel Kashkari, thank you so much for an interesting conversation.
Thank you, Gina. Thanks for having me. go that way.
All right. Honestly, I mean, it was, you guys were all saying he was the hawkish one, and sure enough, he was. He made it clear, no raising rates. He said they could, but the bar would be high, but then literally he said it's going to be a lot to if you wanted 2 rate cuts. He said that one's kind of difficult for him. And again, he is on the bearish side. He is more hawkish. He has been, but I don't think it was that crazy. Like I've been telling you, as long as the rates are there. But he did throw in that thing. He said if we even get one good inflation, that doesn't mean it's there. And again, I pulled out that comment. He talked about financial conditions, or he talked about the market. He was literally just saying how, how literally the market was down and was responding to everything. And then now, just after one little print, we are right back up. And that's weird because most of the Fed people stop talking about the stock market, because when they talk about the stock market, they get trapped by the stock market. Yeah, Amazon is going crazy right now. 52-week high, 189. But very interesting. Sounds dovish for a hawk. Well, that's what I was telling you guys right before the event. It's more likely he comes out dovish simply because we have nothing going on and everybody wanted him to say something, but it's not. He just kept his own thing. Disney earnings was weird. Some people liked it, some didn't. Like, some of the headlines said it was good, but they really just said the parks are a worry, and they said their growth did not come back and that it's planning on returning in Q4. So some people could argue that it was good. I didn't like it personally, and that's why they're down. Now it's just about them hitting whether or not they're going to flush to 100 or hold that 107 again. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Disney. And then a couple of chip makers moved. Other than that, though, it's a quiet day, man, and you're not going to get any more out of that. You did 2 standard deviations on Disney. Nice. Nice. They didn't go 1,000%, but you got a gain. After that little flush there, even intraday, you got a little extra. Biden gives Holocaust memorial speech. What? Is that? Yeah, that's live. Oh, no, yeah, it is White House. Does the market like the words rate cut? Yeah, but we're used to it. Like a year ago, 2 years ago, that was like, whoa, say it again. But, I mean, we are kind of used to it.
You should look and say, God love you all.
Whoa, they have new text. I've never seen this. Joseph R. Biden.
Foxman and all other survivors who embody absolute courage and dignity and grace are here as well. During these sacred days of remembrance, we grieve.
They've never done that.
Give voice to the 6 million Jews who were systematically targeted and murdered by the Nazis and their collaborators.
Aapl, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then I'm only playing this so I go to the bathroom real quick.
The memory of victims.
Please hold.
The pain of survivors. The bravery of heroes who stood up to Hitler's unspeakable evil. And we recommit to heading and heeding the lessons that one of the darkest chapters in human history, to revitalize and realize the responsibility of never again. Never again, simply translated for me, means never forget. Never forget. Never forgetting means we must keep telling the story. We must keep teaching the truth. We must keep teaching our children and our grandchildren. And the truth is, we're at risk of people not knowing the truth. That's why growing up, my dad taught me and my siblings about the horrors of the Shoah at our family dinner table. That's why I visited Yad Vashem with my family as a senator, as vice president, and as president. And that's why I took my grandchildren to Dachau so they could see and bear witness to the perils of indifference, the complicity of silence in the face of evil that they knew was happening. Germany, 1933. Hitler and his Nazi party rise to power by rekindling one of the world's oldest forms of prejudice and hate, anti-Semitism. His rule didn't begin with mass murder. It started slowly across economic, political, social, and cultural life. Propaganda demonizing Jews, boycotts of Jewish businesses, synagogues defaced with swastikas, harassment of Jews in the street and in the schools, anti-Semitic demonstrations, pogroms, organized riots. With the indifference of the world, Hitler knew he could expand his reign of terror by eliminating Jews from Germany, to annihilate Jews across Europe through genocide, the Nazis called the final solution. Concentration camps, gas chambers, mass shootings. By the time the war ended, 6 million Jews, 1 out of every 3 Jews in the entire world, were murdered. This ancient hatred of Jews didn't begin with the Holocaust. It didn't end with the Holocaust either, or even after our victory in World War II. This hatred continues to lie deep in the hearts of too many people in the world, and requires our continued vigilance and outspokenness. That hatred was brought to life on October 7th in 2023. On the sacred Jewish holiday, the terrorist group Hamas unleashed the deadliest day of the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Driven by ancient desire to wipe out the Jewish people off the face of the earth, over 1,200 innocent people, babies, parents, grandparents.
It sucks because I want to listen because it's a different speech, but this is going to be it's a lot of tension. A lot of tension, but that is President Joe Biden. He is live right now if you want to go listen. But yeah, I just had to use the restroom. VRTX on the high? Oh no, I was thinking Amgen. I don't think people say FJB anymore. I think they said Genocide Joe. I can't believe they said that on the press conference, bro. I can't believe it. That blew my mind. I'm telling you, even Corinne was very disappointed. Disney flushing. Yeah, Disney. So again, the 100 flat. I think you may get some support at like 102, 103, but yeah, we're going to have to see. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Disney flushing, Amazon hit the high. I mean, bonds all day, bro. It's over 1% now. I don't know if I would call it a squeeze as much as it feels like kind of one of those silent rally. It kind of feels like the yen. Or not the yen, excuse me, like China. China. And then China stocks, are they still down right now? Is Nelson selling Diz? Oh, Nelson, maybe. I never thought about that. We talked about that in the beginning. He said he wanted to stick around, remember? So he said he's not going to tell us, but that is a possibility. I don't know if that earnings made him, but then again, like I was saying from the morning and even yesterday, it just seems like they don't have the catfish in the tank anymore, and that's. But so yeah, that is a risk. He can sell whenever he wants, but he doesn't really disclose those plans. And then last time we heard from him, he didn't really give you any clues. Is oil? Yeah, it's back to 0.13. It was down like 0.5, 0.4. But yeah, oil, where's gold too? We saw that one start to move. Gold's still down. It had that little weird flush earlier. Disney 104.23. And then Apple, they're down. I mean, they're down like what now? 0.4? since the event. So the iPads didn't do it. I might add more Disney at 85 or lower. Yeah, that'd be nice. Google unveils $499 Pixel 8a successor to low-end 7a. And then there's Starbees. Starbees 72. And then there's Rivian as well. Someone said Redfin. I thought Redfin was green. Yeah, it still is green. Oh, BWXT down. Axon. I'm surprised Axon went down too. Axon had a good earnings. And then they flipped. So low key, this earnings is not as aggressive as last quarter. TikTok and ByteDance say they have sued Biden administration seeking to block a lot of forced divestiture or ban short of video app May 7th, 12 p.m. ByteDance says no. Yeah, ByteDance says they have sued Biden administration. That's getting from Reuters. So honestly, go watch Meta and Snap. Remember, they all got some tailwinds off of that. Yeah, Snap's even getting a candle right there. Yeah, SMCI is breaking out. They were not going up earlier. MacBook was 50% faster, Josh. You forgot about AI. I know, man. I keep the groundbreaking technological advancements. Yeah, so keep an eye on Snap and Meta. TikTok is suing Biden over the bill. So I don't know. I don't know how much it'll bring them down because, again, they both have had earnings since then and have kind of been attached to that. Yeah, it's hitting again, too. New York Times is dropping that now, too. Yeah, Snap. I want to sell the covered calls on Snap. This might be our last shot here. If it gets caught up in it. I really want to. Personally, I think they're just suing the administration. So I don't know if it's like it's related to his government decisions. It's kind of like suing the government, but they're just suing the overall administration. I think it's just going to delay the whole thing. Remember, they were just everything is getting delayed. I can't even believe they signed that bill. It was just because it was attached to everything else. This Kendrick Drake beef is getting real. It is. I didn't tell you guys my tinfoil, but it's kind of already coming true. I told you I didn't want to put it out into the world, but sadly, it's already we're getting some weird things already. Well, that's tin, but it's there. It's obvious. The security guard is reportedly the victim of the shooting. Well, I will just tell you. The tin is that pretty much like low-key Kendrick. I don't think Kendrick is the one who made the threat, but like that whole song was not. The last Not Like Us song, bro, that had like hit 'em up vibes where they said don't come to Cali. But you had 3 references of Oakland will be your last stop. He keeps mentioning Pac, and then he keeps mentioning Stockton. If you don't know about Stockton, and then I think you could assume what the tin is from there, but it's kind of wild. So, and then literally this morning, but that's in Canada. I think it's different. I just think like Cali, just different. Yeah, the Amazon news. I was like last night, this morning. Well, Stockton is pretty sure it's the most dangerous place out in the Bay. Like of all and then there's a huge culture behind there. But I'll give you a better one. Are you ready? This one's messed up. Actually, just go. I posted it on my TikTok. Just go to my TikTok. Go to my TikTok and you'll see it, unless you got banned in China. Legging in. Yeah, high ticker's still going. Pubmatic and a couple of others. I mean, the low ticker stopped. You did have banks coming down during Kashkari. I don't know if it was just natural movement or news. Oh, you don't have TikTok? Man. Well, pretty much. Kendrick makes... I had to explain this one to my girlfriend. Kendrick says... He says, I'll pass. I don't even want the body. He says, I'll pass on it. I'm John Stockton. And John Stockton, most of his assists were to Karl Malone. If Kendrick is John Stockton, Drake is Karl Malone. Karl Malone is infamous because he impregnated a minor early in his career. And ironically enough, he was neighbors with Drake at one point. And they had a picture on Instagram. And after people made this connection, Drake deleted his picture with Karl Malone. It's crazy. He's the boogeyman. I'm telling y'all, stop it. Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, bro, Drake deleted the picture. Drake had a picture with Karl Malone and deleted it after people started like asking. They're like, wait a minute. Hold up. Oh, man. MRO. Again, oil starting to move. A little pop, but it stayed pinned. They found old Metro tweets? Uh-oh. That Metro one was funny, but, like, I just love it. Metro did, in fact, go on to make drums. He, in fact, did respond with drums. Ah, there it is, man. Oil popping. There you go, Danny. Yalla. The old Metro tweets are wild. Oh, man. Now I need to see this. What? I didn't even see these. Disturbing Metro booming tweets resurface. Oh, no. Okay. I already read one of them. Is there more than one? Yeah, that's... Okay, Metro. Metro's like, I thought I was dissing Drake. How did I get... Nobody's safe. Telling you, J. Cole dodged bullet of the year, though. He's just living life peacefully. He's like, hey, man. He's meditating, going to Disneyland. He's chilling. 51.97. So, again, 3 points away from 5,200. And remember, once you break that 5,200, we start moving 25 points at a time or 17, then 25, and then 15, and then boom, before you know it. Baby, yeah, Tracy. It gets stuck in your head very easily. It's kind of nuts. SPY's still going. Google's near the high, and Amazon and Meta. So I don't even think Meta and Snap. TikTok lawsuit seems like Snapchat got hit a little bit more on that. Yeah, is Uncle hopping on the BBL Jersey B? I don't know. I don't think Uncle's only made one diss track. It was towards Sam Bankman, you know. But I don't know. I don't think Uncle's gonna get involved in the beef, man. This rally's ignoring technicals. Unfortunately, man, and I do think it's a part of it. This is the struggle I have every other week of trying to explain people, you know, the wild moves we're doing. And I'm just like, look at the bonds. It's no coincidence. Look at the bonds every time. So I feel you, but like this has been a nice little bond rally in the last couple of days, and the bond volatility cooled down. You got to realize the bonds kind of bouncing back up. It's going one direction up for the last 4 days. That's what you needed after 1% up, 2% down, 1% up, 2% down. So I just think the bonds, sadly, especially when we have no catalyst, we're chilling, volume's even low, we can't underestimate how big the bonds were. So although the technicals and other factors may be there, I do think that 4-5 bond is, you know, it's pervasive. You feel it, and it's subtle. And this is what I was trying to explain on the watch list, because you didn't feel it at first. You know, like, take a look. Like, this drop, like, if you really think about it, up until April 15th, you weren't really panicking. It was just like last year. You guys remember last year where it was, like, kind of calm, right? And then, like, it wasn't until, like, these, like, flushes that it got, like, really ugly, right? Because you were still kind of holding the elevated nature of where you were at. So think about it. We didn't start dropping till like April 15th, right? But where is it? Like, the bonds, they broke out on the 10th. So you ignored it for like a week. That's why it was kind of subtle. But then before you knew it, right when the market started to collapse, then the bond just started really breaking and getting up there. And then now, sure enough, slowly, before you know it, you're like, wow, we kind of bounced a lot. Sure enough, the bonds quickly, they like delayed a little bit, but then they just like match up. It's deceptive, or it's very subtle. It slowly creeps into it. But this is why it's like, I think pressure is a good way to describe it, right? Because eventually, as the rate goes higher, it's hard to ignore that pressure. But then before you know it, as that pressure just slowly boils down, then, you know, it frees up a lot of things. But I do think this has been the bigger driver here for the last like month and a half. I mean, April was a weird month after March, and it was categorized by what was going on with bonds after just hitting highs and going through everything else. Well, this is what I'll say. Unfortunately, if you don't think this rally has what it takes, if those bond yields come back to 4%, 4.2 maybe, I think it will. Because even last year, that whole October rally was started off of the same exact setup. Oh, I closed it out. BB, yeah, Jay-Z. Do you think this is short term then? Kind of. I think I would use this as like a broader compass. You know what I'm saying? Until bigger data policy is changing, unfortunately. Because that's where I'm saying, like, that's the only thing that could really guide you to a degree. Otherwise, the broader picture isn't changing, and the Fed isn't moving, and even one data set won't get rid of all of it. Next major report is next week, May 15th, CPI. So we're going to have to kind of play that game. And then after CPI, you'll get a little bit more data. But then that leads into the June meeting. And I was talking about this last week, and I even bring it up now because, like, that June meeting, don't forget a lot was riding on it. You know, I'm a sentimental person. So I like to remember, like, so June is important. You know why? Because a year ago when I was just a child looking for rate cuts, June was like Christmas. Y'all don't feel me. Chad, y'all don't feel me, man. Y'all don't even like they don't know what I'm talking about. Somebody know what I'm talking about? Does somebody know what I'm talking about? Some point it was Christmas. June was supposed to be Christmas. Why? You're about to have 7 rate cuts or some shit. It was all supposed to happen in June. Remember, even Bill Ackman was front-running the Zaza saying, nah, not June, in March. Don't forget how we got here. So people, June is the big-ass event from last year. This was supposed to be a very big Fed meeting. This is where you were supposed to have a lot of answers, a lot of shifts, if policy was going to do things, you know. It was all like June, July meeting. This is where that pressure was supposed to happen, like action. You know, and ironically, we got QT ahead of June. Oh, come on. I'm dropping another one on you. We thought at the very least, even then, quantitative tightening would have had changes in June. We actually got that this month, a month earlier. So all I'm saying is that, you know, coming in, this is supposed to be a very, very big event on June. It has lost some of that emphasis, but I wouldn't, just because the market is like going back and forth with rates, I would argue this is still a pivotal spot in terms of the calendar. So we'll see, but in the meantime, I would watch the bonds till you get to these events, and unless the June, July meetings are offering big changes, and beauty, June meeting, what else happens in June? Come on, baby. You got another reason to be excited. Again, this is May 15th, next week, CPI, and then a couple weeks later, we're going to get there it is, SEP. Summary of Economic Projections, dot plot, that's included in June meeting. So there's a lot riding on that one, and that's why in the meantime, I mean, I don't think anything's going to knock you off this plan or get the market going up way too much or way too low unless the bonds are making pretty big moves that could unlock that. Ta-da. It's the golden path. We have, for the most part, June had 100% cut until like last month. Yeah, right? And even before that, though, it was like we were looking as June, July as like a finish line. And then ironically enough, we're here, and I mean, it's kind of the same scenario. 3-year bond is at 2. So 10 o'clock my time, I think. Or 1 o'clock. It's in like 45 minutes. No, or is that at 11? I don't know. Kashgari, 1 p.m. So yeah, 45 minutes. You say bonds, which one do you track? The 10-year. So usually that's a good rule of thumb to start off. Like generally, like the 10-year is a very important tenure on the bond market, and people even use that to extrapolate above and below depending on what it is. But the 10-year is like, that's like the standard default. And if you have watched the watch list, I mean, all throughout, we have gone through this one. Baidu news watching about Tesla, is it bad or good? I remember last time that gave them a little bit of a bid. Baidu's coming down, so watch out for that, because remember that brought Baidu up. A source close to Baidu told China Daily that he didn't see any new deal related to FSD between Tesla and Baidu, and that it has no direct relation with its FSD function. So a rumor on Baidu? Yeah, they're saying that the deal is not, they're saying that even though that Tesla did the deal, it's not a real introduction to it. I don't know. And then Elon dispatches Tesla's firemen to China. Sources, Tesla plans to test robotaxi in China. On April, Chinese internet firm Baidu held a conference announcing collaborations with several companies, including Tesla. Some media reports said Tesla inked a deal with Baidu to clear another regulatory hurdle. A source close to Baidu told China that he didn't see any new deal related to FSD functions between the two. The company initiated their partnership in 2020 with Tesla integrating Baidu's navigation map into its vehicles in China. Source said he believed the latest cooperation means that the accuracy of Baidu's map provided to Tesla has been improved to some extent and that it has no direct relations with FSD functions. Tesla does not rely on mapping to offer autonomous driving and hasn't gotten a license from Baidu to use its mapping license, he said. Interesting. But I don't know how big. It did go up like 5% though on that Tesla thing. But that one just seems like he's saying he has not heard, and it's just off a source. But China's already weak today as well. Baba and the rest of them did not go up. I don't know if that'll kill it, though. Yeah, they're all down 3. Saying there's no... I think he's saying there's a deal, but it's just not full self-driving. He's saying it's just probably the same mapping stuff, and no additional licenses were made between Baidu and Tesla, according to one source who spoke to China Daily. US EIA expects Brent crude spot to average 85 a barrel in 2025 as global output picks up. And oil's still up after that little rally, and bonds are holding up great. Did Tesla react to that? They're still just down 2.8. It's crazy that Tesla, this has still even been like a $20, $25 move in the last couple of days. Literally, we hit 1,000% on that contract, and then that thing came right back down. Went below VWAP. NVT on the high. Invent Electric. We're chilling though, man. We are chilling. Tesla Semi is getting into the hands of 2 more big customers. And from EP, it's wild. It's that much over here. It used to be cheap. Like El Paso. El Paso, Texas. $3.69. Bro, I remember the first time I visited Texas, y'all had 99-cent gas. I was like, damn. Getting an F-350. Exactly. Thank you. But yeah, I don't know. Bro, I went to Arizona, and Arizona gas was expensive. That sucks. Arizona used to be cheap for gas, too. Missed those days. Good times. It's $2.84. That's not bad though still. Dude, do you know how much I paid? I had to fill up the G-Wagon. And you know how much I paid per gallon? I paid $6.15 for 22 gallons. I was like, damn. But honestly, I didn't care because I was listening to the Kendrick song in the gas station. So I was like, you know what? I'm like, they not like us. They not like us. Yeah, bro. Robbery. Why are you still in California? Because I'm a B word and I don't like the cold. Just easy answer. Easy answer. Next question. $2 less, but it's still expensive, bro. I lived in Arizona. Gas was like $2, bro, for the longest. Even when gas was expensive in Cali. I remember you would fill up in Arizona dirt cheap, and if you drove to LA and you drove back in it, and you, bro, it was a huge difference. Now it's like, damn, it's not even that crazy. Snowstorm in Colorado. You get the bundle up. It'll be cold. Wear socks. No, I can't. I only do Costco if it works. Costco takes forever, dude. That's the thing. These people in Cali, man, we know about Costco. I used to get gas at Costco, but I can't wait that long, bro. It's insane. Bro, it'll take you like 30 minutes to get gas in Costco. It's nuts. The alarm. But yeah, it's crazy though, because I don't even think gasoline futures have risen to the same like level. Because I remember last time I was paying $6. Like gas, like the average gas price in America was a lot higher. So like low key, like Cali is just kind of getting shitted on. Yeah, bro. Last time I was paying $6, it was like, I think average gas like on futures was like wholesale gasoline was at like $3.80. So it's kind of nuts. But Cali I was shocked. No such thing as bad weather, just bad clothes. Golden, he did say that. He did say that. That is facts. I laughed when he said that too. How much gas in Tijuana? I don't know, but did you guys know you're not supposed to drive white SUVs in Mexico, apparently? Did you guys hear about that story of the Australians? Kind of sad. Yeah, the surfers, bro. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so like apparently like the white SUVs are like, it's kind of like the equivalent of like a all blacked out Escalade in like, it's like a drug dealer cartel car essentially. But these surfer brothers, bro, 3 of them, they went to Mexico and they like rented this white SUV and they like, bro, they just got clapped. They got kidnapped and then they killed them and burned the car and the bodies. It was very, very bad. People were actually like freaking out. Like it was, because again, this is all over the news. It's not the color, it's the model. Just don't attract your attention, you'll be fine. There was an American too. Oh, I thought they were all Australians. But they went from San Diego, and then they went in, and then that's it. And then they got lost a couple days, and then they found them. Very sad. JetBlue Chicle. Google. Yeah, JetBlue's down 3. Google's at the low-key volume came into Google since that, like, Snap TikTok meta thing. I don't really look at RSI, unfortunately. And then SPY just holding, man. We might start getting into slow mode. Slow mode. So you've gotten all of your events. You've gotten your Kashkari and anything else. We do have a 3-year bond auction in about 30 minutes. So around PHILO time will be good. My favorite inexpensive blue chip? I don't know. Does Pfizer count? If you ask Josh Brown, he would tell you it's a blue chip, but that's probably the one I like, if that counts. But I think it is a blue chip. I mean, technically, shouldn't a blue chip be above $100 or something? If it's supposed to be a blue chip, but yeah, Kashkari was hawkish. He said there's no way he does more than 2 rate cuts priced in. He doesn't know what he's going to do on the next Fed meeting, but definitely thinking way less than 2 cuts. And there's a high bar to really change what they're doing from here on out. He was hawkish, and that was about it. Yeah, Costco gas right now. It's good, man. How much time did it take? If it's fast, I don't know. I feel like if you go in the mornings, kind of, and there's not that many people. How do you know when the bonds are going to sell? You don't, really. I mean, it's a matter. That's the crazy part, because there's a bunch of different bonds out there in different durations and different events, short-term and long-term. Factor them in. And if you're asking when do the bonds sell, like the auction, that's scheduled on the calendar. So at 1 in about 30 minutes, we will be getting a 3-year bond auction. It shouldn't be that important, but considering that a 3-year is close to the 2-year and 2-3 years is a pretty short path. And, think about it. The dot plot accounts for 2 years, 3 years. That's where we'll kind of be looking at today's auction, but it shouldn't be the set-all, be-all. And there is a large amount of supply, which is what we were kind of worried about not too long ago with some of the Yellen Treasury stuff. It's not every day. No. It's like every other week or like every 2 weeks you get an auction. So you'll hear about a bond auction once a month for sure. I mean, I think we've covered the latest, every single bond auction, like 3-year, 10-year, 20-year, 30-year. I think we've covered all of them for the last like 6 months or so here. Just because about 6-8 months ago, when they started to go nuts, it really started to mess up the market and create some of these moves. Lately, not as much, but it has. It can have that effect. You just haven't seen it in a minute. Starbucks dipping. What up, Miguel? Starbees. UAL on the low. Remember, airlines, they started off yesterday doing good. And Starbucks is still a 20 PE, down 25% in 3 months, 30 in 6 months, 16 in 1 month, 32% on the year, 316 yield. Let's get in there, yeah. I mean, you could start if you're down to average on it. You can. My hesitation is, am I going to have to add a new company? That's it. I like the stacking, but then again, I mean, it's kind of there. It's still pricey. I mean, it depends. It's a 19 times PE. It's a company going through a lot of different things. I mean, this is it's back to like 2020, middle of 2018 prices. It's definitely towards the higher end of their valuation, but it also, I think if they could get back to dominating the world, but maybe that's a big ask. So I don't have any Starbucks in the long term, no. Anytime, I've never, I came really close to buying Starbucks. Last time I had those big dips in, when was that, May, June? Instead, we got, Netflix, I think. I think I went Netflix over Starbucks, and I'm happy I did. But, yeah. That's the only, and it's actually at that same price, believe it or not. So that's actually I didn't even realize that. So, yeah, it was even lower not too long ago. So it hit the $69. Or Rivian. I don't know. The Rivian one, I'd have to wait. Spy getting a Chicle. Could we do Sats, EchoStar? Yeah. If they report in the next, tomorrow morning or after the bell, I'm down. How many names do I have? I think I have 20 or 25. So just different. And then some accounts fluctuate. Like the small account fluctuates a little than the YouTube one. Like I think I have 3 extra names or something. So like the small account doesn't have Coinbase. The big account doesn't have Spotify, stuff like that. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And I got, well, Solventum I just got 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, no, I just lost. I counted the options. Damn it. Hold on. The covered calls got me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25 names. And Solventum I just got because that was free. So technically 24. And then the WBD we got for free. So technically 23. So not bad in like, what, just under 4 years or about 4 years. So at one point we were doing like a new company a month. But now that's like, what, half? Is that double? 2? One company, new one every 2 months. Airbnb at the monies. It's not really getting a pre-earnings run-up, so I'm just going to sell mine wherever they're at ahead of the earnings. But so far, we haven't really seen a pre-run-up on your boy. I had one day of being positive on Pfizer. I had like a week or two. It was nice because then we got the dividends and you're like, ooh. And then we had good size on it and then no. Any more banks failed? I mean, you had that one, that Philly one the other day. SLM on the high. SLM, yo, this thing was low, just had a pop. SLM Corp. And then Carvana kind of flushing. I saw the Drake thing. Yeah, they said there's a shooting. If I started a long term, what 5 companies would you put in? Right now, I mean, I'd go with whatever was value. So, I mean, Pfizer would probably be one of those. And then, I mean, at that point, though, like, I tell people when they make a long term, you should go with stuff you know about. Because it's hard to hold something for 10 years if you just bought it because somebody else told you to get it. You know what I'm saying? You have to, you got to really kind of be involved in it. But I just start with some of the value names and be patient, go for the names that do not have a high premium over the last couple of years or so. And again, Pfizer is just like, that's one of the easy ones. Maybe a couple growth names. There's like a PayPal down. I'm still up on these names. That's why I hesitate. But, you know, I think once you get a couple of names that aren't at an extreme premium, you know, even there's the Starbuckses and Nikes of the world, then I'd start building around the stuff that I use in my daily life and find a way to, you know, work that in there. But the stocks will come to you and what you need to buy it, but don't underestimate how important just the aspect of setting it up, getting that money saved and working around and building beyond there. Because it's like right now, you know, Pfizer may be expensive to a degree or MO, but maybe in a month that's different. Maybe some of these growth names, PayPal could be a lot cheaper. So if you just get in the process of saving and building the port, I mean, when those opportunities arrive, you'll be ready to go. Coin, they're flushing. We had a flood of 15 inbounds asking us potential accounting fraud at Carvana, more than I've seen in a short span of time. Maybe that describes granular red flags. So Hindenburg on Carvana. I mean, again, they killed it on their numbers. They literally somehow made 50% more on every vehicle compared to last year or last quarter. And then that was also a gigantic increase as well, too. And in spite of that little cheek lane bounce, Carvana's still kind of flushing. That volume's pretty big. And with the car market dropping, yeah. It was shocking. I remember when I saw the report, I was like, damn, how they do that? I put SoFi in the long term, but truthfully, I use it and it's fire. And there's nothing wrong with that, you know? And I think as long as you follow the other rules and balance it accordingly, that's it. Like, you'll be good to go. And that is, I mean, for me, I don't know. Maybe I just grew up at the right time. You know, there were still scams when I grew up, but you know, I went with the shit that was right in front of me, man, and that I really used on the daily, and it paid off very well. This is the new stock market. Beat earnings and your stock is -10. Yeah, the S&P was up 15% ahead of this earnings season in 3 months. A lot of these companies were up 20. Like even AMD was up 10 after dropping 20. So that gain that we had in this last 2 months was massive. So to beat this bar, even if you did good, like there was only 2 winners really. Like you have to really do good, but it kind of makes sense considering how much we really rocketed after the last earnings season. People forget Carvana is basically no dealership fees, online type sales, so they make more. Yeah, they were just struggling really, really bad, and it just, with the auto market not being as active, I think people are just kind of surprised at some of the numbers that they're pulling. The car vending machines. As long as I can remember earnings been like that. I feel like last earnings was amazing. I feel like last quarter, there was a couple of cucks there. Like, I think on the ones that went down, like AXP and a couple of others. But we saw some massive moves last quarter that I really thought ran. But then again, the market environment does a lot. Especially with the car kids. Yeah, they make like 6-7K a car. It was at 4,000 and prior it was at 2,000. So that's the wild part. Carvana they've really ramped up how much money they made. You sold your car to Carvana. I tried to sell a car to CarMax back in the day, and it took forever. I left. So I don't think I've ever been to a Carvana. I just want to use the vending machine. Who has sold their car to Carvana? Anybody? Has anybody else ever sold a car to Carvana? Has anybody sold or bought a car from Carvana? How about that? You did here. My dad did. Me, I have. Nah, yes. I've bought 2 cars. Wow. Sold my car last month. I've sold 2 cars on Carvana. I've bought and sold. Dad got ripped off buying one. My daughter used the vending machine. I sold. Yeah, bro. I don't know, man. A lot of y'all just hold up. I don't know. Maybe they are doing good. I did not expect that many. Y'all were like, yeah, I bought and sold. I bought and sold with Carvana. Yeah, I bought a Chariot on the vending machine. Yeah, my buddy dad sold him a truck once. I'll tell you a story. I tell you, we were coming home from Scranton on the train. And my dad, we saw a vending machine out the window. I said, look at that. Look like a Frito Coca-Cola machine. I said, come over here. We're going to round him up. I'm going to tell you, Joey B. Got dignity. And he told me, he said, look at that vending machine. That right there going to make a margin. You're going to double it, triple it. In bankruptcy moment. You can't stop him with dignity. He's getting out of joke. Come on. You know. I don't know. The market's getting a red candle. Biden likes Carvana. He thought it had ice cream. It's a shame. Can you believe it? These guys want to throw me in contempt of court. I know. It's a shame. Fake news. That's crazy. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm going to go try to sell him a Camry. The things you do for views. Okay, sold by Karen. I'm not even going to roast your real estate agent ass. You know what I'm saying? As an agent, I hope you get views. You know what I'm saying, man? Business and interest rates, bro. Okay? Yeah, that's I could tell. Let me guess. Did you vote for Biden? No, he could have voted for me, Josh. I know, we live in a world. Political identity. If you say anything that goes against it, they get mad. Fake news. Fake news, Joshua. I know. Ask my girl to pick up some kava for lunch. I mean, do you guys want me to offend you? Should I tell you? Are you ready? Somebody gonna get mad probably. My girlfriend don't like Middle Eastern food. Oh my gosh. I know. So I don't know. I don't know if she'll get it. She like ate my mom's food before, you know, but like she don't like Arab food. I don't even think she likes hummus, to be honest with you, bro. Yeah. Isn't that wild? No more. I don't think she's ever tried molkeya. Dude, I love that. Have you seen that video? It's a dude in Arabic, just speaking Arabic, and he says, Habibi. He said, the people love molkeya. How come they don't love you? He said, do better. People love molkeya. How come they don't love you? I said, wow, that's, damn. So that's deep, bro. That's deep. I know, it's true, though. It's very true. It's very true. But yeah, I'm not like, I mean, I like my Middle Eastern food. I just don't like some of it. But yeah, my girlfriend. So I don't know if I told her to go bring kava. I don't know. I don't think she'd be down. She barely even liked Chipotle. That's it. She didn't like Mexican food at first. I was like, you're crazy. But I got her into that. So that's good. What does she like then? Like European food. She loves pasta, French food. That's it. She likes Indian food. Meatloaf, yeah, it's so weird. You eat fermented mushrooms? Oh, that sounds gross. I had a kombucha the other day and almost threw up. I just wanted a probiotic, you know? And I was like, let me try kombucha, and it was all, ugh. I can't believe kombucha had a good run. body was like, no biotic, son. I have a ginger shot. Yeah, I have one. I think I got one in the fridge. I'll go down one right now, bro. The kombucha. I like certain kombuchas, but I had one yesterday, and I was like, nah, dude. You just watched the Bernstein clip. There's some that are edited, but like look for the one just straight through where like you just see him thinking. That's the one, and it's like, damn, he really don't know what the economy is. You know what I'm saying? That's it. It's very, very good. It's very, very good. All right. Let me go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I will BRB.
For everyone. So our real animating thought is, how do we take this remarkable momentum that we've seen in Miami and turn it into something that's durable, long-lasting, and continues to propel Miami into the best cities in the world?
Now, it's interesting because you have some interesting leaders in this group, including billionaire Ken Griffin of Citadel, Dan Sundheim, and Orlando Bravo. How did you bring people into this group? And again, what do they want to accomplish?
Yeah, look, as you said, finance has obviously been moving down to Miami as an industry, but what you see is a real diversity in the economy, and our goal was to bring together, let's call it the new Miami, people like Ken, Orlando, and Dan, and put them together with the existing business leaders who've been responsible for Miami's growth and prosperity over the last 10 or 20 years. And the real thought is, how do we bring the power of that group together to kind of add to the civic infrastructure of Miami and make sure that we really seize this opportunity of a diversifying, more vibrant economy, opportunity, an attractive business climate, and really take it to the next level. So that's really what we were thinking. But I think it's very important to note that what we really are striving to do is to build a Miami that works for everyone, not just for the newcomer people who have moved here, but the people who've been here for a long time. And so, what does that mean? That means housing that's more affordable. That means a transit and infrastructure system that can deal with our growth, and also an educational system that provides for terrific opportunities for our children and creates a pipeline of university graduates who can power our future economy.
You've certainly front-run me on some of the issues Miami, of course, is still having for the people who've been looking to move. Andre, I should also say that you are one of the people that did move, that you moved out of New York in 2019, and of course, there's been that interesting migration. I've got to say, some of the people that I know that have moved have spent an ample amount of time back up in New York City. How sustainable is this move? When you think about people that are coming newly to Miami, who are they?
Well, look, I think they're coming across a range of different sectors. They're clearly coming in finance. They're coming in the VC and the tech community. They're coming in private equity. They're coming to expand our already strong sectors in healthcare, real estate, tourism, hospitality. And as you know, Miami's really emerged as one of the global centers of sports and culture. So this is a story not just about one sector, but about many sectors. But I think what we're all realizing is there's, as much as our trajectory in the last 5 to 10 years has been unprecedented in America, our success is not guaranteed and our future story is not yet written. And so how do we come together and work together with elected officials, other civic leaders, and create something which we can be proud of and provides the maximum opportunity for the most people in our great city?
How much does it cost to join the partnership?
We've all contributed at a meaningful level and made a commitment for the next 3 years. And the goal is to be able to fund an executive director, a small staff, and a series of activities that put us at the center of the conversation.
So what exactly is the conversation? If the idea here is to have a small staff and you want to influence, potentially the future of education, maybe even transit in Miami, how do you start making those moves realistically? Is it a lot of pressure being put on the local government, or is it the idea of bringing in more donors and more people to the city?
Look, I think that's an excellent question. What we've sought to do is to start by saying, well, what does it take to be a great city? So we actually today have released a report in which we lay out what we see as the 10 attributes of a great global city.
Miami. Oh, this is Bloomberg. This is Andre Dua, McKinsey managing partner. I mean, just part of the chorus of people talking about Miami being the new Wall Street. Wall Street with a beach. That's been going on since like 2020, right? 2021? Miami. I've not been to Miami since. I miss Miami, man. It was cool. It was cool. I liked it in the winter. That was nice. The yield max, I'm not a fan of them. We've had that talk a couple times. But just look into them. But some people love them. Some people despise them. I'm just equity guy. Wall Street without snow, yeah. Emmo. You think there'll be an afternoon bounce? I have no idea. We don't have any events. I mean, people will eventually start getting ready for earnings, but I mean, I think what matters more is what happens after the bell and how that could move us into either a gap or up or gap down tomorrow. And then tomorrow is Wednesday, middle of the week, but right now we're already at 10. Today's almost done. A couple earnings after the bell today, then a couple in the morning. We'll go over those in probably an hour. The dark side of trading. Yeah, ARM after the bell. That's going to be ARM and Airbnb tomorrow. A lot of big ones after the bell. Even in the morning, we've been getting a lot of companies in the AM, and they have been very important. I got gifted this sub, baby. Amen. What up, Twitch? Y'all living good? Are y'all ready? I hope you enjoy this week, man. We have to embrace it. You don't remember how crazy the last 2 weeks were? You had the volatility. You had event. Man, it was amazing. Yeah, you sold a house today? Good. That's what's up, baby. Dual chat, added more Starbucks. It's tempting, man. It's tempting. Somebody's even talking buying McDonald's yesterday, too. I was down with that. I like that a lot. Did you average in a Starbucks? You just deposited $600, or add something else. I mean, if you already own it, I like the aspect of stacking it. I think just like Nike, I don't know if you guys remember. I remember when Nike was coming down and we were talking about like the top range of like the buy point. That's kind of what the $90 was. That's why I think 72. You're down 30% in like a month or something like that, or 3 months. So it's a huge discount. It has been lower prior, like if we go back here. So I do think like your downside range, it could still drop like $4 more. And then really after that point, I think your max low is 60, and then you're really failing at the 50s. But then again, I mean, Starbucks has had a wild journey. So 60s takes you back to the highs of the previous decade. So take that how you... Oh, it kind of looks like a weird McDonald's arch. But I like it. I think you're at the top end of the range, so you could buy a little more. And then if you already own some, it could be a good average and all that. I'm not too against it. Yeah, you're down 20 of 5 shares at 90. Well, that position too, like even then, you know, as you're building it, one average can really change it. I think bargain bin at 60, but this is like the top end of the bargain bin. It's still kind of, you know, it's heavily discounted, but not necessarily. It's not at TJ Maxx for $1. What do we have right now? You have the bond auction. So 10 seconds. You'll get the when issued, and then we'll go from there. Give it a minute or two. This is for the 3-year. So if you actually go look, SHI has not even moved today. 2-year bond, short end of the curve, barely moved. Today was all the long end of the curve moving. SHOP, we're going to go over. I think they report tomorrow morning. So we'll do that in a little bit. TJ Maxx sells Gucci and Prada. Yeah, there's a lot. But I think there was even like fake stuff sold there too. And then there was like a big, there's like huge fraud rings with Ross and TJ Maxx. And like they would go in and buy these items and then like counterfeit them and then return them. And they did it for like millions of dollars. When issued, 4.608. So that's your number. This one shouldn't be too crazy, but the supply is high. So 4.608. Any number higher, bad, lower, good. But then, just like the other ones, it should not be too long-lived. It may be a short-lived reaction. And bonds are already doing good here today, and market's still holding up. So 4.608. You'll get it across the wire on the screen. You'll see all the data, but 4.608 is the number you're comparing it to. Oh, Kashkari coming on again? He making the rounds. He was in the AM, then he went to Beverly Hills, and now he's going to Bloomberg. Well, Bloomberg, they're there at the Milken conference. He might even end up on CNBC because all the reporters are there. And then SPY moving up a little bit. Does anything but bonds play in these auctions? A little bit, but that's why like maybe the results can show us how people feel. But the thing is, anything but bonds, you have to have a conscious realization that the bond market is in a huge bear market. Are you feeling? So that's people don't want to own these bonds, and I mean it's evident by a 40% sell-off. So right now, until there's a structural change, it's borderline every rally in the bonds is going to be a bear market rally. 4.605 came in a little lower. No shit. So big demand, 4.605. I say big demand because that was a pretty bigger auction. 10-year TLT's kind of doing its thing there, but came in a little bit lighter. Shouldn't be that crazy. SHI already just holding. Oil's popping up here too. Whoa, oil rocketing. Yeah, oil 78 to 79.17, higher than even the morning. U.S. wants to see Rafah openings restored as soon as possible, White House says. So a minute ago. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. That's just the statement they put out. It's not even a press briefing or anything right now. Cold again. Oil's moving. A little bit of nat gas. I mean, SPY's chilling. 3-year bond auction came in a little bit better than expected, but not anything too crazy. Holding along, but I like the balance. I mean, if you could get above 80, it'll be good. That's it. You're pretty much a 7. Your delta is 0.7 instead of 1. So it's not bad, but it's a good price as long as it doesn't flush. But even if it flushes, you'll go to 75, 71 if it really gets ugly. But if you could start shaking off 80s, your 80 to 84 will be great. I saw there was a shooting at Drake's house. I didn't look up it too much. I mean, I've been looking at Neil Kashkari. Pain below 75. That's what I think. I agree with that. But even then, it shouldn't go unless you get if you get like a huge piece deal maybe it drops. But then again, I think you know better than anybody. Remember, there was a time we were like, oil ain't going back above 80. So, I think that peace deal could factor into it. Who knows what happens if, Iran's been very quiet lately. But those are some of the other factors. But in general, when I see oil, I just see taking advantage of that $10 drop in a week or two. You ordered the new iPad? Nice. See? That screen. You know what I'm saying? Some people, that's all they needed. That's it. The new updated screen. I haven't had an iPad, though, since... I kind of want one. I don't know what I'd use it for, but I just want an iPad. Chat is slow. Market is slow. Again, yesterday, all day, including power hour, was 47 million, including after hours. So right now, we're even at 19 million on the SPY, but it is low. You're watching on it right now on an iPad? iPads for the trading fraternity streaming. I think a lot of y'all got a cold iPad. It's for school. You felt out of place when you pulled out iMac? No way. Really? I was a laptop. Dude, that was like the thing. I don't know. When I was in college, like everybody had a MacBook. That was the like, I love my MacBook, man. No way, account. But then they all have keyboards on the iPads, right? They use the Apple Pencil. Oh my goodness. Ching. That's another 100. But that's cool. iPads. I didn't think about that. The school effect. My college days, it was all about the MacBook. That was it. And then 5194. It's crazy that today's range, bro, is like what? 8 points. So after you gapped up, you have literally not moved more than 8 points on the day. Or like 10. 10 at max. Or 12, I guess. 12, excuse me. Remember the days we traded HD at McDonald's? Yeah, man. It's crazy how much those stocks are now, but, maybe the time returns where we're able to get them again. HD, if this thing ever could kind of fall back, that was 1-2 at the end of that rally there. That could have been a nice one. Again, Chads were talking about buying McDonald's, and I kind of like it. I really do. Like, I don't know. McDonald's kind of like, I respect the McDonald's, but they scare me. And it's why I want to buy them. Like, I don't know. I could imagine a world, like an idiocracy world where McDonald's controls like a state. I don't know how to describe it. I really don't think McDonald's influence is leaving in the next 22 to 5 decades. I really don't, no matter what. The way McDonald's has survived everything, the way they've literally, we have expensive McDonald's now, and everybody's all about it. I'm telling you, it's I don't know. Does that make sense? I just feel like that's why it's a high-priced stock still, and it's up there. It's not even, too big to fail. It's they are really, I feel like Starbucks has penetrated the entire world in terms of culture and eating, and it's just like a percentage of people's diets, and I don't think that's going anywhere. With more Ozempic and more you know what I'm saying? And they're gonna do robots. Eventually, they're gonna pay you $1 million to work at McDonald's too. I don't know, but I just don't think it's going anywhere, and it is a very powerful presence. So that's why I like them. And again, they did just warn on consumer. They are one of like 4 or 5 companies lately that have said lower income consumers have been kind of buckling underneath some of the higher cost pressures. But yeah, it's like the base of the food pyramid. No, for real though. It's weird, man. It's sadly in the nutritional pyramid. If you look closely, they bought it. Starbucks at 70. I don't know. I'm even considering right now, because like I brought this up after the earnings, and it's even now $4 or $5 lower. Because I just said I want Starbucks. I like that quality name. Pays a dividend. It has upside, but the last earnings did kind of like, it gave me a little bit of a reality check in the sense that I love the company. It has great brand name and there's a lot of good things on it, but that earnings was a little bit like really bad. Again, the only other times same store sales has declined was literally 2020 and like 2008. Like you don't really, and then they saw double declines in both international and domestic. That just doesn't happen too often. And like, in the years I've witnessed Starbucks as a consumer or an investor, that was literally one of the worst reports it's ever had. So that's why I'm like, I like it, and maybe I'm not scared of it, like where I'm like, oh, don't touch it. No, it's a bad, no. Don't get that twisted, but you have to pay attention to what just occurred. And that's where I'm like, maybe that will off, the valuation and where we could get in, that's there. But if you really want the company, I wouldn't hesitate. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't get so fixated on the price. If you need a decliner that is quality, that's going to be there for 10 years, this is somewhere to start. So again, and I'm fully invested too, so I'm being a little bit more patient in that degree, but I like it, and there's a little bit of pressure on there. The CEO is new to the coffee industry. It just sucks because like all you need is Howard Schultz. That's it. Just get Howard Schultz and then just stop trying to make Starbucks the forefront of every activist movement. Because y'all don't realize. Do you realize Starbucks is the reason for a lot of things? They don't feel me, Chad. Some of you know exactly what I'm talking about. Some of you don't. But like if you really go back, like with a lot of movements too, bro, I'm telling you, Starbucks was the epitome of movements, bro. Like I'm telling you, of every like activists, and how they were one of the first companies to start this whole little we want it's not about the coffee, it's about what our customers feel, and we want to be like, and they were like advocating with the world, everything from labor to the turtles to the bathrooms to like they were like, they had really good benefits too. I've always said that. They were one of the first people. That's why it kind of sucks, because they still get clapped on. They got clapped on the union on the back end, but like, dude, in the beginning, Starbucks was a pioneer. Nobody was paying college. Nobody in the industry was giving you education money and giving you healthcare like Starbucks was. They did it without a union, and like a lot of these like protect employees, communities, and activism. It was at Costco. Costco was the only other one, but it started at Starbucks for like the modern era of a lot of it. So yeah, it's like, dude, they are company activism and getting involved, dude. They were one of the first ones. It was insane, but that's in a weird way. It ended up hurting them. That's why I'm like, bro, you get Howard Schultz back in there, and you get pressure off of like any more activism from Israel down to the unions and the labor stuff. It's like they're dealing with, and then now the CEOs and everything else. But it's like, yeah, it did backfire really hard on them. But they went from pioneer and leader, and it helped them. But eventually now it is it's weighing on them to a degree. But it's still there. I think you get the right person in there. I mean, it's a good company when it's all said and done. You bought Starbucks coffee every day until you found out they support Israel's invasion of Palestine. I have been back since. The boycott is real. And, I'm realizing that you're not the only person like that who is, because I've heard it a lot. and it really has had an effect. And I think I downplayed it coming into it, and I think all the analysts did too, because it showed up on the reports, So that's it. Some people say they bought more of it, but so you started, you're like, I want 4 cups of coffee today. Like, you may have bought this stock, but I think people are just talking in general of like consumer behavior, because that's where it started. This isn't a stock price problem. This was traffic. This was consumer sales and sales going down, and low key beyond, they could bring up some of the protests lightly, but they were bringing up just a slowdown in business. And that's kind of where people were a little worried there. People are super misinformed on the union. They put out a pro-Israel info with the Starbucks logo, and then Starbucks sued the union because they didn't represent it. Oh. I'll have to look into that. I thought it was around the time McDonald's. I thought like several of these companies, kind of McDonald's, like in the beginning, there was very, companies really said, no, we support this, we support that. I remember it was like McDonald's and Starbucks. I thought it was from that. Promise you it's the union. Well, yeah, I think the union is 30 to 40% of all of Starbucks' problems as of late. Because, dude, they really screwed him over, man. I would, imagine Howard Schultz, bro. They took care of their employees, and then for these unions to come back and just, make these demands to them where it's, low-key, dude, they were already going above and beyond. I was very surprised. But then again, it just goes to show that the union influence has been strong over the last couple of years. Not just with them, everything. UAW, I mean, you could go down the list. Union. Well, I don't know if you guys watched the Watchlist video, and somebody was asking about immigration. I gave a nice economic answer, but, unions are one of the, it's a big factor in terms of when studying economics. It's huge. It affects employment, and it does have changes on people's behavior. So it's one of the pillars of analyzing an employment economy. Unions are base case of workers' rights and how workers and companies are motivated to either do stuff or not do stuff. So whether you like them or not, they're very, very important in terms of labor and then effect on policy and all that. How many early signs of hyperinflation do you see? No bullshit. Not as many as I used to. So I don't think we're looking at hyperinflation just yet. A year ago, maybe when inflation was hitting 9, dude, it was disgusting. But maybe stagflation or maybe just a random hard landing. But at the end of the day, I don't think we're not getting that crazy hyperinflation just yet. But I do also think that other currencies and perception is not showing you everything. And if that makes sense, and I think it does, because what I'm trying to say is that there's a huge overhang of fiscal excess, and you may not feel the consequences now, but if push came to shove or, the right event, it could unlock a lot of danger in that. I see the stag or the inflation. I see a little bit of inflation, and I see a little bit of stag. I get what Powell was saying. I see a little bit. Maybe I have astigmatism. No? Astigmaflation is... No? Okay, I'm going to get out. I'll walk myself out. I'm sorry. Y'all laugh at my jokes sometimes, but I'm sorry. I'll get out that one. I know. I'm sorry. Astigmatism. I know. Stagflation. No, because I see it. No? Okay. I'll leave. Man. My bad. Mm-hmm. Eli Lilly on the high. Yeah, dollar's up by a quarter. quarter. All right. Kashkari coming up. Are we going to listen to him again? We'll give him like 2 minutes. I was about to get into something a little bit more intense while the market's about to break out. Let's see. MWPX. We focus on the nuance, but the greater economy is doing exceptional. Yeah, because, well, sometimes, even in the past too, those indicators would really communicate and they would be leading factors. Even as of lately, people were reacting to the ISM so heavily because the ISM does possess some level of leading indicators. So, but in general, yeah, the thing is, though, you do have to take a step back. And this last couple of years, the data and some of those little factors are so skewed, but companies still making money. Everybody, and yeah, we have 20% cumulative inflation, but people are still finding a way. You watch these little signs of it coming down, but generally everything is chugging along. And even then, I'll bring this up again. Bro, what's happening overseas too, man? All these other countries, bro, their currencies are getting destroyed, and it's even fascinating that they are staying up too. Like, you're not really, again, remember, Europe and Germany were collapsing. Something you got to realize, like a couple years ago when we were really worried, 2022 with rates, remember, those currencies, bonds in other countries, they were imploding. They wasn't looking good. So you have other things that were weaker in the past that are holding up. And that's the part that I get surprised on almost every day when I look at all of the global currencies. Even today, the won, the South Korean one, they had to intervene. That I'm sure I only heard about that in the morning, And it's like these little factors, all are like, wow, if that's holding up, I mean, it's good. That's good for now because it could have been a lot worse. And then now I just turned into one of those dudes. Could have been worse. It is killing the world, but it's not. And that's what I'm saying. There is a point where, I don't know, man. It's like, it's a wolf. It just hasn't eaten anything yet, surprisingly. That's what it's like. It's literally like watching a wolf in the lion's den for 6 months, and the wolf hasn't eaten anybody. That's what the dollar is right now. That's why I'm like, it's insane. Because that's why when Powell said that comment that these countries held up, I was like, huh? Because, dude, other like 2015, other moments, man, these currencies, when they would really start slipping and then the other economies were getting weak, I mean, the dollar, they didn't have a fighting chance against the dollar at all. You would really feel it. And we saw a glimpse of that in 2022, a little bit in 23, but the way we have stabilized kind of across the globe, that's impressive. But maybe the wolf gets hungry eventually. But that potential is there. It can kill the world, but it hasn't yet. All right, Kashkari.
Too ahead of yourselves in talking about cutting rates. A lot's changed, at least from the data that we've gotten over the last, 3 months or so. Has that changed your view as well about staying where we are?
Well, the second half of 2023 surprised us at how rapidly inflation fell. That was really good news, and the economy remained strong. We all hoped that was going to continue. The first quarter of this year, it seems like it's stalled out. So it's a little too soon to declare that we're definitely stalled out, or maybe it's just taking more time. I think we're in a good place right now. Labor market is still strong. We can take our time to get more data to see if disinflation is going to continue. And if it does, great. If it doesn't, then we need to take that on board.
What is the complexion right now of disinflation? What actually drove us, at least down to the level where we're at right now?
Most of the gains that we saw last year were supply side improvements. Supply chains getting better, Americans coming back to work, a lot more workers entering the labor force. That's really positive. I don't think monetary policy actually brought demand down that much. And so most of the gains were because of the supply side. Now the question is, if monetary policy has to take us the rest of the way there, is it tight enough to do that? I wrote an essay today on our website raising that question, and I'm not sure how tight monetary policy is. We need more data to assess it.
How do we know that the disinflationary process has still some ways to go? Or how do we know that maybe this is it? This is the new normal?
Well, it's not the new normal because it's 3%, and the Fed can and will achieve 2%. The question is, if disinflation is still underway, then maybe it'll continue on its own, and we can then take that on board. If we need to hold rates where they are for an extended period of time to tamp the brakes on the economy, or if we even needed to raise, we would do what we need to do to get inflation back down.
I have to just ask you, though, about 2%. And I know why the Fed stands by that 2%. But I talked to people around the room this week here, and their cost of capital, they're basing that more on closer to a 3% rate. And the idea is they're saying, look, the 2% target, that needs to come up. That's not the reality long-term structurally, and at least not for the folks in this room.
Yeah, I disagree with that. Yeah. I mean, I think that ultimately the central bank, whether it's the Fed or the ECB or the Bank of England, can determine whatever the inflation rate is. And over time, if they conduct their policy appropriately, people will come to understand that, will adjust their behavior. We're committed to 2%. We will get to 2%, and we will get an interest rate environment necessary in order to achieve 2%.
You know, one of the arguments, though, Neil, is that the idea of nearshoring, bringing things back home, building chips in America, that's going to create, they're going to be more expensive than if we were building them overseas. And that is going to be, you know, consistent inflationary pressures longer term. There are some macro forces underway. Why not think that it's got to be above 2%
See,
longer term?
I think those trends are real, but those would suggest to me a one-time increase in the price level, not necessarily an ongoing increase of inflation at a higher level. But we believe, and I believe, that the monetary authority can ultimately, long run, determine the inflation of the economy, but the rate environment necessary to achieve that may be different depending on these broader macro forces.
So rate cut this year, should we take it off the table? Is it still a possibility?
It's certainly still a possibility. We need to let the inflation data tell us. I mean, I think my colleagues and I, we all have a range of views on where the economy is going, but we're all committed to letting the data guide us. And if the data comes in a positive manner, suggesting disinflation continues, we'll adjust.
Go ahead.
But is it just housing pressure? Like, you write a lot about housing pressure. We talk about it. We're talking with a lot of people in the real estate sector. There's not enough supply of houses out there, and that's creating inflation on the housing front. Is it just housing pressures that you guys are really focusing on, or that you're focusing on?
I'm focusing on housing, first of all, because it's traditionally the most interest rate sensitive sector of the economy. And if the most interest rate sensitive sector is not showing as much disinflation as I would have thought, for example, new lease rates appear to be climbing back again.
Yeah.
That's surprising to me. Why is that? That makes me wonder, is policy as tight as I would have otherwise assumed? We are seeing some effect of monetary policy on credit card delinquencies, on auto loan delinquencies, especially for lower credit score borrowers. So it is having some effect, but it's not having as much effect as I would have guessed by now.
I know we have the benefit of hindsight, but you go back to when the rate hiking cycle effectively paused. Do you think that the Fed should have kept going with hikes, meaning additional hikes?
I don't know. I mean, I think that there are lags in monetary policy, and we saw such rapid disinflation in the second half of last year. I mean, it was a really wonderful scenario. That was real, and that surprised us. And so it's reasonable to say, let's just let that continue. Maybe it'll take us all the way home. It ended up stalling out, at least for a little bit.
Do you feel like you can accurately assess those lags, what those lags are? Because even when you talk about disinflation, you acknowledge yourself, a lot of that is driven by supply-side issues and not just monetary policy. How do you assess what the balance is?
Coin into the low and then UNH on the high.
In the housing market, which we're talking about,
this is Kashkari.
We know a lot of Americans refinance their homes.
And I got something for you guys on credibility. I got a little textbook to read to you.
So they're not feeling the pinch of higher rates because they have not had to refinance. And so that happens. That happened in the late 1970s and early 80s as well. That's part of the lag in the policy process. So we have a lot of data that we look at, and we ultimately have to use judgment to try to put it together.
Speaking of data, growth, we're doing okay. Jay Powell consistently reminds us this is a good thing. We hear it, we feel it here at Milken. Is there the possibility that you don't
you have a good dog, Dago. I like your dog. You know what I'm saying?
The economy is strong.
He does have
right.
credibility.
So if inflation
That's
moves sideways, and if the labor market continues to be strong, and growth continues to be strong, then I would be in the camp of we shouldn't do anything. Just let this play out for an extended period of time.
I don't know. Coin just started breaking down through the low, and then healthcare companies on the high a little bit.
In the labor market, then that might say we need to start dialing back. Or if inflation proves to be more entrenched, we could have to go up.
Yeah.
But is the economy, is it strong for everyone?
Well, no, it's of course not. And we know that the way policy works, it slows down parts of the economy, and the lower income workers tend to feel the pain the most. And that's, I wish that were not the case.
No more data.
Frustrating that
sadly, this guy is our only catalyst.
News, you see Wall Street rally, euphoria returns to Wall Street, and yet there are people who are feeling the pain. So it's definitely uneven how this gets felt.
You did mention, though, if inflation starts to go up, I thought I heard you say we could have to increase the Fed. That's a smart narrative still to have out there, that the Fed could possibly have to raise rates again?
Well, of course. We are data dependent. We are committed to getting inflation back to
on the high
2% target, and we will do what we need to do. Nobody has taken any rates completely off the
Nvidia
table.
came back up too. They were kind of trailing.
Much more likely we would stay put for an extended period of time, and then we'll see where we are.
And then SPY new high. Get ready. We're about to hit 5,200. 5199.95. Holy crap. So Kashkari, he's the one still speaking right now. That was our only event. But, bro, you're literally 0.05 away from hitting the 5,200. There it is, man. Wow. 5,200. So now the door is open to a little higher. You have filled the gap. Last time you were at 5,200 was April 11th. The bonds were already kind of moving. The market didn't react just yet. And then once again, too, you are now back. I think bonds were around the same price here now. And again, below 4.5. But that's a big deal. It's setting up the range for tomorrow. I think he's still talking. I'm going to give you a little bit more.
Often. I turn down 95% of my speaking invitations that I get. So I go out across the district. I'm usually saying the same thing, but in the spirit of transparency, I live stream it so I'm not giving any secrets away. And if people want to watch it and cover it, I can't control that. And so it's a balancing act where we want to be transparent to the constituents that we represent, and yet we also want to show that we're not giving secrets away.
President Kashkari, I feel like there is more clarity of thought about what the Fed may do next, certainly here at Milken this year around. But having talked to you, we could cut rates, we could raise rates.
SPY's still going.
I get it. Do you at the Fed and the FOMC feel like there is more clarity about kind of where we are in the economy and where the trouble spots are?
Well, I think there's more clarity on our reaction function.
And then bonds came down a decent amount, low-key.
Our models have not worked very well in the last few years, so we have to watch the actual inflation data. That will guide us. We all agree on that. Now, whether inflation goes
I think if you go to 4.25, people will start getting bullish and overshoot.
That's where the deviations lie. But our commitment to doing what we need to do, there's no deviation around the table on that.
Are you still paying a lot of attention to financial markets and how they're reacting to
Absolutely.
things?
It is a channel through which monetary policy affects the real economy.
Yeah.
And when, it took 3 negative inflation prints in a row, markets started to take that on board, and then one positive job report, and euphoria returns.
All right.
Oh, I guess we have to go.
Yeah, we got to wrap. You don't see all those people in the background, Carol.
They said we are.
That means wrap. Neil, always great to talk to you.
Great to see you. Thank you.
Neil Kashkari, Minneapolis Fed President, live here at the Milken stage. Let's throw it back to Keely and the team over at Balance of Power.
Nice. That's pretty funny. He said that. I don't know. If they all start saying that by June, depending on the SEP, that will be a narrative shift. But for now, Kashkari is the only one who is kind of bringing up market euphoria and some of those like little switches. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy. Shut the F up and make some drums, Kashkari. You know, maybe do you guys want to do that? Maybe we should work on it. Should we do? Maybe you guys could help me with it. I'll see if Uncle could help. But we should just maybe do Fed diss tracks. Like, what if all the Fed chairs dissed each other? So like Jerome is like Drake, you know. So who would be Kendrick? We have to pick somebody. Would it be Kashkari? Because I don't know if he have that same. You know, I don't know. Because like we could diss them all. I already know what diss. You know who I'd make fun of Powell. I'll be like, all your homies trading municipals. Ah, he got caught twice. Ah, Powell. Is it the braids? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. We'll find out. Is it the rates? Yeah, we'll see. But that being said, I got something better for you, man. You know, I got something better for you, baby. Ah. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, my goodness, man, it's the time for another one, bro. I have a PHILO for you. What do I have, man? I mean, I have something to talk about that I think is quite exciting. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. How this PHILO started. I mean, I was just reading. I was doing my meditation, and like I heard this concept, and I was like, wow, that's like it. Like, I don't know, it connected with me very, very deeply. And then by the end of it, I was like, wait a minute, this is really simple, and it got me thinking about something. So today, I have something, but I mean, in this, I don't know the way I'm gonna break it down for you. I hope it gives you the same clarity that it has given me. And with that being said, before I get into that, man, bro, PHILO, my PHILO warriors, bro, just shout out to you, bro. You know what I'm saying? And like, it's not even, I have said thank you a lot, but like, dude, I'm telling you, bro, the world we live in is a crazy place. You know what I'm saying? Like, it really is, bro. And the fact that some of y'all, I don't care what you believe, because the way y'all have showed love and the way y'all have found, to sit here and to be a part of this. And I know not everybody is a part of it, and I get it. But at the end of the day, man, it's truly like, I have nothing to say about you, but thank you for having a receiving heart. You know, and that goes a long, long way, man. And I'm just saying, dude, this is, it's truly humbling, man, at every single corner. And then when you think about it, because, like, bro, you say, man, you make a Biden voice, you make a Trump voice, people, they will come after you just for, like, even it don't matter. Like, you know what I'm saying? You could bring up God, you don't, like, and it's crazy. And I know some of y'all have very different beliefs at your core than me, but you possess that love, man, and I thank you for that. And I hope all of you can learn from that, and I hope all of you can share that, and I hope all of you know the doors that it opens, and the fact that it's just, that's like real life, man. You know, those are the good things that we live for, man. I'm telling. What is somebody, they said endophthalmology, whatever they said, not the normal sensations, you know. But I'm like, man, I've been very jaded, man, you know, and it always warms my heart to see what we got here. And again, just the way y'all have shown love, bro. And it gives me hope. It gives me a lot of hope for the world. And I know that there is still good out there. So double down on that, baby. Don't ever forget. But now, that being said, Chattadonia, are you guys ready? This one's kind of deep. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know, but I really hope you hear me out. And I do think there's a practical concept that you could apply. But yeah, you're going to hear a lot of God today. And I like to talk about God, but I really, like I'm saying, man, you know, in my own personal meditation, I be thinking about things, and things come across, and I started thinking of this concept, and you know, by the end of it, I realized what it was. So I thought I would share it with you guys today. And that being said, let's just get right into it. It's the first thing, and this is the thing that I heard that like made me think a certain way. And simply, Chattadonia, when God creates a hunger and a thirst in the soul, it is so that he may satisfy them. Oh, Chad, I love this. I've heard this before. I've heard this in my life before, but this kind of stuck out, and I don't know, maybe I was hungry at the time, but it's something we were talking about the other day, and I'm saying, man, this, some of these things you really want, but like something stuck out about hunger and thirsting, and it's like, bro, you have a hunger and a thirst, not so that you can be hungry. Do you get what I'm saying? You have that so it could be filled. There's a reason why you possess that. So, I mean, let me start with I'm starting with the good news. I hope you guys can respect that. The good news is that the hunger and thirst is for a reason. And again, I did say God, and I know some of you might turn off after that, but do you have a hunger in life? Is there and I don't know, maybe you don't want to admit it, but I think every single one of us, there is something that we have in our soul. It's a desire. There's a hunger. Okay? And like, please don't downplay what I am saying right now in the terms of hunger and thirst. Like, what I mean by that is real, like you're hungry. You are thirsty. You have not drinking water in a day. You know what I'm saying? That thirst, you have not had water, like that thirst. You panting, a hunger. You know that feeling of, like where you're about to throw up sometimes. Those hunger pains. Like that's what I'm talking about here. And that's what I'm saying. I really hope you see the good news in this. Because I'm saying, like, don't downplay it. That all of us, I really believe we have a hunger in our soul. We've realized it at different times in our life or not, and depending on how we live or not, that we either get a new hunger or we develop into that one. But there's something driving us. Sometimes we don't even know the answer. So that's the good news. I really hope you get it, man, because like this is the whole concept of you seek, you shall find. This is what makes it so powerful. Do you get it? Like, bro, that hunger will be met if you seek it. And I don't care if you like what I'm saying, but this is, I believe, a principle of life. Regardless of what your belief is, regardless of the hunger. Are you following? Whatever you are hungry for, you are going to meet it if you go after it. You say, I'm hungry for this. You notice it and you're conscious and you say, wow, I need that. That's what I'm hungry for. Good or bad, you will meet that hunger. If you go out, you have to seek it. So, are you ready for the bad news now? I hope you are. Because like I'm telling you, this is a principle. It's kind of like a system. And I was thinking about this, the system of hunger, why we have it, and it's there to get met, But then I was like, damn, this applies for the bad too. This applies to all of the things that may take you away from your goals. Because I told you the good news, man. For real, if you really truly understand, seek and ye shall find. You have a hunger. You woke up with this desire. You don't know how you ended up here. Why are you the only one who wants to do certain things in your family? Why are you the one who has been put on a certain path? Like, dude, you had a hunger. It's sometimes that hunger could be the best thing in the world. But it could also be things that could take you away from a different path. Damn, Starbucks, another low, 71.88. So, Chad, I don't know if you're aware, but we all have a thirst and hunger in our soul, every single one of us, for something. Yeah, there's a promise. God, you seek it, God will fill it. Great. But the problem would be, okay, what if there is no God? What if you don't include that? I guess what I'm trying to tell you is something I brought up the other day, and this is why I hope you are taking the time to meditate. Because you give a lot of hours into this world. It is your world. But what happens when the thirst and hunger is for the world? I don't know if y'all feel me, man. Do you get me? Like, I'm saying you got a hunger in your soul. You know, even to the point someone's got a hunger for God. You may not want to admit it, but you like, what? Why is there bigger? Why? You got questions. I get it. But we all got a hunger for the world. And don't fool anybody, because I know I do. This is something more and more, even if times I've tried to downplay it, I've realized it. And until I could spot the enemy and know, I'm like, no, watch him. Watch him. You get what I'm saying? It used to be, nah, he's cool. I ain't worried about him. No, watch him. I'm telling you, dude, we have hungers every single day. Literally. That's why you feed it with real food. But do you get what I'm saying here? Yeah, you got a hunger in your soul for God, but you also have a hunger in your soul for the world. So guess what? You got to pick which wolf to feed. See, this is where I was saying, I started thinking about that first line, you know, God, you have a hunger and thirst and God will fill it. And I was like, wow, what about this? I was like, what about when it's for the world and this? And before I knew it, I'm back to this concept. The two wolves, my friend. Which one are you going to feed? You know, the angel, the devil on the shoulder. It's the same thing. And honestly, man, I'm sure there's a good question involved. Come on. Bro. Now, what's so bad about the world? That's the thing. That is a good question. You know why? Because I know when I say certain things, there's people who think that. What is so bad with the world? Like, come on, Jesus, man, why are you so scared? Like, is it that bad? Right? I mean, think about it. We're talking about hunger, right? And food? Great. Let's talk about food. Why not fruit? There's one part that you hunger for in life. I don't know if you've realized there's good fruit that you hunger for. Love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. Some people call these the fruits of the Spirit. A fruit. So again, I'm saying, like, what is so bad about the world? You could have these things sometimes, but like really look around, man. What do you see? Come on. This is the thing that I'm like, man, like low key, it's very hard to ignore. No matter how jaded you are or not. Bro, there's hate, despair, envy, murder, everything. And I know you guys aren't, listen, you don't get it. I know there's many arguments. Some of you feel me. But like, let me just put it this way, man. If you disagree with me on what the world has to offer, what do you see everywhere on TV and social media? Bro, are we praising and making people famous because of how gentle they are and the self-control that they possess? Do we highlight that? Are we every week? Are we watching a live stream in LA? Oh, I'm like, oh, this guy's doing random acts of kindness, exhibiting patience. Whoa, look at that. The guy in the helicopter, like, wow, look at all these good things happening in downtown LA. Come on. Bro, y'all know about Tom Brady. You could tell me about Tom Brady's relationship. Literally, there's just a roast. But you don't see people. We're the celebrities who have a good relationship that they highlight 30, 40 years of marriage. About I don't know, man. Maybe this stuff is just boring and they don't put it on. Or maybe there's a different type of fruit. So, I don't know if you're losing me on it, you feeling me. The point I'm trying to say, no matter what, your hunger is going to be met. And I'm just telling you guys from experience. if I do not hunger, oh, wow, SPY dropping a little Raul. Yeah, low ticker. I don't have any headlines. But I think it's very simple, man. Like, from experience, if I don't hunger for self-control, bro, I'm hungering for recklessness. It's there. SPY dropping a little bit more. And remember, recklessness, art of war, baby. Don't you forget. Bro, if I'm not hungry for love and kindness, I really do notice there is a thirst for anger and envy. So y'all can act like this isn't you. That's fine, man. But I really think this is the human condition. Whether we want to, like I said, I used to ignore it to a degree. I knew he was a suspect, but I didn't follow him around. But I'm saying, nah, you need to watch out for that. Bro, this is all I'm saying. You are either aware of it or it's controlling you. So, Chad, decide what's for dinner, okay? It's either you or what you want. But take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link, nightly Watchlist on my channel. And I don't know why we had that Raul. No, I don't have anything. Yeah, I don't know. It came back up a little bit, but no headlines for now. No headlines for now. All right. I'll give you this. I'll give you that after. Let me play you an uncle. Everybody needs an uncle, you know what I'm saying? Thank you, man. Thank you for listening. You know what I'm saying? And not treating me different. Because actually, speaking of which, do you guys want me to tell you? You get your song on a very special day. Your country song. It comes out on CPI Day. There you go. I don't know if it's the shrooms, but PHILO's been on fire. It has been, bro. I'm telling you, it started with meditation. That's it. I realized I had a lot of things getting in my way, and I was not feeding myself as much as I should. And that's it. And I got a new hunger. And I'm telling you, the spirit, and even is very humbling, bro. Because I realized, too, it's so, in a weird way, not even in a weird way, in an honest, I'm filthy, dude. You have no idea. And I recognize the condition and the world and what it has made me. And I could do good, but my works are worthless, bro. Trust me. I hope you understand. But and that's why, man, a lot of meditation and prayer and giving it the time that I need, and it's been beautiful. And I'm glad I could share it with you. So, amen, bro. I had some vitamins, yeah. It's funny. I needed the rest, but I didn't. I didn't need to go sleep. I didn't need to turn off a live stream. You know what I'm saying? It's like I just needed to really give myself the time with my book and my God, bro. And really, actually intimate relationship in that sense. Otherwise, I mean, the world got too much going on. I recognize the bigger need. So don't let me go too crazy though. If you're asking for that comment, I had to elaborate.
The whole idea of spiritual warfare is not what you think that you watch something like The Exorcist. Spiritual warfare is much more subtle and it's much more tricky.
It's a call, baby. Yeah, it's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing, then it's needed. And my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest's on the way. You gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade. Either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain. Every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to fate. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run. They want it all today. My father is really awesome. Don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it. So either way, giving thanks. Yep. You could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm.
I want to let it ride out, bro. I accidentally hit pause. Yalla. All right. I am going to do earnings. Let me get you this. I don't know if it's Corinne or the State Department. She'll be on in a little, but I'll get you these previews, and then we're going to be good, man. We're going to be good.
And can you give doing the operation? They'll have the latest details on it.
And there's no headline on why we dropped like this. This whole thing, we have no idea.
Gaza from where they would be operating. If anything, it just shows why it's so important to get that.
And then I have a what's it called?
But that said, no one should think.
I want to go over that credibility thing.
You could see.
Maybe I'll put it on the watch list. I have a little economic lesson for y'all.
Completion of this pier and the opening of that route is in any way a replacement for Kerem, Shalom, and Rafah being open. Getting that pier finished is not sufficient means to close other gates. It's not sufficient reason to operate in the south and disrupt the delivery of humanitarian assistance, because even when that pier is open, the amount of aid it can deliver a day, somewhere around 100 trucks, in no way can replace what needs to come into Gaza through these other gates.
Yeah, it is catching up with TLT, because that TLT drop was pretty big.
Someone that's been watching the Pentagon briefings. I wish I had time. No offense, I wish I had time to watch their briefings as well as do my own. I just don't. Janie, go ahead.
Thank you, Matt. Regarding the U.S. and South Korea's defense cost sharing, it has been reported that if former President Trump is re-elected, South Korea's defense cost sharing will increase significantly. Recently, there was a discussion on the defense cost sharing between South Korea and the United States in Hawaii, as you know that. Will defense cost sharing be increased under the Biden administrations? If so, what percent will increase?
I just don't have those numbers at my fingertips. Sorry.
You don't have anything for because you have.
I mean, in terms of the percentage, it's not.
No idea why we're dumping. If any, I mean, I like that answer, following the bonds, but there's no real reason.
Resolution to prevent.
Got some good companies here today too. So I'm getting the previews. We'll probably be like 10 minutes maybe behind our schedule.
What do you think about the U.S.
I'm getting them now.
Permanent members imposing penalties to veto abuse?
So, as we said at the time, we were incredibly disappointed that Russia vetoed what should have been a quite uncontroversial resolution regarding the obligations of state parties under the Outer Space Treaty. It should be clear, I think, that no country should have reservations about prohibiting putting a nuclear weapon into orbit, and in terms of potential actions, I don't have anything to preview from here.
Gaggle.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Matthew.
Politico just reported that and I'm quoting from the report, administration is holding up shipments of 2 types of Boeing-made precision bombs to send a political message to Israel, end quote. Is this true?
I think Michelle asked me that exact question 5-10 minutes ago, and I answered it.
Okay, sorry. Now that Israel has invaded Rafah, is the department
said, watch the
considering
watch
any
list,
actions
asshole.
Such as sanctions or withholding
You
aid
said you
from
don't even
Israel?
care about the
I also
answer.
answered that question
You said I
earlier
put it on
when I
the
said
watch
we are
list
not
5
gonna
minutes
review
ago.
policy options.
How come you asking me about
And
it? That's
finally,
crazy.
6 lawmakers from the Congressional Executive Commission on China has sent a letter to the State Department asking for state to use its existing rewards program to seek firsthand information on forced organ harvesting in communist China and disrupt the illicit trade. The State Department has expressed concerns about this issue before publicly and in the human rights reports. Do you have any response to the letter, and will state consider using the rewards program to stop forced organ harvesting?
I'm sure, have received that letter and will respond in due course to the members themselves.
Thank you, sir. 2 questions.
Thank you.
Common questions. One, as far as conflict in the Middle East or Gaza or Hamas and Israel is concerned, first, on October 7, Hamas attacked the innocent people in Israel. Now, innocent people are being killed or they are dying in Gaza because of basics they are not getting. My question is that...
Nothing. We don't have any headlines. We just started
Hamas
dropping
maybe
bonds, dropped 30, 40 minutes
For
prior.
the common people in Gaza,
And then it was literally
how
right
can you
after hitting
describe,
5,200.
For the common people,
I wouldn't
we are
read too much
negotiating
into
with
it.
Hamas. Is a Hamas a terrorist organization or is a political organization?
It is absolutely a terrorist organization.
So why are we negotiating then with them?
Well, we don't. Hamas is holding civilians hostage. Want to see those American citizens return home. So it's also true that Hamas is one of the parties to this conflict and has the ability to end it. So we think it's appropriate. We're not in direct negotiations with Hamas, but obviously we're engaging with countries in the region, Qatar and Egypt, who have the ability to talk to them. And we think it's appropriate to do so because we want to see these hostages return home, especially the American hostages, but the hostages of Israel and every other country. Remember, there's not just Israeli citizens who are being held hostage, and we believe this is the best way to do so.
Second, sir, Secretary of State and Secretary of Treasury both were in China recently, and both warned Chinese leadership about not to interfere in the U.S. elections and among others. Can you describe that? What kind of warning was, and what was the response from the Chinese leadership?
So I'm not going to speak to that in any level of detail, but the secretary did make clear.
Kashkari had a lot of quotes
reiterated
today. He was
something
just
that we have
speaking.
a
I don't
message
see
that we
any
delivered
new ones now,
previously to
but we
the
just had a
Chinese government
couple.
That any interference, any attempt to influence our upcoming election is something that would be unacceptable.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Just to clarify, you've called the Rafah operation limited, but you also said it had the appearance of being a prelude, your word, to a major operation.
I don't think that's what I said. It's not what I intended. I said that they have remember when they have described it as limited, it looks at this way to not be the major operation that you would see, say, for example, if they entered the neighborhoods where they have ordered evacuations. We don't know if it's a prelude or not. They've made clear
Prelude, dude.
They intend to launch a major military operation, and we have made clear that we are opposed to that. I can't speak to.
So you're not calling it a prelude?
No, I can't speak to whether
because
this is
Yoav
the beginning or
Gallant
not.
is. I'm sorry. Yoav Gallant is touring the Rafah area today, and he said, I directed the IDF to enter the Rafah area, take the crossing, carry out its missions. This operation will continue until we eliminate Hamas in the Rafah area and the entire Gaza Strip. So that doesn't sound limited to me.
So they have made similar statements in the past about what their
but
policy
they're there
intends to
now.
be, and we have made our statements about what our policy is, and we will continue to make that clear.
Cool,
cool. Yeah.
I want to move to another region, Haiti. Do you have any updates for us on where we're at in terms of the deployment of that police force or security force now that the Presidential Council was put into place? What is the status of play on that at this point?
So we welcome the process, the progress in the political process that has taken place. We continue to work with our Kenyan partners and other countries for the deployment of the MSS. In terms of an exact deployment schedule, we have, I think for operational security reasons, not wanted to affix a public date to it.
Trump defense lawyer Todd Blanche moves to mistrial based on Daniel's testimony.
But are there any pre-elements, forward people going in now in Haiti from the U.S. or from?
Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of.
I mean, it's more of a Pentagon
It's,
question.
yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
That's kind of like why I'm. Yeah.
Yep.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So just back to Rafah. Prior to Israel taking control, Hamas was collecting revenue, as you said, of those goods. Can you go into more detail on how Hamas was benefiting from that crossing, and also how you navigate the fine line of ensuring that they're deprived while also keeping it open?
Well, Hamas has been the government in Gaza, so they were performing, in addition to being a terrorist organization, they were the de facto government in Gaza, and so we're performing government functions, and that includes running a border crossing where you can collect customs. You can also, if you control a border crossing, collect, let's call them more irregular payments, and we have seen both of those things happen. And so it is a legitimate goal to try to shut off and choke off that revenue stream to Hamas. That
PGA
said,
Penn partnership.
we want to see Rafah open, and so someone needs to be on the Gaza side of Rafah to run that side of the crossing. The Egyptians can't do it. We talked about this very early in the conflict when we were trying to open Rafah in the first place, so someone needs to be there to do it, and we'll continue to work through how to get that gate open and how to keep it open.
And there's a report. Can you confirm that there's a plot to assassinate Zelensky and other top Ukrainian figures that failed?
So obviously the Ukrainian government has made an announcement to that effect. We have been in close contact with them about that. I would defer to the Ukrainian government to speak to the details of it, but obviously it just speaks to the depravity that we've seen on display from the Putin regime since the outset of this conflict.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay, so given that Israel is pledging to wage an operation in Rafah using U.S. weapons that the U.S. opposes, is there any internal process going on to figure out what went wrong internally? Like how did the process allow the weapons to be shipped and then into a situation in which Israel's going to use them in opposition to what the United States wants done?
I don't think I can answer that question without presupposing a policy decision that we have not yet announced. We have made clear that and I've said it here, what our position is on a major military operation in Rafah, and Israel will make its policy decisions, and we will make ours.
So if they do continue this operation, will it result in a review of what went wrong?
Again, I'm just not going to speak to what policy determinations we might make or what internal kind of mechanisms would go into answering such a question.
Pakistan question real quick?
Sure, yeah.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer recently met with the Pakistan ambassador, and he relayed to the ambassador that Imran Khan's safety in prison was a high priority of the United States. Did he coordinate that conversation with the State Department? Does the State Department share that view that his safety in prison is a high priority of the U.S.?
So I'm not aware of any coordination. It may have happened, may have been conversations between this building and Senator Schumer and his staff, and I'm just not aware of them. It's certainly possible. But obviously we want to see safety and security of every prisoner in Pakistan or anywhere else in the world, something that every person, every detainee, every prisoner is entitled to basic human rights and protection under the law.
Follow, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. U.S. Ambassador in Pakistan.
And Donald Bloom met with the current leadership of Imran Khan's party. And after that meeting, there were like dozens of stories circulating in Pakistani media. Could you tell us something about that, as that meeting was arranged on the request of U.S. Ambassador Donald Bloom?
Dozens of stories circulating about a meeting
Different
with our
stories.
ambassador. What a new thing.
Different stories.
I haven't got a Donald Bloom question in a while. Yes, the U.S. Ambassador Donald Bloom met with the leader of the opposition in the National Assembly, Omar Ayub Khan, and other senior members of the opposition to discuss a broad range of issues important to the bilateral relationship. This includes U.S. support for continued economic reforms, human rights, and regional security.
Sir, after that meeting, the leadership of PTI, Imran Khan's party, told media that they have expressed their concerns about human rights violations, fabricated cases against Imran Khan, freedom of speech, and others. So what is your position on these issues, sir?
So we have to address this any number of times, and our position is the same as we have stated it previously, which is we take no position on elections in Pakistan. We take no position with respect to any particular political party. And of course, we want to see basic human rights upheld, as I said in my answer to Ryan's
So
question.
one last question. Saudi Crown Prince MBS is visiting Pakistan in next few days. Recently, Iranian president was in Pakistan too. So how you see these trips when there is too much tension in the region?
So certainly we always support diplomatic engagement between our partners. I don't have any further comment on the visit between the Saudi Crown Prince to Pakistan, but it's that kind of diplomatic engagement is routine and something that we support and encourage. But when it comes to Iran, of course, while we welcome regional de-escalation, we've seen the outbreak of limited conflict between Iran and Pakistan, we do remain skeptical about Iran's intentions, given its continued destabilizing behavior broadly in the region. Take one more, and then we'll wrap for today. You go ahead.
Thank you. I want to ask you about Rafah. You said you do not want to see a large-scale military operation, but on a scale of limited versus large military operation, like what is acceptable for you when you configure for the concerns of the lack of humanitarian aid, that this can be a problem, when you talk about the possibility.
All righty. So, Chattadonia, you've gotten a lot of Kashkari today. Now you get a little bit more, 7 hours of Rafah again. That's what yesterday was. Not much data, but now we get to get into earnings. So, Chattadonia, hopefully you are all familiar with what is going on here. We are going to go over the companies that report tomorrow morning as well as today after the bell. And we are going to see how they performed at their last earnings and some of the other estimates. And then we are going to go over their option chain and see what is pricing in. After we figure that out, it will be on you to determine how you want to play it, whether that is 2 standard deviations, whether it's 1 standard deviation, sell premium, or anything else in between. But once you have that info, it should be able to help you out. So hopefully you guys do not gamble, be wise, and I hope this info helps. But don't forget, money that you need is cursed. And now all we got to do is just get into it, baby. It's very, very simple. So I will say, so far, though, earnings has been kind of a dud overall. There's only been a couple ones. I mean, we did get 1,000%ers, not as many as last time. But, even Disney, that one kind of hit there, depending on the report. So keep that in mind. Is consumer credit at 3? I might get a move, but, I mean, comparatively, I think there's still, wholesale inventories, too, and some other stuff coming out. But it shouldn't, move us too crazy. We'll find out. But we will see. But that being said, Rivian, believe it or not, I don't have a preview for Rivian. So I don't know if Troy's in here. Troy, if you could get me a Rivian one. Otherwise, I will be moving ahead to the next one in Arista ANET. So here it is. Boop. Oh, yes, sir. There you go. We got Troy. Troy in the house. Yeah, Rivian, I think, is the only one I don't have. I have Toast. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, just Rivian. The automobiles. So standard deviation. Mine, so there's a reason why I call it ghetto standard deviation. Because there's hella smart math nerds out there. And they get mad offended if I ever claimed anything legit like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's a rough estimate. It's generally close. It's not specific. It's not exact. And I mean, quite frankly, the option market and stocks are changing every single second. So it's a rough estimate that is usually accurate. And then from there, we just extrapolate, and then we're coming up with stuff. So yeah, it's pretty ghetto how we arrive to it. But then again, it works. It works, and it will give you very accurate information in the sense of whether or not it's 1 standard deviation. I mean, if you have paid attention to these earnings, it's usually moving almost exactly to these dollar amounts that we are forecasting. So that being said, let's go for ANET. Boop. All righty. All right, revenue $1.55 billion, versus guidance of 1.52 to 156 billion. Non-GAAP gross margin 62% versus guidance of 62%. Non-GAAP operating margin 42.6 versus guidance of 42. EPS $1.74. Revenue next quarter expected to be 1.62 billion. Non-GAAP operating margin 62.6. Non-GAAP operating margin, other one was gross, 42.9. EPS $1.82. Price history since last quarter, February 12th. ANET is down by 6.8. SPY is up by 0.8, and XLK is down by 0.4. Near-term options implied 10.7% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 5, gain of 14, gain of 20, and loss of 16. Revenue has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. Where to find this earnings? Oh, Brett, you don't watch the watch list? I feel. But yeah, it's proprietary. There's an explanation on the watch list. But that's ANET. So what are we pricing? 275 about. So 1150 plus 1240. What is that? 1390? Or no, 2390? 2395? That's 2324. 2180. We'll go with the middle. $23.24 is what the market maker thinks that ANET will move. 8.4. So it's actually pricing less than what the preview said. So $23.24. So not bad. 23.24. That is for ANET. And then Troy sent me the Rivian one. Nice. All right. So that's number 1. Then Rivian. So Rivian made and sold more cars than expected in the first quarter, but investors are set to scrutinize the automaker's plans to ramp up production after a recent manufacturing pause and a further round of job cuts. Still better than expected production and deliveries for the quarter should have reined in cost and help losses come in below expectations, says Bloomberg. First quarter revenue estimate 1.18 billion, adjusted loss per share 1.15, loss per share estimate 1.27, adjusted EBITDA loss estimate 856.6 million, operating expense estimate 937 million, R&D 504, SG&A expenses 440 million, negative adjusted free cash flow estimate of 1.08 billion, capital expenditure estimate of 338.7 billion, and cash equivalents of 7.17 billion. So on the year, production estimate is 57,449 vehicles, adjusted EBITDA loss estimate of 2.91 billion, and capital expenditure estimate of 1.66 billion. So Jefferies, Rivian, they have a buy target of 16. They say with improved capital spending plans and solid liquidity, Rivian's Q1 earnings matter little when compared with the outcome and planned production improvement. Truist, Jordan Levy hold price target 10. The key focus for Rivian remains demonstrating progress towards pushing GM's positive exiting the year, where we expect few updates until normal ramp backs up. The recent R2 platform announcement in March did bring some welcome news to the company, including a surprise reveal of the company's R3 slated to be cheaper than the 45K R2, and initial R2 production shift to normal at the Georgia plant in effort to preserve liquidity. Looking to second half 24, will be focused on Rivian's margin trajectory, looking on normal restarting the company's ability to achieve positive GMs by year-end 24, first quarter 25. Bloomberg says that the company is expected to flag a one-off revenue headwind in second quarter as it retools manufacturing process for new EV drive and introduces new lithium iron phosphate battery, expected to reduce unit production costs going forward. They have 14 buy targets, 10 holds, and 3 sells. Average price target, $15 a share, 47% upside from current price. One-day move following earnings is 15%, and shares are down 24% in the past year, while the SPX is up by 24%. Wow. And then Rivian is pricing in a greater than average earnings day volatility ahead of the company report. Post-market today with a gap of 3.2 compared with an average move following the past earnings 8 releases. Option market is implying a 15% move following results compared with an average of 12% move over the past 2 years. Shares of Rivian have risen 16% in the past week and are down 23% on the year. On days like today, do I consider selling Disney in the long term? My man, my only response to that, and I don't know if this is appropriate, is bah humbug. So bah humbug is how I feel about that. You know the plan, baby. I ain't changed plans. Why would I change the plan? It's a plan. That's why I made the plan. I stick to the plan. So Rivian, looks like more volatility expected than not. So 1013, 81 plus 96. What is that, like 180? 189? We'll go with 189. My number was a eyeball. 189 divided by 10.12. 18. So they're pricing in even more. Everything I read was 15%. So now it's up even more. So yeah, market maker thinks $1.89 on Rivian. And it does seem like they, what was it? Just all about delivery numbers. Who was that first guy? Jeffries. They don't even care. Bro timed me out for that statement before. I have timed out people for that. I told them to think about it. You know, the only difference was that was like when there was like a lot of fear. And I think people were being like, this was, honestly, I'm surprised I got that question. SYF selling. It worked. Good. I hope. Amen. Yeah, SY Synchrony on the low. All right, that's ANET. Next one. Upstart. I tried to draw the Rivian. I didn't know how to draw a Rivian. I think I only made one drawing today. The rest were hard. Upstart, isn't it like a lending platform? So I think it's like peer-to-peer lending. It's kind of like, is it like Lending Tree? I think that might be it. But Upstart, they're expecting revenue of $125.1 million versus guidance of $125. Revenue from fees $132.7 million. Interest income net loss of $8 million. No way. Adjusted EBITDA loss of $25.4 million versus guidance a loss of $25. Adjusted EBITDA margin loss of 20.4 versus guidance a loss of 20. Next quarter expecting revenue of $145.2 million. Adjusted EBITDA loss of $5.8 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin loss of 4.9. Transaction volume $1.28 billion. Price history since last quarter, February 14th. Upstart is down by 11. SPY is up by 2.4. XLF is up by 3.5. Near-term options imply 22% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 20, loss of 27, loss of 34, gain of 35. Revenue has beaten 10 of the last 13 quarters. EPS has beaten 10 of the last 13. Short interest is 35%. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 5 of the last 12 quarters. Lending Club used to do this. They're no longer peer-to-peer. Lending Tree is a mortgage aggregator? Oh, no way. Wow. So honestly, that it's moved high, but it also looks like it's pricing in a lot. $25. What is that? $532, $523, and we'll go with that. So market maker thinks Upstart will move $5.23 in either direction. 21% priced in. That is a lot. I did not go over. Are they before the bell or after? But right now, we've only gone through 3. We just finished Upstart pricing in $5.23 a share. Oh, I don't. Can anybody tell me what if you could tell me what company this is? I don't know what I'll give you. This is the next one. Does anybody know what it is? You could kind of read it. I can read it, but yeah. Oh, there is win. Yeah, because I try to do it in cursive. Yeah, it's win. Yeah, it's win. That's win, yeah. You could see it kinda. That's the W. And that's the Y, and then that's the ends. No? Kinda. Anyways. So win. They're expecting revenue of 1.8 billion. Las Vegas 612, Macau 925, adjusted EBITDA 603.3 million, Las Vegas 235, EPS $1.29, price history since last quarter, February 8th. Win is down by 10.2, SPY is up by 1.3, XLY is down by 1.1. Near-term options imply 5.6% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 6, or gain of 6, loss of 6, gain of 3, then break even. Revenue has beaten 11 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 9 of the last 20 quarters. Merck on the high. It's another healthcare. On to 6. 3. Oh man. 424. 451. We'll go 424. 425. So market maker thinks they'll move 425 either direction for win. 4.4. That's a little lower. That's not bad. 425. So what was the other one that was it? The first one, Rivian or ANET? They went lower. But yeah, Win market maker thinks that they will move $4.25 either direction. Not bad. Win. But again, they haven't had a move bigger than 5 or 6. All right, the next one is Lyft. And if you guys remember, you already have a play on Lyft if you held those leaps. So remember, we did a Lyft earnings leap. I think those are still up. They did come down eventually, but oh, yeah, they did drop. They're only up. Oh, no. They're up 140%. Yeah, so those held. I thought it said only 14%. I was like, boo. All right, Lyft, they're expecting a revenue of $1.16 billion. Contribution $481.5 million. Contribution margin 40.8. Adjusted EBITDA $55 million versus guidance of 50 to 55. Adjusted EBITDA margin 4.8%. EPS 6 cents a share. Bookings $3.58 billion versus guidance of 3.5 to 3.6. Take rate 32.4. Active riders 21.8 million. And revenue per active rider, 52.58. Next quarter, expecting revenue of $1.27 billion. Contribution, $541. Margin, 41.6. Adjusted EBITDA, $81.5 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin, 6.4. EPS, 14 cents a share. Bookings, $3.98 billion. Take rate, 31.8. Active riders, 23.4. Revenue per active rider, 53.6. Since last quarter, February 13th, Lyft is up 41.8. SPY is up by 3.5. XLI is up by 5.9. Near-term options imply 17.9% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 35, loss of 6, loss of 10, loss of 19. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters with 6 in line. EPS has beaten 13 of the last 15. Share forward quarter revenue guidance has beaten 3 of the last 14. And short interest is 16%. So Lyft. So pricing in less than the crazy moves, but other than last earnings, it pretty much moved what it was pricing in. Damn. That's kind of a lot. So 1650, you're pricing in 270, 282, 283. Yeah, right on the money. That's a lot for a $16 stock. 282 divided by 1555, 17%. So market maker thinks that your boy lift 17% either direction. It's moved double that last time, and then other than that though, the prior earnings fell below that. Like it up or down, it didn't really have that juice, and they were all down. All right. So that's lift. Lift. Oh, wow. I did that. I have Oxy, but off fossil finance, Jay. I have to boycott it, you know, to show I care about the environment. You know, I'm going to just go get a Tesla, too. I'm going to go get me another one. Now that I think about it, y'all just... so I have Oxy, but we're going to just skip to Twilio. NRG. Don't you want to try out the Rivian? I'm still kind of a Tesla fanboy. Like, I like the Tesla car. Ooh, a Hummer EV, bro. Yeah. So, Twilio, they're expecting $1.03 billion versus guidance of $1.025 to $1.035. Non-GAAP gross margin 52.3, non-GAAP operating margin 12.6, EPS 59 cents versus guidance of 56 to 60. Bonds are about to flush through the low. Or ending active customers 304,000. Q2 revenue 1.08, non-GAAP gross margin 52.4. Ford prepared to restrict UK sales of petrol cars to hit EV targets. What? Ford is saying they'll halt the sale of gas cars to hit EV targets. Woo! And then next quarter, Twilio expecting $1.08 billion in revenue, non-GAAP gross margin 52.4, non-GAAP operating 13, EPS 65 cents a share, ending customers 304.9 thousand. Prices 3 since last quarter, February 15th. Twilio is up by 0.6, SPY is up by 0.7, XLK is down by 3.6. Near-term options imply 11.3% move last 4 quarters, loss of 15, break-even, gain of 2, loss of 13. Revenue has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20, and forward quarter EPS has beaten 7 of the last 20 with 2 in line. Twilio. So honestly, it either moves big or does nothing. 2 quarters barely moving, 2 quarters 13 and 15%. $63.20. All right. So 685. I'm getting 660. We'll go with the lower one. So market maker thinks Twilio will move $6.60 in either direction. Divide that by 63.19, about 10%. So a little bit lower than what the preview says. So that came down a little, but again, this one kind of goes both ways. It either moves or it doesn't. So literally 2 quarters of big moves, 2 quarters of small moves. And SPY flushing a little bit, man, even with the bonds. All right. Twilio. I can't even read this one. Do you guys know what this one is? I don't have no idea yet. Interesting. No? No one knows? That one actually looks like Arabic. Confluent. Yeah, CFLT. All right. So Confluent and SPY is flushing right now. Stocks S on the high and SPY going lower. The low ticker is very active. It did kind of look like lift. So going a little lower. Confluent, they're expecting 211.6 million in revenue versus guidance at 211 to 212. Non-GAAP gross margin 75.3. Non-GAAP operating margin loss of 3.9 versus guidance a loss of 4. EPS 2 cents a share versus guidance of 0 to 2 cents. Cash flow from operations loss of 34.4 million. Ending free cash flow 39.5. Ending deferred revenue 354.4 million. RPO 929.5. Next quarter expecting revenue of 228.5 or 228.8. Non-GAAP gross margin 75.5. Non-GAAP operating loss of 1.1. EPS 4 cents a share. Cash flow from operations 12.2 million. Ending free cash flow 3.6. Ending deferred revenue 357.4. Full year guidance revenue 950, EPS 17 cents. Since last quarter, Confluent is up by 18.1, SPY is up 2.7, and XLK is down by 0.8. Near-term options implied 19.3% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 34, gain of 34, loss of 42, gain of 16, and gain of 16. Revenue being 11 of 11 quarters, and EPS has been 11 of 11 quarters. Wow. So big moves on the last 2 quarters, but other than that, it stays within there. God, they don't have weeklies. Amazon on the low. So no weeklies. The pricing might be a little trickier, but we're looking at 570, 566. Sure. Aspire Red. No, I did not go over Redfin today. The Redfin and the other one, I don't. There's someone, what was it? You want to like CoStar or something like that? But I'm going through the ones I have on the list, and then once we get to those, we could get that. But no news in the Middle East except for this morning, and we are coming down here a little bit. SPY going lower. But yeah, Confluent. This one's pricing in 568. About 27.54. 20%. That's a lot. That is a lot. I don't know what happened except for bonds. I mean, sure enough, I was telling you how much the bonds are still up today, but now it's kind of a little bit more in line. But low key, bonds started dropping, SPY held on, then bonds hit another leg, and then eventually market just caught up. Other than that, no real catalyst or headlines. All right, Confluent. I don't think we missed the news, the war news. A CIA director Burns back in Cairo for truce talks. That was like 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago. Then the Ford news. That was about, it was like 6 minutes ago. Biden, Romania, Black Sea security assistance with Ukraine. Nah, not seeing any. All right, Michael, I'm not going to go over Sats anymore because I told you I was going to go over that earnings for you, and all you have proceeded to do is spam Uncle songs. Although Uncle will appreciate it, I need you in the game, baby. Cuz, what are you doing? Is that productive? Is that effective? Is that what? Come on. And then you got mad at the off fossil finance sarcasm. You didn't like my joke there, but that's it. But nah, man, just come on, stay in the game. You're showing love. Well, stay in the game. Be on topic, man. It's cool, but you know, I appreciate it, but come on, baby, come on. You should post it on your social media. Go on Reddit and post it. You know what I'm saying? But like, you know, I'm gonna get it for you, baby. All right. Oh yeah. Do you know what this one is? This is my only picture of the day. Let's see. It can be confused with another logo, but I don't know. I don't know if you guys know this one. Nice. You got it. Why would that be Snapchat, dude? Oh, I could kind of see it looking like a ghost. You're right. Never mind. I can see it. I see it. It's not Snapchat, though. I can see a ghost. It's toast. It's not a ghost. It's toast. Would you look at that? Wow. All right, Toast. They're expecting revenue of $1.04 billion. Non-GAAP gross margin 23.8, adjusted EBITDA 23.3 versus guidance of 15 to 25. Adjusted EBITDA margin 2.3, EPS 5 cents a share, APR or ARR 1.28 billion, gross payment volume 33.67 billion. Next quarter, expecting revenue of $1.23 billion, non-GAAP gross margin 23.6, adjusted EBITDA 54.7, adjusted EBITDA margin 4.5, EPS of 9 cents, APR 1.45 billion, GPV 40.53 billion, full year guidance, adjusted EBITDA of 200 to 220 million, non-GAAP subscription and financial technology gross profit 1.3 to 1.32, that's billions non-GAAP. And then price history since last quarter, February 16th. Toast is up by 4.3. SPY is up by 1.2. XLY is down by 1.3. Near-term options imply 15.2% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 17, loss of 14, gain of 15, and gain of 9. Revenue has beaten 9 of the last 10 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 7 of the last 10. Forward quarter guidance has beaten 8 of the last 9 quarters. That's it. Why are all the Michaels just spamming in chat, dude? What is this, the Lord? Is this where's Michael, the Lord's angel? Did I sin or something? Are you trying to get my attention? What's up, man? So many Michaels spamming. I've seen too many Michaels today. You like this one? Honestly, I don't know. My first reaction was that it seems to just be pricing in exactly what we what it's moved like. So it's kind of crazy. I don't know. It's not pricing in above or below, just right smack dab what it's done every time. So 156 to 180. $341, $325, $311. We'll go $325. So market maker thinks that Toast will move $3.25 in either direction. That is I messed that up. $13.6. So it's pricing in a little less. So, but I think it's moved like this every single time. I like the company. I think Toast is quite interesting. So, yeah. You spam infrequently and sporadically. You got ignored, sad face. Well, I'm going to time you out for crying. But then upon looking at your chat facts, your last message is, I could build houses with fusion instead of fission, and the CIA bought my tech. I thought the Cookie Monster movie in real life. I died in a car accident, and I am in this hellish purgatory. Why would I take anything you say seriously? Okay? So, honestly, I'm going to give you a 24-hour timeout. A ban would probably help you out because then you could start over fresh, but, you know, I'll stick with 24 hours. So, yeah. Very simple, actually. That one has no questions. But Toast, I like the company. I don't know. It's kind of expensive for a move. And then I think that's it for after hours, except for now. I think the two other ones are Redfin and then Satellite. Michael stopped spamming, so I'm going to get him Sats if I have it. I don't know if I actually have it. So actually, let me get Redfin. Let me see if I have Sats. I don't have a preview for Sats, my friend. Oh, that's Dish, huh? I didn't notice that. Yeah, I don't have a preview. I could price it in for you, though. But usually when it's a cheap play, man, I'd usually just go with shares. No, a firm's going to be in the morning. I still have the ones for the AM. So they don't even have the weeklies. This one will be a little tough. What the? 17, 226, 230. So it's priced in over 10%, maybe even 15. Yeah, so I don't have the preview, but about 15%, $2.30 is priced in either direction. Better off with shares. All right, next one is Red Fun. All right, I don't even... Oh, I did not do Reddit, actually. You're right. I have the I'll do that one right after this one. Yeah, that's another one. So Reddit, or Redfin, they're expecting revenue of $217.8 million versus guidance of $214 to $223. Gross margin 29.6, adjusted EBITDA loss of 31.9 versus guidance of loss of 36 to loss of 29. Adjusted EBITDA margin loss of 14.7 versus guidance of loss of 16.8 to loss of 13. EPS 58 cents a share loss. Next quarter expecting revenue of 284.6 million. Gross margin 38.4. Adjusted EBITDA gain of 7 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin of 2.4 and EPS loss of 26 cents a share. Since last quarter, February 28th, Redfin is down by 15.7. S&P is down by 0.1 and XLF is up by 0.2. Near-term options imply 17.8% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 2, gain of 22, loss of 24, and gain of 33. Revenue has beaten consensus 15 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 with 2 in line. Short interest is 16% and forward quarter revenue has beaten 12 of the last 19 quarters. So Red Fun. A-Lab, no, I didn't have a preview for A-Lab. Are they after the bell? Or are they in the morning? Yeah. I think I skipped A-Lab. I skipped A-Lab, and that's it. Redfin, let's see, $6, $6.50, $125. That says $113. I'm going to go $113. $113 divided by 643. 17.5. Pricing in a shit ton. But they are expecting, what's it called? Good guidance. I don't think it's as much as this quarter. They just need to have a positive EBITDA. All right, and then the next one, Reddit. So again, Reddit is today, even though they just IPO'd not too long ago. Their first one is right now. This is today after the bell. So Reddit, they are expecting, and there's 8 estimates, 8 estimates for EPS, 14 for revenue, and then about 12 people estimating on margin and 3 analysts covering the segments. Revenue is expected to be $214 million, $169.2 in the U.S., 36.7 international. Gross margin 85.1. Adjusted EBITDA loss of $23.8 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin of 11.2. EPS loss of $8.75 a share. Daily active users 76.6 million, 38.1 in the U.S. and international 38.8. Average revenue per user $2.80. Price history since last quarter, February 7th. SPY is up by 0.7 and XLK is down by 1. Literally just an IPO. There's no history. Near-term options imply 14.6% move on Reddit. And then are you guys ready? Revenue has beaten 0 of the last 0 quarters. And EPS has beaten 0 of the last 0 quarters. Short interest is 10%, even though it's an IPO. So, yeah, there's no... First one, baby. First one. I think it's pricing in how much it expects to lose per share. We'll go 49. What is that? 715, 713. Yeah, it's about right. So market maker thinks Reddit will move $7.13 in either direction. About 14.5%. So not too bad. I mean, I say not too bad because there's no history. That's it. So it's already has like short interest too. This one, I mean, low key, this could be a big opportunity or it could be nothing. You just don't know. It's first earnings. Sometimes I think go look at Cart. They kind of went a little crazy, I think, after their first earnings too. So that one's pretty wild. I don't know. That one's going to be a toss-up. All right. So now let's get into the morning. I have a couple more. So those are all the ones for after the bell. Again, I haven't done any plays yet. We are just running through the previews, getting the info. If something catches your eye, I suggest you write down what's priced in. You should write down the fun facts. That's what I'm doing. So if anything catches my eye, I'm writing it down, and then I'm going to go back to it. But essentially, we've covered most of the ones here for after hours. I may have missed a few, but now let's get into the earnings for the morning. And we're starting off with Uber, a long-term titan. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So Uber, man, this one's going to be a wild one. So Uber, they are expected. I have two previews. This one's huge, actually. So I'm not going to go over all of the like breakdowns, just the key metrics. God is good, devil emoji, and blood. I'm going to give you a little timeout. I rebuke that. Okay? Thank you, man. I love you, though. Brando, you usually get us hype, but just take a timeout. You know what I'm saying? Amen. There's only goodness in the chat. Obnoxious positivity. Here's an idea, Chad. I'll just tell you. If you really want to know, like, and you really want to avoid getting banned, whatever you like want to type in the chat, just imagine if Kanye West was saying it, how people would react. So take your message and then imagine Kanye saying it, and what type of reaction would that give? You'd be like, what? You know, and that's kind of how I go off of it, because I'm like, you guys are like, well, you don't know how to interpret what I'm saying. I'm like, I'm just imagining Kanye saying it. And if Kanye says it, I'm like, nah, that's not, I don't fly, man. I don't know. That sounded really crazy. So, yeah. But Uber, they're expecting revenue of $10.09 billion, adjusted EBITDA of $1.31 billion versus guidance of $1.26 to $1.34, adjusted EBITDA margin 13%, EPS 22 cents a share, gross bookings $37.93 billion versus guidance of 37 to 38.5. Take rate 26.6, monthly active users 150.1, 2.62 billion trips. Free cash flow $1.04 billion. Next quarter expecting revenue of $10.66 billion, adjusted EBITDA $1.49 billion, adjusted EBITDA margin of 14, EPS of 28 cents a share, gross bookings $40 billion, take rate 26.6, monthly active platform customers 154.5 million, 2.74 billion trips, and free cash flow of $1.42 billion. Price history since last quarter, Uber is up by 1.3, Spy is up by 4.9, XLI is up 7.4. Near-term options imply 8.4% move. Last 4 quarters, nothing, gain of 4, loss of 6, gain of 12. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20 with 2 in line. EPS has beaten 7 of the last 16 with 1 in line. So, Chattadonia, this one, I don't know if you've noticed this so far. Some of these companies, you got to kind of pay attention to how they moved. Is there anything you notice about this one? There was one more that looked like this too. Let's see. We're getting into the morning. You didn't miss all the previews, but you missed like half of them. Not seasonal. This has to do with movement, like price action. There's something that preview tells you about the price action, low key. It is outperforming, but that's not it. Oh, that's Powell. You guys seeing my secret Powell? That was gonna be a thumbnail. I don't think you guys got to see that. That was Powell behind the wheel. I was gonna incorporate that one into a thumbnail, but we opted for something different. So here's the paradox with them that I want you guys to see. I don't know which one it was. I don't know if I wrote it. I think it could have been no, not Lyft. I'll show you the other example. No. I think it was ANET. No. There's one of them here today. I'm going to find it. But pretty much, I want you to notice it's pricing in a lot for this earnings move. And this stock moved a ton after earnings. But it only says that it moved nothing on earnings. Oh, I think it was Redfin. I think Redfin is the company I'm looking for. Because I think Redfin was one of those too where it moved a ton after the report, but it moved absolutely nothing on the earnings. I think it was Redfin. Are you guys following? Yeah. So like Redfin is down 15% on the quarter. So Redfin has sold off 15% since its last earnings. However, on the day after earnings, it only dropped 2%. So what does that mean in terms if you want to make an option play? Think about it. Uber. It says 1.3. I'm pretty sure this thing was up at like 10 though. But again, it's a little bit more, but it's saying it didn't move at all last earnings. Yeah, you got it. Post earnings is the move. That means you had a crazy post earnings, and then now you're here. You emailed? I think I saw it. It was your email. Wasn't your email saying you can't access the live stream? So you're in here right now. I think you accessed it, bro. I think you figured it out. That's it. There's no others. I'm not live anywhere else, man. So if you're in the YouTube, you got it. And then if you got stream alerts, you'll get a text. If not, there's nothing special or secret. The watch list, second link. See you there tonight. What's PHILO? Oh, it's just a moment we take out of the day to discuss things outside of the stock market. You know, usually some personal development. So, yeah, that one is the issue. Oh, no, we still have the Twitch, but, I mean, that's just like a backup, just in case. So, that was Uber, though. I think it's going to be all about the post earnings, and they're pricing in a lot. 8% is huge, but remember, that post earnings was massive. We hit 1,000%ers on Uber on the post earnings last time. So 70, what is it, 288? So what, 388? Oh, no. 588, 571. We'll go with that. So market maker thinks Uber will move $5.71 in either direction. 8%, man, that's a lot. That is a lot. I like Uber, but I do think that they can move big, though. Again, everybody has been hanging on to this whole profitability and what they've been doing. So maybe it surprises and starts getting the crazy earnings, but I would probably prefer a post-earning. That one's expensive. Shout out to long term. Oh, maybe. I don't know. Maybe we'll see what the puts cost. Just in case they fumble after doing good. Consumer credit in 3 minutes. All right, the next one is Shopify. And then bonds hit a new low of the day, man, after being up 1. So Shopify, they're expecting $1.84 billion in revenue, non-GAAP gross profit $944.5 million, non-GAAP gross margin 51.4%, GAAP gross profit subscription $411.1 million, merchant $536, adjusted operating. Yo, what happened? Wait, can y'all hear me? Did it cut off? I was moving my desk, but I think my... Y'all hear me, right? Yeah? I did cut off. That was weird. But where was I? Adjusted operating income, $188.5 million. Adjusted operating margin gain of 10.3%. EPS 17 cents a share. Monthly recurring revenue $150.7 million. Gross merchandise volume $59.48 billion. Price history since last quarter, February 12th. Loss of 16.4. S&P 500 gain of 2.1. XLF up by 3.3. Near-term options imply 11.8% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 13, gain of 22, loss of 5, and gain of 24. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 12 of the last 16 quarters. Consumer credit could move things. I mean, you'll watch out, but I wouldn't call it the biggest set of data. But you never know. It could always surprise some people. So again, that one was for what? That was for Shopify. $8.35. That says $8. We'll go with that. $8, more than 10% priced in. So market maker thinks Shopify will move $8 in either direction. That's 10.4%. Little expensive. What up, Tony? Uber is tomorrow morning. That's the one we just went over. All right, so that's Shopify. A little pricey. What the hell is this? I think that's a firm. I can't even read it. Yeah, it's a firm for sure. I'm not fluent in Arabic yet. I'm learning. March consumer credit $6.27 billion. Estimate was 15. So way lower than estimates. Maybe that reflects some of the ISM stuff, but then again, maybe if you're worried about stagflation or not, I don't know how that factors into it. But I'm not really expecting too big of a move off that. All right, Affirm. They're expecting total revenue of $550 million versus guidance of $530 to $550. Merchant network $152. Transaction cost non-GAAP $332.9. Revenue less transaction non-GAAP $217.1. Adjusted operating income $43.9. Adjusted operating margin 8% versus guidance of 6 to 8. EPS loss of 70 cents a share. GMV $6.01 billion versus guidance of 5.8 to 6 billion. Take rate 9.2%. Revenue less transactions 3.6. Next quarter expecting revenue of $578.7 million. Transaction cost GAAP, non-GAAP 339.3. Revenue less transaction cost 239.4. Adjusted operating margin or income of 65.7 million and operating margin of 11.4. EPS 65 cents a share loss. GMV 6.5 billion. Full year guidance GMV of more than $25 billion. Adjusted operating margin of more than 11. Since last quarter, February 8th, the firm is down by 26.9%. SPY is up by 3.7 and XLF is up by 5.1. Near-term options imply 16% move. And last 4 quarters, loss of 11, gain of 14, gain of 29, and break even. I don't know why it cut off there. It is thy power hour. Welcome. Welcome, my brethren. So Affirm. So 546 exactly is what's priced in. Divide that by 35.6. That's expense, Habibi. 15.3% priced in. So yeah. Oh no. That one's up there. Last two, Shopify and that one, they priced in a lot. But then we've hit on these in the past. Remember? I think Affirm we got back in the day. So or last year or something on that. But they can move. It just the option chain is aware. You know what I'm saying? You got to pay for it. You got to pay for it. Uber's expected move, I don't know. I'd have to go back to my notes. But let's just finish these and then... But remember, you could check real quick if you guys are still unfamiliar. Oh, dude, I have no idea what this... No, I get it. Okay, this one, I know this one. This one is not even a preview. I just have, like, sayings for you. This one's for Toyota. Remember, this was we hit 1,000%er on Toyota. Literally, we could have made even more, believe it or not. If we had more time, you would have made $2,000 off of $5. Literally, $5. But Toyota, Escondido. Hey, happy Honda days. I used to be your Josh AI. Then you guys replaced me. Now I know how Janet Yellen feels in relation to Powell. But glad that you're here. Hopefully we can help you out and get a long term. Awesome. Have a great day. I miss him, bro. I miss him. You know what I'm saying? We have not heard him in a while. I miss him, bro. I miss him. But Toyota, this is all I have for a preview. They're expected to post 36% profit, net profit to 752.85 billion yen, or about $4.89 billion for the 3 months ending in March, according to a poll of analysts by FactSet. That would compare with 552 billion on the period earlier. Fourth quarter revenue estimated to increase 3.4% to 10.02 trillion yen, according to FactSet. What to watch? Toyota is expected for guidance on the year, which began in April. In addition to its fourth quarter results, investors will be focusing on sales and sales profit projections that the management may offer. Toyota's operating profit improved to 14% in the third quarter from 9.8% a year earlier. Thanks partly to sales growth, investors will pay attention to margin trends as car makers globally are dealing with high inflation. EVs, including hybrids, make up 37% of Toyota and Lexus sold in the third quarter, up from 28% a year ago. The automaker sold about 28,000 battery EVs, up from 12,000 a year earlier, and investors will be watching the pace of growth in EVs and hybrids. All right. Well, let's see what they're pricing in. Last time we only played it because it was literally only pricing in like 2%. Oh, they don't have weeklies, so 2.30. This is the same time as last time. 1260, 1280. 5%. No, it's expensive now. It's expensive now. They charging you, baby. They charge you now. You need a 10% move. That's crazy. Oh man, 1260 on Toyota. All right, man. Well, is there any more for tomorrow morning? There's a couple that I had on the list, but I don't think I'm gonna go over them. Let's actually, can I just close all of these? Just like that. All right, let's get back to the list. Boeing news looking for Buffett investment. Oh, wow. That's aggressive. Is that a rumor or what? Oh, I put Baba. Oh, Boeing getting a pop. I mean, again, if y'all get these Boeing flips early, if you do it fast enough, and then if the music stops, you will be held with the bag. But if you do it quick enough. But that is moving. I don't know anything else on that rumor. Oh, Gasparino? Fuck out of here. No. You should have started with that. Nah, fuck that. Fool, I'm telling you, homie is insane. He does it every time. He's like, Kanye West and Warren Buffett are going to buy this company tomorrow. I know he's got, I have a respect for him of how he does it. That's why, like, because I don't know how he still get away with it, but nah, I don't. Yeah. So, yeah, take that one with a grain of salt. He's funny, though. At one point, we should make, like, Gasparino's best hits. You know what I'm saying? And, like, we should make a movie, like, if the world was how he said, you know what I'm saying? Like, it would be insane. No. All right. Time to go shopping, baby.
The president's going to go to a bunch of different campuses.
We got
in the near
15
future. He has a series
minutes.
of commencement addresses. Other members of the administration will surely do the
Let's
same.
shop.
We heard about the president's views of anti-Semitism and hate speech on campus. Would the president welcome peaceful protests during those commencement ceremonies as we've seen elsewhere?
But you see the president do this all the time. It doesn't matter where he is, where he's speaking. It doesn't matter if it's a commencement. It doesn't matter if it's one of his events. He welcomes peaceful protests. And you actually have seen the president engage in that process.
So if people raise Palestinian flags, as we've seen at the University of Michigan elsewhere, he would welcome that when he's speaking.
The president has said two things, right? And I have said two things. We understand how deeply painful this moment is for many, many communities here in this country, for many Americans. We understand that. And we also understand that all Americans have the right to peacefully protest. And we accept that right, and we understand that right. It is part of who we are in this country. It's part of our freedoms, right? It's part of our democracy. And so we understand every American has their right to peacefully protest.
Kareem, the Romanian president wants to run NATO. Do you know if that issue is coming up at all? You know, obviously the president supports the Dutch leader, and along with other Western leaders.
Yeah, LYB call. Or good call on that. That one went up.
So we're going to have a readout later today. Obviously, the meeting is probably still in progress as we're here in the press briefing room. So I'm not going to get ahead of that. They'll do their readout. But I'll say that the president has been looking forward to hosting President Iohannis to celebrate Romania's 20 years as a strong and stalwart NATO ally, and has been looking forward to recognizing this President Iohannis's leadership within NATO and the many contributions that the Romanian has made to NATO security, particularly in the Black Sea region, and obviously their strong support to helping Ukraine against Russia's aggression. I don't want to get ahead of anything here, so I will let the readout speak for itself once it comes out.
Just one more on Russia. Putin is beginning his 5th term today as Russian president. He claimed that Russia does not refuse dialogue with Western states. Does the president have any reaction to Putin's beginning another term, and does he see this perhaps as an opportunity to attempt to resume direct communications with Putin?
So let me first say that the U.S., as it relates to Russia's inauguration or Putin's inauguration, the U.S. directed its embassy not to attend inauguration, as you know, in protest, obviously, to Russia's aggression into Ukraine. So, as you also know, under Putin's leadership, Russia launched this brutal and unprovoked war, and Russian authorities have engaged in draconian repression at home as well as aggressive actions abroad. And so I think we've made ourselves very clear here. I just don't have anything to add. Okay, Michael.
In light of the president's speech today, does the administration support the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, which was passed the House last week, and with the president's sign?
So I've been asked this question a couple times. Look, we appreciate Congress's effort to deal with obviously an issue, not just an issue, but anti-Semitism, which is hate. And we have denounced that over and over again and have called it abhorrent. And so we appreciate that Congress is taking action here. I know there are other efforts, legislative efforts, and so we're going to let that process move forward. But this is a president from, one of the reasons
U.S. to revoke
he decided
licenses
to jump into
for supply
the
of
2020
chips to
election is
China's
because what he
Huawei.
saw, the anti-Semitic vial that he saw in Charlottesville, wrote about it, decided to jump into the elections.
Yeah, Reddit. It's their
back in
first ever
2019.
option.
And so he's
Teledoc
spoken
News?
against anti-Semitism throughout his career. He'll continue to do so.
Oh, it's
We're gonna
finally
let
going
Congress
up.
Go through their process.
On the border, southern border and border security, can you give us an update on executive actions that the president is planning? Are you planning a rollout of those actions in coming days or weeks?
Don't have any announcement on any executive actions. Obviously, we look at all options. We believe the challenges at the border is a priority, important to majority.
I'm looking. I don't see anything on
Americans. We
Teledoc
believe that
yet.
the immigration
Did they
system is
have
not even
earnings?
something we believe it's
The latest
fact.
thing
It's
was
been
their
broken
UNH
for
stuff a couple
decades
days
now,
ago.
and that's why the president took action on his first day in the office and put forth a comprehensive legislation. Now there is indeed a bipartisan Senate agreement that should move forward, but was held back because of the former president saying that it would hurt him and asked Republicans to reject it. We want to see that move forward, and we're going to continue to call on
House
Congress
panel
to move
eyes
that
PBM
forward.
reform
We believe in
to
order
pay
really
for
fix what's
telehealth
happening with the
extensions.
immigration system is to move forward with that.
So pretty
piece of
much government
legislation. The
funding
president wants
potentially
to sign it and
for
put
the
that into
telehealth
law.
industry?
It would be the fairest, the toughest law if he was able to be given that opportunity, and it would pass, obviously, for him to sign it.
Qualcomm's
any other
moving on
actions that
the
may come
Huawei?
out of this administration, we always look at
Oh yeah, they are going down.
all
Qualcomm got
potential
murked off that.
actions that we can take, but the number one way we believe
Even
to move forward is to
Intel.
move with that bipartisan Senate.
Who was the other one? Remember ASML? I think they're tied to it too. But Qualcomm, low-key took a bigger flush.
We'll have more on that later today. As you just mentioned, he's going to be going to Racine, Wisconsin, to focus on investing in America, continuing that kind of that dialogue directly with the American people, and then the other parts of that trip is going to be campaign. So I would refer you to them.
Thank you so much. So we heard the president today speaking about anti-Semitism, but can you just clarify for us where he believes the line is? Is it anti-Semitic in the president's view to express harsh criticism of the Israeli government or its actions? Where is the line?
I mean, I shouldn't have to talk about a line. It's very clear, right? It presents itself in the most hateful, abhorrent way.
Intel, Qualcomm's among
and
companies
anti-Semitism
affected
is
by
hate
revoked
speech.
licenses.
It is just hate speech.
So
I'm not gonna
Qualcomm taking
stand
it
here and
too,
give
or
examples.
Intel's next. Qualcomm
That's
was
not
the first
something
one.
I'm going to do, but it is
Intel
obvious
fucking bounced
when
already.
you have hateful rhetoric, when you have the type of speech where you're attacking a community, we should call that out. Or violent speech. Violent type of rhetoric, we should call that out. I'm not going to stand here and lay out a line here. That's not what we're going to do. But it is very clear when we hear anti-Semitism. It is very clear when we hear language that is anti-Israel. It is very clear when we hear language that is anti-Muslim, anti-Palestinian. It is hate. And the president believes, as president of the United States, that he should call that out. And that's what you saw him do today. And we also announced some additional actions as it relates to the national strategy to counter anti-Semitism, because the president's going to continue to take action, not just speak to it.
So that speaks to the intention. Let me ask you also about the president's call last week for order on college campuses. This moment is being compared to what happened in 1968, but in the intervening years, American police forces have become significantly more militarized. Did the White House provide any guidance for police departments around the country as to what order means and what actions they should and should not take? Or are you leaving them to interpret that?
What we have done and been very clear here, it is up to the university and local law enforcement on how they decide to deal with what's been happening on the ground. They know better than we do on what's happening in the ground. We have been very clear. We believe all Americans should have the right to peacefully protest within the law. You heard that from the president last week. You've heard that from me. You've heard that from others here in this administration. What we don't want to see is hate speech, violence. That's not what we don't believe that is part of peacefully protesting. And so we're going to continue to be clear about that, but we leave the actions and how universities decide how to move forward to them. They know what's going on the ground, and they know how to move forward. Okay, Garen.
Thanks, Corinne. New York Governor Kathy Hochul made a controversial comment yesterday at the Milken Institute Global Conference while discussing the need to bring AI jobs to Black and brown communities. She said, right now we have young Black kids growing up in the Bronx who don't even know what the word computer is. What is the White House response to that?
I'm going to be super mindful. I have not heard these comments, so I want to make sure I go back, read the comments, and get a sense of what was happening here. So I don't want to comment and be really mindful.
That's almost as bad as the DMV one.
So I just want to go back and
remember that one?
See exactly. I know you're reading an excerpt or a line from what she said.
No, that's the governor of New York who said that.
Hochul.
Here. Is she the governor? Or no, that's
right
Adams.
To insinuate that Black kids don't know what the word computer means?
I mean, look, obviously, we don't think that is the right way to speak about young people in any way, in any form. But I do want to be mindful and to be fair here and go back and hear exactly what she said. Just want to be mindful of speaking from here at the podium.
There was a viral video on the campus of the University of Mississippi last week. A Black female Gaza protester. She was protesting. There was counter protesters who were primarily Black white male students. One of which imitated a monkey. Another called her Lizzo, addressing her size. The NAACP is calling for those students to be expelled for this video. Has the president seen this video, and what is the White House's reaction?
What I can say is, and I know the video that you're speaking to, and this is something that I can speak on, which is that the behavior captured in that video is undignified and it's just racist, period. And it is beneath anyone to be sharing that kind of material, and the actions in the video are beneath any American. And so it is insulting to everyone who has to view it, and whoever they are, and it is saddening. It is incredibly saddening. So we are so much better than that. We are. And we owe it to one another and ourselves to act like it.
Follow up, Congressman Mike Collins of Georgia reposted that video and wrote, "Always taking care of business." Any reaction to him and that comment?
Look, and I think I just said it's beneath any person to be sharing that video. It's beneath any elected official or a leader to be sharing that kind of material, and the actions in that video is beneath of who we are supposed to be. You know, it is what we saw in that video is certainly it's sickening. It is sickening.
Follow up on the police response. President Biden has condemned violent protests on campus. He didn't address the police response. What do you think about the arrests of hundreds of students? Is that the response the White House likes to see?
I'm sorry. Can you start that question again?
What do you think about the arrests of hundreds of students on campus? Is that the police response the White House likes to see?
You know, I've spoken about this last week, and I have said that, you know, these are incredibly difficult times, and we understand what people are feeling and the pain that they're feeling.
FMS, Fresenius Medical, this thing's down, big pop.
It could be, you know,
it came down already.
It could be incredibly difficult, even for law enforcement. And I said this last week, and I'll continue to say that.
I think they had earnings.
And what I will add is, it is important that all Americans, and I've said this before,
Fresenius raises outlook for full year 24. Yeah, there it is.
And it should be their right to peacefully protest.
They don't really have good options, but there's one cheap one.
When someone is unlawfully taking over a building or vandalizing, that is not peacefully protesting. That is just not what peacefully protesting looks like. And so we will call that out. I'm not going to speak to arrest. That is something that local authorities can speak to directly. Can't speak to that. But we will continue to reiterate the fact that all Americans have the right to peacefully protest within the law. Go ahead, Aria.
Thank you so much. In his remarks this morning, the president mentioned Jewish students having been attacked, harassed, and blocked. Does the White House have an estimate of how many anti-Semitic incidents
I just don't even know what that message means. I'm just going to remove it.
During the protest?
Like I said, imagine Kanye says it, you guys.
I would refer you to Department of Justice or local law enforcement. I don't have a number for you to share with you at this time.
Okay, I'm going to go pee.
Look,
I made a couple of plays. We'll talk about it on the watch list, and I'll give you a couple of updates here.
It is abhorrent. We have to call that out.
There's a couple of things I
and
noticed.
That was part of the president's speech
Dow
as well.
Pop.
We got to take action to call out hate.
I'll be right back.
And so we're going to continue to do that. As far as any numbers, we'd certainly refer you to local government or the Department of Justice. Okay, Jackie.
Thank you, Corinne. Hearing all of your answers on the responsibility to call out anti-Semitism, when does it become the president's responsibility or the administration's responsibility to call on some of these local governments? Because this DC situation at GW, obviously we talked yesterday about how GW asked for police to interview, they ignored it, that call's been escalated up to the mayor, it's still been unanswered. The president said today that, you know, hate speech, acts of violence, vandalism against the law. Yeah. And you have an encampment that we could literally walk to from here where you had protesters who the university has said may not even be affiliated with the school, carrying out a mock trial, calling for beheadings of school leadership. So at what point is it the responsibility of the federal government to call on some of these local entities to take action?
So when it comes to local entities, it is up to them to take whatever action that they deem is necessary. We're talking about colleges, we're talking about universities. It is up to them to decide on. We've been very clear. Wait,
that's where we are.
We've been very clear on that. When it comes to taking action, you're talking about a president who moved forward with the first ever U.S. national strategy to counter anti-Semitism. He has taken action. We're talking about more than 100 new actions, and then on top of that, when he first announced it back in May of 2023, we took some actions today. And so we're going to, and when we talk about actions, we're talking about the Department of Education, we're talking about Homeland Security, we're talking about a whole of government effort to deal with what we're seeing, this uptick that we're seeing in anti-Semitism. So there are 4 pillars of that. We're going to continue to take actions on this. We're going to continue to work with I talked about the Department of Education, Secretary Cardona sending out letters to his colleagues, and in that we have said to them, if there are trainings that they need, if there are assistance that they need, we are willing to work with them. As it relates to law enforcement, that is something that colleges and universities and local government have to decide on. But we've put forward something that no other president has ever done, because we see what is happening with anti-Semitism. We see that it is something that this president needs to speak to and act on, and we've done just that.
Just on the messaging around the administration's ironclad commitment to Israel, how can the U.S. have ironclad commitment on one hand and then on another hand slow walk arms sales? I mean, the president said that the supplemental was imperative.
Yeah, I was peeing.
And now this.
Dow LYB,
So I'm
is
not
it a
gonna speak
buyout?
to the second part of your question. I just
SRPT's
said
no.
earlier, answering to
Is
one of your
Pfizer
colleagues,
buying
not
somebody
gonna
else?
speak to cases and
Hold on,
other, as you just stated in
SRPT.
your
I
question,
thought they
our
already had.
commitment to Israel's
Oh, watch
security is
out,
indeed ironclad,
bro.
and we
Pfizer
proved
might be
that.
buying
We
them if
proved that in
Pfizer's
getting
selling
that
off,
supplemental done.
and
That is
SRPT's
going to
running
be
like that.
Incredibly important to Ukraine, to Israel, to making sure humanitarian aid gets into Gaza, gets to Sudan.
Thank you. All right, yeah, SRPT, that thing's up 3. I'm not seeing anything yet, but by the looks of it, I feel like those are going hand in hand right now. There is not anything confirmed, so keep that in mind. Everything is speculation. The chain broken. I mean, you could always go for shares. I mean, see what Pfizer does, but be on the lookout for that news. Pfizer down and then one biotech up. I'm assuming buyout. I have no data or confirmation of that. Okay, so keep that in mind. But Sarepta might get halted. Already up 6. Yeah, bro, there's no options. Even on the dailies, you're going to get... Dude, that chain, nobody has any idea what's going on. Sarepta, reader interest. Yeah, it's quiet right now. That's awful, though, man. If Pfizer buys somebody else, we don't want that. We don't want them to spend too much. Yeah, literally, I've gone through every single contract on that. You have to play shares if you want, or you wait till the first pullback. One of these options will cave. But for now, you're up 7, bro. Again, Sarepta's already at the highs too. That's the problem. So it's not like this one's too cheap. I mean, it was literally just at $40. But that's a weird one, man. So yeah, that's all rumor right now. The spread on the shares, yeah. I don't think I'm gonna make a play until it like pulls back heavy, and then if not, we'll see what the data is. All right, yeah, bro, it just dropped $10 right there. So we'll see. We don't even know. I'm looking right now. I put out a stream alert too. Yeah, latest Sarepta. Let's check Pfizer. Nope. AstraZeneca. I'm not seeing any headlines. I'm just, again, it's an assumption. One of them just sold off 1.5, and then the stock popped 9. And I do think Sarepta is in the space. I mean, if they have a cancer drug, was it Perrigo who they bought recently? I think they're very similar. Let's see. Discovery Therapeutics of Rare Diseases. There was this, but I can't read it. Paywalled, House Oversight, pressing FDA to share more info on presence of China. Nah, that can't be it. That's too big. The only thing is I'm just seeing the relationship between these two. Unless other biotech started to flush in the same way, but I doubt it. Yeah, I think that was just Pfizer. selling off big exact candles as Sarepta guys, usually buyout. But like I said, there is no confirmation of that. I'm trying to see if there's an M&A thing. Hearing young boy dies from Pfizer gene therapy trial? Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's completely different then. Let's see. Y'all look up that one. I'm still trying to find out here too if there's anything on the M&A side. But I don't know. That it just doesn't. Maybe Sarepta if they have a similar drug, because that could make sense. But all right, I'll check that in a second. M&A deals. There it is. March 15th, there was a rumor. Sarepta had study on January 24th. All right, let me see this one. And then SRPT specializes in Duchenne related. That could be it. I'm trying to see if there was rumors on SRPT a little bit ago. All right, now let me see that one thing you guys just sent. Young boy dies in trial for Pfizer Duchenne therapy. Young boy died in trial of experimental gene therapy for muscular dystrophy, the company told patient advocates on Tuesday. The boy was enrolled in Daylight, a trial studying a treatment in boys aged 2 to 3. The boy had received the therapy earlier last year. Pfizer told advocates in a note posting online by Parent Project Muscular Dystrophy. So see if you can find that, if that's the original source. Pfizer said it is not yet determined precisely what happened or how the boy died, but it's crossing over patients in randomized phase 3 in treatment in older boys, meaning it will for now stop dosing patients who initially received the placebo within the gene therapy after a year. They're expected to announce data from the study in the coming weeks. That is the source. No. Look up Parent Project Muscular Dystrophy. So it seems like they were the first person to hear, or that's who Pfizer contacted. Let me see. Oracle X post 1 minute ago. Yeah, Troy, I think Troy had it even before then. You guys are saying what you're hearing, but now we're looking into it. Is that they're the real source of it, yeah. So yeah, it might be legit. So I don't know. It's not buyout. It could be this. But yeah. So Pfizer contacted the company or this group that does it, because I'm sure they probably registered the child through here, like somebody with it. So yeah, it is. We're devastated to learn the tragic loss of young boy was participating in Pfizer phase 2 Daylight. Study is evaluating safety. So here, let me send out the stream alert before I read this though, because now we at least know what it is. So I don't think it's buyout. And they do, yeah, that makes a lot of sense now. So literally, the company working on the other trial pops up, bad failure, someone sells off. It looks like a child died in a Pfizer study. That is confirmed. I mean, if you guys are going to ban me for telling you this, I mean, I'm using my source, the Parent Project MD, but this looks to be, where the source of all the news is. It started with here. The stock started moving. Everybody was trying to figure out what happened. And then people were saying it, and then there was some article on it. But this is the original source. So this is what, I don't know when they dropped. I would look to when they released this. There's no time or anything on there. So I don't know if it's brand new or not, but this, so literally, let me read this now. We're devastated. We're devastated to learn the tragic loss of a young boy was participating in Pfizer Phase 2 Daylight. This study is evaluating the safety and dystrophin expression of fordastrogene movaparvovec, Pfizer's gene therapy candidate for Duchenne in boys who are 2 and 3 years old. According to the company, we do not yet have information and are actively working with the trial site investigator to understand what happened. Pfizer has indicated that the individual received the investigational gene therapy in early 23. Additionally, initial dosing of the placebo-controlled random phase 3 Cefario trial, which utilizes a crossover design, was completed in 23. We have decided to pause dosing associated with the crossover portion of the Cefario, and we are working with regulators and independent external data monitoring committee as well as we learn more about this event. Other than this pause in dosing, trial activities are continuing as scheduled. Pfizer stated. The company issued a community letter sharing this. All right, so here's another source. So May 7th, yeah, Pfizer put this out. When did they drop this? So even Pfizer has a source on this too. Sharing this devastating news, and it's committed to sharing more info as it becomes available. We anticipate additional updates from Pfizer as the company investigation continues. Our hearts ache for the family as this loss underscores the critical importance of understanding what transpired to ensure the safety of all individuals participating in clinical trials. As a community, it's imperative that we come together to support each other during this time and work collectively towards making advancements in researching while prioritizing safety above all else. They're going to ban me? Well, you know, I told you, if I get banned for anything frivolous, I'm here to just give you the news as it's sourced. And this is all from the company website now. This is on the company website. A child has died in a Pfizer study. There's no, it's Pfizer.com. So this is a statement. But I don't think they've posted it. They just sent it to them probably. I could go check Edgar, go see if there's a filing on Pfizer. Yeah, they're still continuing the trial, they said, but I think that's what caused it. There's definitely a little bit of news there, and it looked weird because you had other names running there, but definitely it was related to that drug. Anybody working on it went up. There's a couple of other Duchenne biotechs out there. Yeah, so for now they're investigating it, but that is, as of now, they're saying they're pausing certain parts of it, continuing other parts of the trial, and then, yeah, a child did pass away. Yeah, you're not allowed to say fun after that, but I feel you. Yeah, that was interesting, but man, sad, very, very sad. Does this affect Pfizer adding to the LT? It depends what it is. So right now, unfortunately, they're going to investigate it, but we do have to find out what happened. How was today? Today was good. It was kind of boring like yesterday, but like exciting in the sense we're here, but not too crazy. And then people like you want to go put money into that satanic company. Mm-hmm. How many wars have you supported this year, sir? But I appreciate you. I feel you, man. We all pick our hypocrisy. I choose mine with money. Some of us, we choose virtue signaling. We choose other too. Amen, bro. Amen. You should see how many people died in Ukraine and Russia and Israel and Palestine every day. It's crazy. Well, they're going to say they investigate it, but we'll find out. It could have been either because of the drug or other things. That's sad. You know who that was saying that too? You guys will never believe it. That was the Ater kid. And I don't mean that as like a derogatory. It sounded a little weird at first, but it's eight. Do you remember Ater? Remember my 19-year-old friend with the 20K? I take my time out for him. You know, that's it. He got blah, 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 blah. So God bless you, bro. I hope that worked out too. You sound down today? Oh, no, I'm not. That's everybody's excuse when I clap them for being inappropriate. If you haven't noticed, I'm on fire, bro. I'm loving life. I'm excited, man. You know, my trades haven't been on fire. I could admit that. There's been a couple of decent ones, but I'm very excited. But like I'm saying, it has been just, you know, you put your foot down on certain things. I mean, today wasn't that bad, honestly, until the end. We didn't have to time out or ban too many people, but, you know, that's it. I'm here for the people who want to be here, and I will be here. Other than that, nobody will tolerate anything. I mean, they will tolerate you elsewhere. Other people, they want your time. They want your money. They want that. I want real souls. You know what I'm saying? I want people who are really in the game. I want real humans who care about things. You know, I want mutual respect. You know, we could have 7 hours to make the world we want, you know? So that's what it is. But definitely, every band, someone's like, why do you act like that? Are you sad? Are you this? No, I'm excited. And that's the whole point, is that if I have a piece, I'm going to eliminate anything around there that tries to sow discord, hatred, evil. You know, again, we could have real conversations. And if you have watched the Watchlist, I got one. I'm going to throw this one on the Watchlist, though. But real talks. Again, we've talked about immigration. We've talked about war. And we've talked about things respectfully, educationally. And we could go over all of it. So if you can't meet that standard, I have no obligation to you. If you do meet that standard, I am obligated to serve. Amen? Amen. Vandy? What's that? News released? Well, again, I don't know if the company put it out. Because, again, we had to search to find that. I didn't see any headlines or anything. So, yeah, there's other reports, but I don't see the company filing yet. Very interesting. Unless they did it last night. But someone would have said something. Reddit. Oh, yeah, that reminded me. So, the plays, I made a couple. We'll go over the earnings plays, but I will tell Reddit I was going to make a play. The puts look decent for 2 standard deviation because you just never know, but it's still like there's a limit to it. And then there was one other one. I think that was it. I think it was the Reddit. Toyota, if it was pricing in less. And then Uber, I'm going to go for the afterwards. But I think I made 2 other plays. We'll cover those on the list. Passage Bio has a gene therapy pipeline. You're up 50 on it. Is it Duchenne muscular dystrophy? Because that's the one. Those are the ones that went up off of it. It kind of moved a little. Shit. EYPT is kind of even. But remember, they dropped like, what, 40% the other day? But they had a bad trial. Dow LYB, no, yeah, we got distracted. I thought you had that. I thought there was like a buyout or something with that. But someone in the chat, they're like, I work for Dow LYB. I don't even know what's going on. So wasn't the wet AMG. No, yeah, that was an I one. I'm thinking, but do they have anything? NDR, theirs was an eye drug though. EYPT, that's like who was the other? Was it PTN? Yeah, very active headlines. Zero Hedge tweeting the Pfizer news. I mean, honestly, that news, I could see how people would be kind of low-key scared, but that's why I'm glad we sourced it to, like, right back to the source of that. But it sounds like a big deal. You don't, I mean, again, you don't really hear about people dying in medical studies, not to mention, like, a bigger company, more experienced in the study game. Yeah, Chad's saying that LYB Dow, if you could post the source, sold unit to Ineos. So LYB sold a unit to Dow. And then Dow sold a unit to Arkema. Well, that's that PR, technically, it's not Pfizer's website. It has a Pfizer letterhead. And then it says sincerely Pfizer DMD, but this is all still on that nonprofit's website. You should probably, if you really wanted to dive into it, you could probably find out who funds this nonprofit. There's a chance Pfizer's connected. That I'm assuming, but the fact that they're the ones dropping the news, I'm sure the child was probably enrolled either through them or like a reference, if you're familiar with how the study game goes. So if it is a nonprofit, I mean, they're the ones who are giving the updates on it. Check Edgar. It would be a filing or it would be on the Pfizer website. But for now, they just informed that group, that organization, and then we just got word of it. It happens more than you hear. Mostly they don't release anything until after the investigation. I mean, you hear about it a couple times. It is, but usually they have a more conclusive thing. This one we are hearing they still are going to investigate. ES. Microsoft sold off a lot there. SEC Edgar search page, new tool. Oh yeah, it's kind of like dated, like HTML and PDF sometimes, but just the HTMLs. Once you get used to it, so that's where everything is. All filings are like automatically uploaded there. So if you even do like a RSS feed on Edgar and you set it up for certain things, you could get it right when it's filed. Yeah, Edgar was built on GeoCities. It does feel like that. And then, I don't know what happened to Qualcomm and Intel. There was a lot of, it was like, what? We had Qualcomm, and then there was another one, and the Dow, and the Pfizer thing. That was a lot in the last hour, bro. And we only have 15 minutes remaining. I didn't run the put. It caught my attention. Like I was saying, it was like you could get a Reddit put 2 standard deviations for like $30, right? If they fail on their first earnings, that thing can die. But then the downside is that there's unlimited upside. It's an IPO. You never know how the crackheads. First earnings is always kind of a big deal. So in that case, I mean, they could go either way. The calls are $1 for 2 standard deviations. 30 cents, 20 cents for the downside, but then the downside is limited because it's a put. So, I don't know. Double is 15 move, isn't it, though? But why? What history are you basing that off of? Anything is possible! Welcome to the first earnings. So that's kind of that's why I'm like, it's tempting, but, 30. I'll save my $30. I think the call is too much, but, yeah. Oh, I think they're expected to lose $29 million on the quarter. Morgan Stanley forecast forced rate cut in September. Previously anticipated July. No, Toyota's too expensive. We hit 1,000% on Toyota. Last time I was pricing in 2%. Toyota's a massive stock too. Don't forget that. And then they're pricing in 5 right now, so you need 10% on 2 standards. Not worth it. I think I only made 2 plays. Again, we'll cover them on the watch list. Doing 250 shares on Toyota. Good luck. They are down a lot from that post earnings, but 230, that's I think where my call was at. So it's still up a decent amount since the other one. Snap beat. Oh yeah, Pinterest beat too. So if you kind of bundle those up as the same, I mean, yeah. It's still crazy though. They said daily active users in America 36 million, bro. I'm not tripping on that. I am not tripping on that. That's still like that's kind of wild. I think they calculate their metrics, but literally you're going to see they're going to say 30 million active users. Oh, and then I don't know if you guys knew this. I don't know if this is like if it's kind of been already like Snap for the web. Have you guys heard of this? I just saw it in an email. This was like yesterday, I think. I don't know if I saw it on like a headline, but I haven't been following up with what they've been doing, but apparently Snap is coming to the web. Yeah, has it been out? But I think they're doing like a full-fledged, like they're going to make it full-fledged now where you could access Snapchat on a desktop. What's this? Oh, I'm trying to find the... Yeah, bro. Daily active users in Snap is 422 million. That's why I'm like, that Reddit number still shocks me. But we're going to find out today after the bell. All right, man. 10-minute rigged. We are approaching. So good luck, my friends. Good luck. Same IG on the web. That's what it looks like. But Snap never offered that before. Or I don't know if it was like a slow rollout. I love your channel. The channel loves you, man. God bless you. You got long term? That's the good thing. That's the next part. Market on close, 3.3 billion to the buy side? Hi. Oh my goodness. Hi. So 10-minute rig. There are about 9 minutes left. Would I grab Core Pizer? I don't know what that is. Oh, living in Bremerton, baby. What's up? Dropping 10 on them. Where is it? Oh, hold on. Connor. Oh, no. Wow, talk about a 10-minute rigged, huh? 10 for 10, baby. God bless you, bro. I appreciate you, my man. Amen. Amen, Chad. Yeah, you got blessed with it, man. So use it more. Would you grab Corey? Oh, you speaking to me in Spanish? Dang. Oh, I should have known. But I'll buy Pfizer once if it comes down below my price. I'd be down to wait a little. But again, it's still actually higher than my last purchase. And then we'll see what that, I mean, realistically, though, we'll find out what that investigation brings because if it is like they are responsible, because there is a chance that it wasn't Pfizer's fault, but then again, they don't really, they don't look to win this thing, you know what I'm saying? But we're going to find out. But if it is like a really bad trial with their liability, that could be very ugly. So I would wait, but I would like a cheaper price above all else. Who else doesn't like the horn? Sorry, Josh. Oh, no, you're fine. But you may not like the next couple of minutes. So just I'd be on the lookout, Big Commerce halted? Why? LMT small pop. Check if oil or anything else moves. Why is Big Commerce? Did it even move? I don't even see this. Oh, it hit 688, 10%, and then halted. I think Disney will recover soon. I mean, maybe, but I want to hear, what analysts say. Plus, I mean, maybe we get some Nelson Peltz, but yeah. Big Commerce exploring sale after attracting interest, Reuters says. Well, shit, man. That'd be a nice exit in the long term if it comes back, but I don't know. Big Commerce been guttered. Reuters, can you believe them? I mean, as far as you could throw them. So it depends if you go to the gym or not. Can you throw a news organization? Exactly. I was thinking like the reporter, because I'm like, I bet you, depending on the reporter, I could throw one of them. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you get me the right reporter, I swear I could throw one of them. It wouldn't be that far, but I'll be like, that's how much I trust you. But that's funny. He said, can you throw a news organization? Exactly. I'll stay a little bit for earnings. I am kind of hungry, though. So it just depends how long they take. Again, Big Commerce halted. Uh-huh. Yeah, man. We might have to bring it to a close. So, Chattadonia, I love you all. I hope your day has been blessed. We're going to get more earnings after the bell. And before you know it, middle of the week tomorrow, baby. And again, it's been a calm week, but unfortunately, we're not ending the day calm. And if you are unfamiliar, the new guy is about to come on here, and it is about to get extremely loud. So when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your warning to mute your speakers and protect yourself. If you are vulnerable and prone to loud noises disturbing you, your life, others, anything around you, your spirit, your heart, you may want to watch out because it is going to get very, very loud. There's horns and it's crazy, man. So just when I say earmuffs, just mute your speakers. I want you safe and protected. I don't want you to have anything bad happen. I've heard a lot of stories, urban legends, real facts on WMD or WebMD. WMD? Oh, no. Yeah. Okay, but anyways, I love you all, so I want you safe. Earmuffs is the safe word, okay? Sound good? All right. They see even the clapping gets loud, bro. Even the clapping gets loud, bro. It's crazy. Yeah, Zika's dude. I don't know. Okay, earmuffs. Earmuffs. This is not a drill. Earmuffs, please. Thank you. Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh, sorry. Earmuffs. See, I was just testing you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description, that's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 68 degrees and sunny, looking like a good day, unless you thought the market would go down, because now it's apparently the biggest 3-day rally of the year. But the good news is we're no longer to COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys in business. If you're interested in your Cult Rapid Awards program card, please fly down to flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Cult, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. So, Chad, excuse me. Apparently, Terminal Bloomberg is now dropping the muscular dystrophy thing. Yeah, we got that early. It's because everybody was too fucking scared to look it up. Let's be real. And I'm a shareholder. That's it. You got to wait at least you got to really research that. That's why the first source sucked, but then we got the real source. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, we had that about 30 minutes. And a stream alert. So, amen. Amen. But, Chad, you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. Are you playing the earnings? Uber tomorrow morning. Shopify. Affirm. The ones after the bell, man. What are you doing? Then more earnings after that. A little bit more data. You got to hear from the Fed, but now you have less than 10 seconds to wrap up and finalize all those plays, Chad. So bring it home. Let's go. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh no, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it, we made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not, baby. I need that good game in the chat. Let's go. GG, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, info. They sourced it, baby. They had positivity. They didn't get banned or timed out. They really out there for the right reasons, baby. Good game. GG, baby. That's how you hold it down. That's what I was talking about. Good game, baby. GG, GG, GG. GG, 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 GG. That's it, man. That's it. Listen, have you noticed? A GG is good and all in well, but guess what? It don't save you from shit, dogs. Only your conduct will. Oh, yeah. Oh. Yeah, one now. What up, Twitch? I see you too. Earnings coming out. They dropping already. I see you, baby. I hope you know we stronger as well. Way to hold it down. For the whole week, Twitch has had the least amount of bans because they already got banned 5 times. That's why they're on the Twitch, but still, they get it. Good game, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Way to hold it. GG, baby. GG, GG. Good game. Members, non-members, stream alike. They stole donuts, baby. Let's go. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Ooh. That's a good one, man. Hold on. What do we got? What do we got? Did Redfin come out? So there was a couple that already popped. Hey, Big Commerce, I think they got unhalted after the bell. I don't know. Redfin's moving like something came out. iRobot is. Is there any other ones? What's the big ones we're waiting for today? Isn't it like ANET and a couple of others? iRobot's moving. Purple EPS. Is there any like big ones? MTW. I see iRobot. I think ANET Lyft is probably the only one, low key, because Lyft could move Uber leading into the morning. Yeah, I think Lyft is probably our big one. Win is out. Win. I'll be talking about Win. Yeah, they barely moved. Oh, and Rivian. That's the other one. Yeah, I think Rivian. Airbnb's tomorrow. So Win first quarter results. Operating revenue $1.86 billion. Let's see. Does it say the operating? I'm just reading it. I don't have easy numbers. Increase of 4 for the quarter. Increase of 436. Upstart halted pending news. They did that last time though, so that can either be really good or really bad. Net income for Wynn Resorts, $144.2 million. Tested EBITDA. I don't have the EBITDA number. Oh, they had EBITDA of 645.6. So Wynn beat by like 10% almost on EBITDA. That's the only one. I'm going to wait till easy numbers, but Wynn is out. It's moving, but they don't really move too much. Next one we're waiting for, Rivian and Lyft. Twilio. Did that one come out? Twilio.com. Oh, Reddit too. So I don't know. Can I get you some? I'll get you. I guess what, bro? You have a country song coming out soon. Big Commerce ripping after it's been unhalted. So let's see. When they come out, I'll get them for you.
Angel on the track.
Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Told her why they driving in the slow lane if they ain't going slow, man. I used to say the same thing.
I don't have a firm yet, but it's moving.
Up in the fast lane. Now with Kia trying to pass.
Upstart is halted.
Think a Nissan almost crashed, man. I'm just trying to make a lane change. Now I'm late and I got road rage. Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week.
I don't know
I
if
think I
Brentford came
just
out yet.
missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing.
VCY, the second round's coming out. EA came out.
Wherever said carpool is faster. Hasn't seen the 405.
Okay, Lyft is out.
It took me 30 minutes.
All right, you got Lyft coming out. I don't know if a firm's out there, but yeah, Lyft's up 1.3. Remember, we already have plays on that. If that does good, those other ones could hook us up. Is Toast? Toast could be very big. Remember, they were pricing in a lot, though. That's the only problem. All right, I think a lot of these came out. I'm not seeing the lifts. I think it was around. All right, Redfin, loss of 66.8. First quarter revenue, 225. They see second quarter revenue, 285 to 298. And then loss of 30. I think Redfin guided down, bro. Lyft to adjust first quarter, 60 million. Oh, okay, remember they made that error? Maybe it wasn't an error because they just raised it there. And then first quarter revenue, 1.2. Estimate was 1.7, so they beat. And then gross bookings, 3.69. Yeah, I think Lyft killed it, low key. And then Toast is already up 9. They were pricing in 15. Loss per share, 8 versus 50. Yeah, Lyft is good. I think Lyft it was pricing in 17, but that's in line. They beat earnings and they guided up again. I don't know why Redfin's going up. I'm pretty sure Redfin had a bad report and guided lower, but they're still popping. Surprisingly, Lyft's first candle isn't that big. Uber's going up in sympathy. There's Redfin. Toast is up. Let me see if I have those numbers. Confluent. I think Twilio came out too. Yeah, Twilio had a pop and drop. Now they're down 7. And then Wynn already came out. Confluent. Yeah, Toast came out. APR as much as 1.3 up year over year. Gross payment volume 34.7. Total locations increased 32%. Gap subscription services 291 million. I think Toast killed it. Hold on. ANET, that could move a lot too. Yeah, what the hell? I think they killed it. Hold on. Gap subscription service revenue. Gap profit was 249. Yeah, no, they killed it on the subscriptions, though. Rivian ripping. Reddit is coming out, too, I think. Hold on. Yeah, Toast, I think, did good. It just, again, they were pricing in a lot. Reddit is out and Rivian, I think. And then Confluence on the high. Reddit daily active users, 82.1 million. There you go. Up by 37%. Reddit first quarter ad revenue, 222.7. I think that was in line. Reddit named Sarah Farrell to board. I think Reddit did have a beat there. Who's the other one we wanted? Rivian. Rivy, can't you see? Sometimes your loss just hypnotize me. I love your free cash flow burn. This is how you sell, and it's okay. Yeah, Reddit up 50. That's what I said. Reddit could do anything. So, again, it's already up more than what it priced in. But those contracts were expensive on the upside. The only cheap one was the puts. But, yeah, I already have 2 Reddits. I don't see Rivian out yet, though. Bros, if they do good, they're going to get a double boost because Starbucks did bad. So don't forget, your biggest competitor just did awful. So if they hit, then there you go. Yeah, it's all right. It's up 9%. They're going. Let's see. Yeah, Bros, I don't have estimates. Revenue, $275.1 million. EPS, 8 cents. And net revenue first quarter, 7.0 million. Let's see, 7.06, 275. Oh, no, they beat by 10% on revenue. EPS, they beat by 7 cents on Dutch Bros. And then net revenue of, I think their adjusted EBITDA, or their net could have been a little higher. That's it. So they didn't do as good on net, and I don't have their guidance. I don't have Rivian numbers either. That's for Bros. I think Bros did good, and the fact that Starbucks fell off a cliff is going to help it out. No, I don't see Rivian yet. A-Lab getting clapped. Bros better than Starbucks. A-Net reported. EPS 199 beating 174. Revenue of 174 versus 157. A-Net, again, they were pricing in a lot. They either move nothing or they move 15. And they got some of that networking cloud stuff in there. Again, Uber, I'm surprised Lyft, man. Lyft was a good beat. Beat and guide up, continuing the story. Now Toast is starting to go. Toast was a beat. I actually think Toast was pretty impressive. And then again, Reddit seems to have been a beat as well. Or inline slight beat. And I think users went up. I think they got a boost from the IPO. But yeah, they lost 819 versus 875. Revenue was 240 versus 214. Adjusted EBITDA, wow, 10 million gain. So Reddit had a profit. They made $10 million. When it says thousands, 2,000, that's like trillion. Add just 3 zeros to it, right? I'm pretty sure. So or 2 billion or 2 trillion. Toast. Again, Reddit had a damn profit. Their EBITDA was 10 million. Estimate was loss of 23. Daily active users up 37 year over year. Guidance 240 to 255. Estimate was 227. And then adjusted EBITDA estimate 0 to 15 million positive. Estimate was all losses. So Reddit did good. Reddit brought in an EBITDA on their first earnings, and then guidance, every analyst out of 11 estimates, nobody thought they would guide for a positive EBITDA next quarter, and they did guide for break even or 15 million. And then Rivian. Hold on. I don't have Rivian numbers out yet, but it is moving. Maybe it's coming out. Riviana. Riviana. I don't think Rivian's out yet. They're like the last one. Upstart halted pending news. They did that last time on their earnings, so it's not too... I don't know why. I think they just like to be dramatic. Lyft already coming back down, so that's turning. You said A-Net. No, A-Net already flipped. I mean, low-key, do we have any? I think everything's kind of been a dud so far, no? Maybe Win, or who was the other one? Reddit's the only one holding up, I think. Who else? There's one more I think I'm missing. iRobot. Twilio. Oh. Yeah, Lyft's on the low, surprisingly. Rivian, I don't have the numbers yet. Upstart, aren't they still faulted? I don't know why. Redfin guided lower once again. I'm surprised. Ring is up 10%. Oh, that's RNG. Yeah, they're actually holding. So, okay, I'm trying to see which ones are, like, holding. Otherwise, not so much. Lyft grows revenue, trims loss under new CEO. Yeah, Rivian, I think, is just anticipation. Work so hard, I forgot what is a profit. Can't make a profit. No? Okay. ARM is tomorrow, no? Are you just excited? I'm pretty sure ARM's tomorrow. Oh, Confluent. They came out. They also flipped, too. I could get you those numbers. Let's see what we got. Confluent, EPS 5 cents versus estimate of 2. Revenue 217.2 versus estimate of 211.6. Operating income loss of 3.3 versus loss of 8.1. Guidance 4 to 5 cents next quarter. Estimate was 4 cents. Revenue 229 to 230. Estimate was 228. Subscription revenue 217 to 218, and non-GAAP operating margin approximately loss of 1%. That is for Confluent. I guess we're waiting for Rivian. That's the only one. We're waiting for it to charge. Okay, I'm sorry. Could people be nervous about Lyft? Or, realistically, Lyft could be going down because it just wasn't good enough. They beat and raised, but the stock was up 40% on the quarter. No exaggeration. All right, man, I'm seeing a bunch. Assurant, AIZ came out, BHF, IPAR, OLP, PRO, GMed, KD, SCOR, UIS, and EA. And then I think that's a reiteration. Newell is out as well. Inta, URNC. Yeah, Sirius came out too. Cruise. Someone brought that up earlier. So that's about it. We're waiting for Reddit. Or not Reddit, or Rivian. All right. Well, while we wait for that, I think you need some Uncle. You know, Uncle's always a good guy. It's a cult, baby.
All right, guys, listen to this blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to tell you 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the grace. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the race. Zotan to my rag, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want debate. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies? My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating now, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Capping for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secret? I eat you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking, you speaking, what's inside.
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On a minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landing hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, my worth is when treated as a god. Cold.
servant more worthless when treated as a god. All right, man. No, come on. Where's Rivian, bro? Rivian. Maybe now we should buy it for the long term. I don't know, man. I really considered it for a little bit. I have to go buy a Rivian. That's the only way I could add it to the long term. But for now, I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. I don't know. It's not out. I mean, I have the other one. It's not out yet, bro. I have every wire just set. Oh, wait, no, it is. I got it. 317. Hold on. Significant steps being taken to drive greater capacity during Q1 RS1 best-selling EV above 70,000. Yeah. It just came out. Company reiterates path to Q4 modest gross profit. Previously announced company produced 13,980 and delivered 13,588. So hold on. Let's see how this compares. That's crazy. So it's just having a very small reaction. Where is it? What was the delivery? I only have number estimates. Production estimate, 57,490. I think that's for the full year. With company incentive. Financial highlights. First quarter gross profit per vehicle was loss of $38,784, which is negatively impacted by $9,000 per vehicle delivered related to various supplier and other costs incurred. Revenues 1.204. So they beat on revenue. Again, they keep losing money. Reddit beat. Reddit did pretty good for their first earning. Bros did good as well too. 1.2, they delivered 13,588. I don't have the estimate on what they were going to do. Gross profit was loss of 527 million. Operating expenses in the first quarter grew to 957. So they spent 20 million more compared to 898. Recognized non-stock-based compensation expenses of 210 million. So everyone's still getting paid. Experienced a loss from operations in first quarter 24 totaling 1.48 million versus 1.34 the same period. Adjusted EBITDA was loss of 798. So they did better on adjusted EBITDA loss. Yeah. Looks like it's a miss. Bro, it's barely moving. I'm actually kind of surprised. Wasn't this thing pricing in like 17? So it seems like they did, like, costs went up in some areas. Revenue was a beat. They're still talking about these like plans after they did that guide down on the deliveries. The EBITDA was better, but still 700 million loss. Losing 38,000 a vehicle. I don't know. It's kind of there's like good and bad, but remember, everybody, like half of the analysts, they're not even looking at the company as much as they're looking at the deliveries. So I don't know if that really got everybody off plan. They still have cash. Still got 7.8 billion in cash. Oh, wait. No. They have 5.9. Dude, their cash kind of burned a little bit, bro. Even faster. I don't know, man. You do this same cash burn, they're done in 3 quarters. No? Cash was 7.8 last quarter, and now it's down to 5.9. I mean, you do that one more time, you're going to be at like what? You're going to be at 3.9 and then 1.9. You have 3 more quarters left of that cash at this rate. And then they got 1.8 billion in short term, and I bet you they got bonds, bro. I bet you they got bonds. I mean, you could probably check. Yeah, that's Rivian. I'm surprised because I was looking. I was like, okay, they still have 7.8 cash, and I was like, wait a minute, that's December. the new number is 5.9. No, people are buying them, but did you not read that or did you not hear that? Let me read it again for you. This is in writing. This is on their earnings. The first quarter 2024 gross profit per vehicle delivered was loss of $38,000 $784. Let me say that again. The first quarter 2024 gross profit per vehicle delivered was a loss of $38,784. So for every Rivian they sold, they could have just bought you a Toyota Camry, maybe even a Prius. That's how much they're losing. They lose a Prius, a fully loaded Prius, or a comfortably loaded Prius for every time. At some point, you may want to ask if you guys be like, why don't you just stop delivering the vehicles then? You know what I'm saying? If you told me I lose $38,000 every time I give someone a vehicle, my question is, how many do you have to deliver to make money? Or can you just stop delivering them then that's a lot. So that is the issue, and that's why we're talking here. Again, realistic, people don't care, but they're selling vehicles. We're talking 50,000 here, or what, 13,000 delivered. They still got planned for about 57,000 per day. So that's the only good part there when it's all said and done, but they are losing that cash. I mean, at this rate, if you keep losing like that, I mean, and they have $2.7 billion in inventory? Am I tripping? So their inventory went up another $100 million. That's part of it. Again, so they got $5.9 billion in cash, $2.7 billion in inventory. You said $30K per loss and $13K. That's $498. Yeah, that's about right. And again, that's gross profit, correct? Yeah, gross profit. Now factor in stock-based compensation. Now factor in expenses, taxes, so their EBITDA was loss of 7 something. It was supposed to be loss of 800, but yeah, that makes sense. But that's been the dramatic nature everybody's been saying, you hear it when people talk about it, that's the reality of it. That is per their filing and thing, they are losing that much per vehicle. A lot of these earnings have already flipped so far. It's kind of crazy. This increase in inventory explains some cash burn. No, I think it's just operating. That the point is, when do the math, right? If you are losing 38,000 a vehicle, and you're operating at a loss, right? How in the world can you sell vehicles at a loss? There's no way you could do that, right? How do you do that? Is if you have a lot of money, you have a good bank account, right? So that's it. This loss is being funded by their bank account. They have a piggy bank. They have this cash. That's why you don't get too worried to a degree, because you could keep losing, but they have runway. That's what we call it. But low key, I'm like, you have 3 quarters left. So we'll see. But the inventory just, again, it's an asset. They're producing vehicles, but that inventory, unless that could be potential revenue that they make. But Rivian's starting to pop up a little. But at that point, it just has to be, they could get some revenue from that. But if those vehicles don't sell, at some point it could be a drag. So inventory is both good and bad, depending on how you want to look at it and depending on how you perform. I think Upstart might be still halted. Rivian's still dancing around the 10. Shopify's tomorrow morning. All the other earnings are going to be in the AM. Your cost back to profitability. Usually the answer is volume. That's why I'm saying, I'm like, how many vehicles do you have to sell for that number to go up, right? But then I'm like, or is it the reverse? You just stop selling vehicles then. If you're telling me every delivery is costing you. They even said they added another 9,000 loss per vehicle just because of supply costs due to advanced technology changes and part integration. They added $100 million in inventory from last quarter. So just $100 million MSRP of Rivians that have not been sold or delivered. All right, but I think that's it, Chattadonia. I think that's it. I think we got to go to the morning. In the morning, baby. Only a couple plays. Reddit was probably the best one. I think Toast, they might have flipped. Yeah, they did. Confluent, I mean, Win, they kind of held up. Twilio dropped. So, honestly, the school of fish, but you're not really getting too much, man. Not really getting too much. So, Chattadonia, I love you all. I hope that you enjoyed the day, but that is all that I have for you, man. So thank you for being here. Our day is over. We will continue the day on the watch list. So second link, man, don't miss it. And honestly, I mean, do you have any questions? And I don't know if you guys know, I've been doing this for like a week, and it's been making my watch list very long, but I'm telling you, y'all getting me some questions. I'm typing you out essays. And honestly, so today I did have an economic lesson I wanted to go over with you guys because Neil Kashkari kept bringing it up, and there were some cool things. So I will have a little bit of a mini econ lesson. It's going to come from a little textbook. We're going to go over it. I'm going to talk about the time consistency problem and some of the other factors of credibility. But if you have any questions, let me know now, bro. I mean, I'll go on the watch list and check out any of the other ones. If you have any now, I wrote down a couple. But if you do have anything, I might be a little backed up already. So, but if there is good questions, man, you drop them and you let me know, man. Can you go more on the financial statements for company earnings like today? What do you mean? Give me something a little bit more. So everything I read you on earnings is usually just straight off a statement. So we're just reading the 10Q and the press release that comes out. You know, yesterday, I don't know how many of you actually read it. I told you my assignment was go read a 10K of the CBOE or the CME. Did y'all do it? Can someone tell me the average price of a contract? I can. You know, so it's like those things. But if it's a little more specific, otherwise when the earnings come out, we are just going off of that data. Why do stocks sell off even after reporting good? All right, I could see if I could add that. But usually it's the bar. Expectations, and sometimes you can't explain it. A-Lab on the high, weren't they just clapped? Well, yep. Ooh. So that's the reverse. But the stock moves the opposite. All right, I think that question comes up a lot. So I'll try to include it on today's or tomorrow's. Because I had some other good ones today, but it seems like you guys want to know. So what is this? Could I do an update on Bill? You know, the basics. What about fast cash? What about how fast you will sell or switch to cash? Only sell what you need to buy for the long term. I can give an update. I will say, though, you kind of are missing some, but maybe that's why we should make a question on it. I'll make sure I get that one in the next couple days, if not today. Because that one I have talked about. So, like, honestly, as a sake of just making sure you don't fall behind, I'll cover that. Because low-key, ever since the first pivot, there has been some shifts going on. So I think that's a great question. All right. Well, Chattadonia. I think we'll wrap it up. There's a couple good ones in there. We'll throw those in there. But Chad, that is all I have for you. I will see you on the watch list tonight. Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we here, baby. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style. And why we know for dinner it's either you or what you want, my friend. Why, baby? Why? Yeah. Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo. So, Chattadonia, I'll give you one more. I'm excited now. I have confirmation, bro. I got confirmation. You know that? I have confirmation of when you will get this. It's crazy. Are you guys ready? You will be getting this song released on Wednesday, the day of the CPI. Yes. So the morning CPI comes out. I didn't plan it. It actually, that's why I was like, damn, I want to see if this is going to naturally work like that. And it did. So, yes, CPI Wednesday, you will be getting the new song, man. My second country song of my life. I went aggressive, kind of. I didn't, you know what I'm saying? From F-350s to this.
Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But they don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? A book about a man. He would travel many places. You could find it.
That's what you get in a week, baby. That's it. CPI Day. CPI Day, baby. It's amazing. It's amazing, baby. It's amazing. I love it. Yeah, that's going to be out, man. You're right. F-350 was my radio hit. That's my passion project. You're right. I had F-350 was for the label, you know. And now I'm like, no, man, we got to do what we love doing. You know? Why the people in the government? Well, Chad, I love you all. Have a wonderful evening. I will see you tonight. And happy Tuesday, man. Let's go. We're almost done with the week. So I hope you wake up and drive tomorrow and recognize all the power you have for the rest of the day, my friend. So I love you, Chad. Enjoy it. And peace out. Hey, Josh, you better watch out. Election's coming up. You keep doing this voice, people are going to get mad at you, Josh. Yeah, fuck you, Josh. Fuck you want to be like, ice cream. I'm going to ban you if you recover the Pfizer news. You ban me. I know. Josh does the Biden. But now he could do the Trump. For some reason, the fake news media does not want to talk about that. He does both. It's not like it's advertised, but he does both. I got to give it to him. Got to give him credit. Can you believe it? He's doing it. I know. It's a shame. It's a damn shame. I know. Fake news media. It's a witch hunt. Don't want to deal with it. It's a shame. Yeah, screw you. Screw you for the vibes, yeah. I saw what you did. I know. All right. I tells you, I think Josh is a Democrat. It's a shame. It's a damn shame. Exactly. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.